Everybody ready?
Yes, Judge. Judge, just in the court's where we added two exhibits. I provided them to the defense. One is the body-worn camera by Deputy Creasy, and the other one is the phone call detail records, which they've had and they plan on introducing. Just for some reason I left it off the list.
Okay.
The only thing with the body cam is right now it's the 45-minute full body cam with Deputy Creasy,
Yes.
which we already had. We need to get their clip to be able to see what's on it first. I think they're working on that.
Yeah, it's being clipped right now.
Okay.
We also have photos that we've showed to defense they don't have an objection to, that we would be adding to the back of State's Composite 22 as 22FFFF.
All right.
Yep.
All that accurate?
Correct, Judge.
Okay.
The only additional thing is that there was one issue with the lettering of one of the exhibits. There were two 22D DDs and there were no 22 triple K.
Yes.
So
We fixed
that
it.
was readjusted and we did that this morning.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right, be seated. Good morning. How are you? Did you enjoy your early day yesterday?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Have any of you seen or heard or learned anything about this case or the people and places involved in this case? Knows from everyone. All right, the state can call your next witness.
Say we'll call crime scene investigator Robert Durr.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. If you
Good
would
morning.
please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Robert A. Durr III. My last name is spelled D-E-R.
Thank you.
Mr. Durr, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been working as a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
almost 18 years.
And what are your general typical duties as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office?
So I respond to persons and property crimes where I document through photographs or other measurements possibly, and collect evidence as it relates to those types of crimes.
As part of those duties, do you from time to time attend autopsies as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what do you do when you attend an autopsy?
I take photographs and then I collect any potential evidence that might be located by the medical examiners.
And by potential evidence, you mean things like maybe clothing or objects that are removed from the body, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibits 28B. And just if you can take a quick look at those and you can open it. They're already open, so you can go and just see. In this particular case, or do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
They're the projectiles that I recovered.
All right, and so when you were at the scene in this particular case, you took photos
Yes, sir.
and you collected those projectiles?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when those projectiles were removed from the body?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you observed them take them out?
Yes, sir.
And so then do you photograph and document them being taken out?
Yes, sir.
And then you collect them yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you may publish. Okay, I'm going to start with specifically 20A. Okay, and that in fact, you were there when that was removed from the body of Jayla Bass,
Yes, sir.
and you observed them and you took photos of it and then you collected it and took it into evidence.
Yes, sir.
Now, besides that one projectile, did they also recover some fragments from inside Jayla Bass's body?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going to show you 20B again, which has already been admitted into evidence. I'm just going to show them this way. So they're very small, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these are in fact what is taken out of the body, and they've been described as fragments of a projectile. What would that be? What are fragments?
So fragments could be anything that separated off of a projectile. It could be where it was damaged or anything maybe split apart as it was entering.
Okay, so this is most likely from the same projectile that came into the body.
I couldn't be specific on that, but
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Judge will pass witness.
All right. Press.
Good morning, Mr. Durr.
good morning.
Now, you did go out to the crime scene, right, and assist with the scene there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you didn't collect any evidence yourself.
That's correct.
And then you ended up being tasked with following up with attending the autopsy in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, routinely, when a body is received by the medical examiner's office, the hands are typically bagged. Is that right?
A lot of times, but not always. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why are the hands bagged?
To protect anything that might potentially be on there.
And that is typical of what happens like at the scenes that you've been out in, where there's been a body at the scene that the medical examiner's office will bag the hands when they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, when you attended the autopsy, was there any swabbing done of Jayla's hands?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. And then sometimes GSR testing is requested by the detectives. Is that right?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
And in this case, that was not done.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, Ms. Gates.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Clay Hoberman. Action Judge, can we call Cheyenne Miley first, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning. It's Cheyenne Wheaton. I'm sorry, Cheyenne Miley. It was Wheaton during it's an investigation. I apologize. It's Shyanne. Last name Miley, Miley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I work for Hillsborough. Sorry, can you hear me? I work for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a detective with our homicide section.
How long have you been working at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for almost 8 years, and I've been with our homicide section for almost 3.
So on the night of this event, August 29th of 2022, were you working with the homicide department as a detective?
I was.
What part did you play in this investigation for why we're here today, the events of August 29th of 2022?
The lead detective, Detective Gabo, asked me to pick up some additional video surveillance from a residence near the incident scene.
What residence did you go to?
It was off Heritage Club Drive. The numerical, I believe, was 13937.
Okay, and I'm showing you, once it's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 6, but I want you to look at it. Do you recognize it?
I do.
When you went and you pulled the video, help us understand what process do you go through when you're pulling a video from a surveillance camera that maybe at a residence versus maybe a business?
Well, I meet with the resident, confirm that we're allowed to view their video, obtain their video, at which point she did say that she was willing to provide the video with us. I checked the date and timestamp on the live video with what I have on real time, so whether that's me checking my phone or my watch, and ensure that the date and timestamp on the video surveillance is in fact correct.
So when you went to this residence in Heritage Grove Apartments and you looked at the video surveillance at the timestamp, compared it to your phone, what did you find out?
I saw that the date was accurate, but the time was about 1 minute behind real time. So if like the time right now is 9:33, so the time on the video surveillance was showing 9:32, just for an example.
The videos that you pulled that are on what you've seen and identified as State's Exhibit 6, does it include the relevant time frame from the entire incident?
Yes, it does.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
No question.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Clay Hoberman.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Come this way.
Good morning again. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. The name is Clay Hoberman. First name is Clay, C-L-E-Y. Last name is Hoberman, H-O-B-E-L-M-A-N-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Tell the jury where you work.
I work with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I have worked there over 14 years now.
What's your title now?
I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Office.
Were you a detective on August 29th to August 30th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
At that time, did you have a specific unit or department that you were working at?
More broadly, I'm assigned to Criminal Investigations Division, and then more narrowly, I'm in the homicide section.
Help us understand, as a detective in the homicide section, what are your duties?
We investigate a number of different cases exclusively homicides, as the name would suggest, but we also investigate cases that include any natural deaths, through suicides, overdoses, and then we have a couple other assignments that we will assist on if they're kidnappings. So we do a broad range of things, and then we will also cover for other criminal investigation units as well to assist in their investigations.
During a homicide investigation, is there just one detective that's decided to be involved in the investigation, or are there multiple?
Generally, we have no less than three for three specific and designated roles, and then we may also have other detectives assisting those primary three roles.
Explain to the jury so that they understand what is the purpose of having at least the three detectives involved in each homicide investigation.
Those three roles are going to include your lead detective, who is responsible for a majority of the activities or requirements for the investigation. You have your assist that is working in tandem with your lead investigator, and then you also have a scene detective or scene investigator whose responsibility is managing the scene and understanding all the facts of the scene, and then working with the lead investigator throughout the remainder of the investigation.
When you are a detective working with the homicide department, do you typically perform one of these duties of lead, assist, or scene at every single homicide that you go out to, or does it differ?
Yes, in every one of those cases, at least those three roles are assigned. As individual detectives, we may be assigned one role for one investigation, and we may shift to a different role for another investigation. But at least those three roles are always covered in every assignment or in every investigation that we go out to.
So since you became a detective in the homicide department of Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, have you had occasions where you were the lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you also had occasions where you were the scene detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this case involving the defendant Jermaine Bass, on August 29th and August 30th of 2022, tell the jury what your role was in this homicide investigation.
I was assigned as the scene detective.
When you say scene detective, I understand you just explained that it was walking around documenting the scene. Let's get into the more detailed part of what exactly you do. So let's say you're called out to a scene, you're given the role of scene detective. Walk the jury through what you generally do when you are assigned to be the scene detective for a homicide.
So the scene detective is responsible for, first and foremost, the scene, the location where the incident is happening, as well as any secondary, tertiary locations that might be included. It might include vehicles. It's essentially everything that is going to be a physical portion of the investigation. Generally speaking, our scene detective is responsible for. That could include writing all of the search warrants for those physical locations or addresses. That includes the searching of those locations, and that includes the documentation, both collection of evidence as well as documenting through photographs, taking photographs, overseeing that the proper photographs are being taken.
So I understand that at a homicide investigation, there's at least three positions that are assigned. But is it safe to say that homicide detectives are generally not the first people to respond to for instance, shots called that call that comes in to 911?
Yes, that's fair. Generally, deputies are going to be our first responding units coming to that call to kind of assess what is happening there and make a determination as to the additional investigation that is required. And at that time, then phone calls are being made to request either homicide come out or special victims units come out, whatever detectives might be an assist to that investigation.
Once homicide detectives are sent to an investigation scene, are they first apprised by the deputies of what they saw when they first arrived?
Yes, usually to some extent there is some foreknowledge of what is happening at the scene or what has happened or has been observed. It may come through deputies, it may come through supervisors, but generally speaking, when we do arrive at a scene, we have some idea of what has been done at the scene or what we may be facing at the scene.
Based on the information that you're given, when you first arrive to a homicide scene, does that information and what you're told affect some of the decisions or the direction that you're documenting or your investigation of the scene? Does that information affect the decisions you make at the scene?
Yes, I would say it does. I think that as one of the responsibilities of the scene detective, you are not only doing that documentation and trying to get an overall objective understanding of what may have happened there, But you're obviously going to be contrasting the information that you're getting. First, your initial information of what is coming through your dispatch call. Secondly, your information that you're getting once you arrive to the scene and talk to your deputies or you're talking to some of those supervisors. And then throughout the investigation, our scene detectives stay in contact with the lead investigator who's out doing their interviews, who's out collecting video surveillance, and is getting a working knowledge of what's happening outside of that house. And they are in constant communication with the scene detective to try to determine what things might be of special importance or value within that residence.
When you became involved in the investigation of this case, were you given information by other deputies when you arrived about what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you told?
We were told that there.
Hearsay.
Its effect on the listener, Judge. He explained that he was given information at the scene, and from that information, he makes certain decisions at the scene of what document and what not to document.
Well, I have no idea what was said at this time, so sustained.
Can we approach the bench to confer, Judge?
Sure.
After you received information about what the other deputies saw or heard when they first arrived, what did you decide to do next?
For this investigation, I collected information from the deputies that were there at the scene and used some of that information as well as some observations we were able to make just from the outside of the residence to complete a search warrant for that residence.
Explain to the jury what a search warrant is and what it means.
A search warrant is a document that we use in an event that we may be recovering evidence from that location or from a person or from a general area or even potentially from a cell phone in which we think that might be evidence of the case and of which somebody may not be willing or voluntarily wanting us to enter into that location or enter into that cell phone device. For a search warrant, we need probable cause, which is essentially a probability that there is evidence in that location, be it a phone, be it a residence, that we would need for our investigation. We use a combination of our own observations as well as observations of other fellow deputies or detectives to put information into that document explaining why we feel that we need to go into that residence and collect evidence or potentially collect photographs, anything that may be of value for our investigation. That has to be signed by the state attorney's, or excuse me, approved by the state attorney's office and signed by a judge saying, yes, you're allowed to go into that location to do whatever you need to do for your investigation.
So in this investigation, you obtained a search warrant. Did you search the entirety of the townhome involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
So after that, did you begin documenting the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as a part of documenting the scene, are you, as the scene investigator or detective, are you responsible for actually taking the photos and actually placing the evidence markers, or do you work with someone else to help you do that?
We work with our crime scene investigations department or our CSI department.
Now, in this case, did that include crime scene investigator Shannon Bader?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first walked into the townhome, what did you see of relevance when you first walked in? and I'm putting on the Elmo 22A.
Within entering the residence, the door opens inward and we come into a foyer area that has a kitchen just off the side of it. Beyond that, there's a dining room area. And then a little further beyond that, there's a TV room area or an entertainment room, I guess, or living room space. On that location or at that location is a black couch. And we noted what we believed was going to be some blood on the edge of that couch or the side cushion of that couch, as well as a small metal item that looks like a clasp or a toothed clasp that, just based on my familiarity with them, looks like the kind of clasp that's used to secure an elastic bandage or an ace bandage with those little teeth that kind of bite into the fabric.
Now, once you go up the stairs, what's the first bedroom that you see up on top of the stairs?
The first bedroom you come to when you are ascending the stairs is going to be what we determined was the children's bedroom.
Now, states 22R, I'm facing on the Elmo. Are we looking at the top bunk in 22R, or are we looking at the bottom bunk?
This would be the top bunk, ma'am.
Okay, we're looking at the back of the photo. You can see a sticker that is on the wall, right about the middle that I'm pointing to right here. It's a yellow sticker labeled damage A. We see another sticker labeled damage B. And we see another green sticker, which we see labeled red substance. I want to specifically talk about damage A and damage B. What wall are we looking at that we're pointing to where damage A sticker is labeled on? What is on the other side of this wall?
On the other side of that wall is going to be a bathroom.
Now, I'm facing, one moment, I'm sorry. We're trying not to get the photos out of order, but I can't make any promises. I'm placing 22Z on the Elmo. Tell us to the right over here, what room is this? You can see like a small, maybe what, a quarter of an inch opening, and it looks like it's going into a room. Explain to the jury what room that this is going in.
So the darkened margin on the right side of your photograph as you're looking at it is going to be the darkened space just because of the lighting at that time of the children's bedroom or of the kids' bedroom, where that same bunk bed we just saw in the previous photograph would be located.
Once we're inside the bathroom that's depicted in 22Z, I'm placing 22AA on the Elmo. Is this a closer up image of that exact same wall? And am I correct in pointing to the yellow marker on A1 to the right? It's labeled damage A1. Is that the same wall, the back side of the wall, belonging to damage A?
Yes, ma'am.
And for reference, I'm putting back on the Elmo 22R. The Elmo is a little fuzzy, if we can give it just a minute. So the damage we're seeing right here in 22A is it your testimony from what you saw? It goes through the wall and exits in damage A1 that we're seeing on 22AA on the right over here.
Yes, ma'am. That is our belief. There is a space in just a normal construction space between those two walls. But yes, it would appear based on some other continued observations that we make once we get to A2 and A3, that that's going to be one continuous trajectory of a projectile going through the wall.
Now, you explained earlier that you were working with the homicide unit as a detective for quite some time. About how many times at the time of this incident had you been assigned to be a scene detective?
Probably in excess of 25 or 30 times for scene.
Okay. And during those 25 to 30 times or other times that you've been called out to a homicide, those before included gunshots going through drywall.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an occasion in these prior scenes that you visited to notice the shape that a gunshot may make when it's going through drywall.
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for us the shape of 22R where we're looking at damage A.
It
would
appear, oh, God.
Well, oh, sorry. I was specifically wanting to ask to you, based on your training and your experience, the significance of the shape of the damage A that we see depicted in this photo.
With this photograph, we're seeing a rounded shape as it goes through the wall. When you're seeing the clean edges, generally speaking, that would refer to an entrance or the round coming from this side of the wall, penetrating into this wall. I think you can see slightly from A1, it's a little rougher, and that's because as it starts to come back out of the wall on the opposite side, it's pushing that material in front of it, so it fragments as it's coming out. And you'll see either the wall being pushed out in that direction, or you'll see it's a little bit rougher around those edges as the edges of those are pushed out.
The damage in A1 depicted in 22A that we see on the shower wall. You just mentioned if a projectile was going through the wall, you may see the sides of the shape made in the wall be pushed out slightly. Am I understanding that correctly?
From the exiting side, yes, ma'am.
And let's see, 22 double B, I'm placing on the Elmo. Describe for the record what we're looking at in damage A1, specifically around the shape that you notice.
So this would be what we believe is the corresponding exit from the A damage or the initial A damage. And you'll see where the paint is kind of chipped as that force is pushing that out. And we'll start pushing portions of the wall out with it as the bullet comes out of the wall or would be exiting from the wall. That's a hallmark of what we would typically see with that. It's not impossible to be reversed, but this would generally speak to us as this being an exit of a projectile coming out through the wall.
Now, when you're given information, when you first arrive to a homicide scene about what may have happened or may not have happened, as part of your duties as a scene investigator, are you looking to see whether or not the forensic evidence or the physical evidence at the scene either match up or don't match up to the story that you had been told may or may not have happened?
Yes, that's correct.
Now we're looking at 22C, damage A2. It looks like we're in the same shower that we've been talking about, our bathroom that we've been talking about, that is right next to the children's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this shower curtain also depicted in, or part of the shower that's in 22Z that we've been using for reference? If you were to walk in to the left, would you immediately see what we're looking at in 22C, the shower curtain?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, tell us what you notice about damage A2.
It's-
Specifically the shape.
It is somewhat rounded, at least for a portion of the side. The upper, as we see in the photograph, the upper and then the right side of that damage or defect does appear to be rounded. And then there are, you can't see it in this photograph specifically, but you can kind of start to see it. There are subsequent holes behind that or tearings of the same plastic shower material behind that, as it would appear a projectile continues on its path through the shower curtain.
We're looking at, on the Elmo, 22D. For reference, we see the same damage A2 that we were just discussing in the previous photo, but we also see it slightly blurred on the tile, a damage A3 on a yellow sticky label. Now, I'm placing 22EE. Tell the jury what is significant to you based on your training and experience about the shape of damage A in the shower curtain.
Damage A3 appears to be the termination of that projectile going through the wall, impacting the tile of the shower, and then embedding itself in the tile or the substrate that is below the tile. And that's what we're seeing kind of centered in that damage there is the backside of the projectile or bullet.
Just hang tight for one moment. I'm referencing one specific. Now, during your investigations as a scene detective, at some point during certain investigations, does it become important to take measurements?
Yes, ma'am.
Help us understand, in what situations do you decide to take measurements, and what situations do you decide it may not be necessary?
Most all of our collected items are going to have some measurement to them. You'll see many of these stickers that are being photographed have a scale or have a measurement already on the sticker that helps us understand if it's next to something, what the size is that we're dealing with. If it's something that we find of specific importance that we're collecting, we may do additional measurements of it once we get back to crime scene and have a more controlled environment. But generally speaking, several of our areas that are photographed will have some sort of scale to them. It's not necessarily to give you a specific measurement as to the width or the diameter of the bullet, but it is giving you some context as to how big this portion of damage is on the wall.
I want to talk about trajectory rods. Yesterday, we were introduced to the idea of trajectory rods. Tell us why, in certain cases, you may use a trajectory rod.
A trajectory rod is just a tool that we're using. We have to have two solid areas that are either impacted or traversed by a bullet for us, or projectile, for us to be able to use a trajectory rod. We have to have a point A and a point B that we can pass that rod through. Generally speaking, when we do have bullet damages, we are getting some rounded areas that it's going through, as we've kind of seen through this evidence. And then the trajectory rod allows us to pass a straight implement through those holes and now look at the directionality of where that rod is pointing. Generally speaking, if we're looking back in the direction of where we believe the bullet came from, we can get some idea of where the gun would have had to have been positioned or pointed and aimed at that direction. And somewhere, if you were to draw out where that rod is pointing, somewhere along that line, a gun was pointing in that same direction and firing that bullet, which passed.
Objection, or outside the scope of this witness's expertise.
Overruled.
You can finish.
Somewhere along that line is going to be the passing of the bullet through the same location where the rod is.
Now, I'm placing on the Elmo, let me move these first. I'm placing on the Elmo 22JJ. We see in this photo the bunk beds and a measuring tool. Are we looking at the top bunk here, or are we looking at the bottom bunk here?
This is still the top bunk, ma'am.
How tall is the topmost portion of the top rail of the top bunk?
It's measured at 5 feet with the large red 5, and then 5 inches with the smaller white in the black background 5.
So is it safe to say that I'm understanding the top most tall portion of the top bunk is 5 feet 5 inches?
Yes, ma'am. The very top of tippy top of the rail, so to speak, would be 5 feet and 5 inches from the floor height.
And to orient the jury, we see in the top left a green sticker that's placed on the wall. And on the photo, it's to the left of the measuring tool. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes,
Pointing
ma'am.
to it right here.
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 22R. Is that the same? And for the record, once I've placed 22R in the Elmo, I'm pointing to the left portion. There's only one green sticker on the wall, and I'm pointing to it right now. Is that the same sticker that I'm pointing to in 22R that is apparent in 22JJ that we see to the left of the measuring marker?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the same sticker.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, the fact that you were at the scene, I'm placing 22RRR on the Elmo. And it's fuzzy. Let's give it just a second. 22 RRR, we see damage A that we've referred to before. Knowing that the topmost portion that I'm pointing to on the left side is 5 feet and 5 inches, can you confirm, because you were there, damage A is at least 5 feet 5 inches or higher?
Yes, ma'am, that would be accurate.
Now, I see a green pole that is extending in this photo out of damage A. We've talked about trajectory rods before, but help the jury understand. The green pole that is extending out of damage A, is that a trajectory rod?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22 LLL. This is labeled, damage A1. And just to orient all of us again, there's a lot of A's, A1s, B's. We determined A is in the children's room above the bunk bed, at least 5 feet 5 inches high. Now, where are we for B or for A1?
Now we're on the bathroom side of the wall, so opposite or the adjoining wall from the bedroom. And this is a measurement of that what we believe to be the corresponding damage of A1.
So based on the measurement that is in the photo, we have a measuring tool placed to the right of damage A1 that we see. What is the measurement or the height of damage A1 in the children's bathroom?
I would put it between 5'5" and 5'6", somewhere right in that area.
Now, before, when we looked at damage 22 RRR with a green trajectory pole poking out, the corresponding same green pole, 22 LLL, is it the same green trajectory pole?
Yes, ma'am, same rod.
Specifically, I want you to explain to the jury the significance of 22 RRR. I want to draw your attention. Well, let's give it a second to focus. Looks like it's... Here we go. The trajectory rod, the green trajectory rod, protruding out of damage A, explain to the jury the significance of the angle that we see portrayed in this photograph.
Given that we're looking at the wall from what we have interpreted as the entry point, we're dealing with a slightly downward angle. And that angle, for the purpose of this photograph, would be from a left to right
I'm
angle.
going to object again to this witness outside his knowledge and expertise.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
But it was essentially answered. It's a downward angle and slightly left to right as it's seen in this photograph.
So based on the trajectory rod, is the angle traveling at a downward angle or an upward angle at the point in which it enters the wall marked by damage A?
It's traveling at a downward angle.
22 LLL. I'm placing on the Elmo we've looked at before. We've determined the same trajectory rod in damage A is depicted here in damage A1. I want to draw your attention to the angle of the trajectory rod depicted in this photo. I want you to explain the significance of the angle of the trajectory rod depicted in this photo.
It's still traveling at a downward angle.
So the level, so then I want to place on the Elmo 22 MMM.
Did you desire any further record on that motion for any reason?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Erica Nichols-Cook on behalf of Mr. Mills today, for ease of the court reporter, we don't need an additional record.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nichols-Cook. Any other preliminary matters then that council wishes to address? Ms. Nichols-Cook?
Your Honor, We briefly talked off record about some exhibits. I'm still talking to the state about that, and we will update the court on the next break. And I think we would request to do a short opening statement, but we don't have anything else preliminary.
Any preliminary matters that the state wishes to address?
No, Your Honor, I would agree with that recitation of our understanding.
Okay, Ms. Nichols-Cook or one of your co-counsel, if you're ready to proceed with your opening, you may do so.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Thompson is going to do the opening.
Ms. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll stand just for this opening portion of the proceedings today.
Certainly.
Good morning, Your Honor. Todd Mullis has always believed that his wife, Amy Mullis's death was a tragic accident. He always believed this because he was on his family farm the day that she was injured. He was there right after his son, Tristan, found her. He was there as he and his son, Tristan, tried to give Miss Mullis emergency aid and rushed her to where EMTs could get her to the hospital. He was there when first responders treated her injuries like they were the result of an accident. And he was not aware of any information that would tell him that what happened to her was anything other than an accident. Even when police began an investigation and began to treat him like a suspect, he did not stop believing that what happened to Miss Mullis was an accident. He knew he had nothing to do with her death, and he didn't believe that there was any evidence that anyone else did either. His account of what happened and his beliefs, unlike the accounts of some of the people that you're going to hear in this post-conviction trial during this week, has always been the same. But at trial, he did not have any way to present evidence to the jury that this was an accident. And that issue is what the court's going to hear about over the course of this hearing. The court's going to hear evidence that he begged his attorneys, begged them all through pretrial preparation to investigate this case as an accident. The court's going to hear evidence that his lawyers disregarded what he was telling them. The court's going to hear evidence that his lawyers did not talk to experts or fact witnesses that would have helped them understand and present a case that this was an accident. And the court's going to hear evidence that his lawyers did not listen to his explicit direction to investigate these issues and to pursue this case as an accident. And because his attorneys did not listen to him, because his attorneys did not investigate or present these issues, the jury did not hear important evidence that they needed to hear to understand that the state's case was simply wrong. The jury heard the exact opposite of what Todd Mullis asked his lawyers to present. They heard his own lawyer in opening statements tell the jury that Todd didn't know what he was talking about, that Miss Mullis was murdered. They heard his own lawyer, in effect, tell the jury that Mr. Mullis was not credible. They heard his own lawyer make these concessions on day one, right when this trial began, and then really have no defense to present on Todd's behalf. His lawyers conceded guilt in this case without any plan to present another defense. The court is going to hear evidence that Todd didn't agree to this plan. He didn't know this was the plan. He'd actually asked his attorneys to do the opposite. And at this point in the proceedings, the court has heard in various pleadings at other hearings that we've had, the PCR team for Todd repeat this to you over and over again in all of the filings, that this was an accident, that this is what this case is about. And we've repeated that to the court because it's true. And it's among just the many reasons that Todd Mullis deserves a new trial and what this court is going to hear at this hearing. On behalf of Mr. Mullis and his team, we're grateful that after all this time that we're here, that Mr. Mullis is able to be in court this morning to remedy this wrong. Nobody listened to Todd at trial, but this week he'll have an opportunity to be heard through this case. And the court is going to hear other important evidence as well that the jury never heard, that is going to create at least the reasonable probability that the outcome of his trial would have been different if the jury had heard everything that the court is going to hear over the course of this trial. The court also knows that this is the rare PCR case here in Iowa with an actual innocence claim. And that is what the court is going to believe and know about Todd after this hearing. The
The court also knows that all of Mr. Mullis's most important claims survived the summary judgment rulings that the court made, and that the court is going to hear his claims and his evidence this week. And everything that this court is going to hear is going to establish that the underlying trial that Todd had was nothing short of fundamentally unfair. It was unfair because of the actions that his trial counsel failed to take, that any reasonable attorney would have done on Todd's behalf. It was unfair because the state withheld from Todd important favorable evidence that would have undermined confidence in the outcome of this trial. And it was unfair because the trial prosecutors did things that resulted in misconduct in how they presented the case and what they presented. And the court's going to hear evidence that makes clear that Todd Mullis was right. As we said, the court will hear that Todd's attorneys conceded right at the beginning of this trial that this was a murder. And with that sort of tentpole in the state's case, the state killing the jury and nobody disagreeing that Ms. Mullis was murdered, that resulted in a situation where there was really no meaningful adversarial testing of any of the evidence that the state presented. And the court's going to hear evidence about each of these issues this week. The court is going to hear that the state then was allowed to present witnesses giving contradicted hearsay and innuendo that painted Todd in a bad light. The court's going to hear that that evidence painted a false image of Todd, of his marriage to Ms. Mullis and his family, and that made random Google searches that were done by a family with a house full of teens and preteens seem like evidence that Todd was planning to harm his wife. The court's going to hear the truth about those searches this week. Without Dr. Cruz, the state's main witness, telling the jury that this was a murder, that evidence is what it is, which is kind of silly, meaningless, evidence that really doesn't explain to anyone what happened to Ms. Mullis. The court's also going to hear from fact witnesses that have important details that help us understand what experts that the court is going to hear from this week are going to say, which is that Ms. Mullis's death was an accident. The court will hear from first responders and from other people through depositions and through live testimony who witnessed medical efforts for Ms. Mullis. The court's going to hear from those experts that I mentioned that are going to explain from a variety of disciplines how all of the objective evidence in this case demonstrates that Ms. Mullis's death was an accident and that the testimony that Dr. Cruz told the jury in this case was just wrong. The court is going to hear either live or through depositions from Todd Mullis's trial counsel. And the court is going to learn about the mistakes that they made and that those mistakes were not about strategy. They were just mistakes, things that were just wrong and cannot be explained by any strategy. The court's going to hear from an expert, Sean Castle, who's going to explain that the family's Google search history and electronic data from their home is exactly what it appears to be. Google searches from a family, from teens, from preteens that are using Google to search for things, sometimes random things, as we would all expect teens to do. And the court is also going to hear from depositions, from documentary evidence that makes clear that anything that anyone testified to about at trial about Todd is going to be a product of them being told that their friend was murdered. And believing their friend to be murdered made statements that were hearsay, that were innuendo, that don't aid in understanding what happened to Ms. Mullis at all. I want to say one final thing about the evidence that the court is going to hear during this trial. Mr. Mullis is here today because the state made the Mullis's private family tragedy public. And I say this because Mr. Mullis is here, his children are here, members of his family are here, and certainly for Todd and his family, they would have preferred that the investigation into Ms. Mullis's case was private, and that their family's privacy was respected, and Ms. Mullis's privacy was respected. If that had happened and the authorities had made the right decisions in their investigation, then he would not have needed a public hearing like the one today to get the justice that he would deserve. And it is truly unfair to Mr. Mullis, to his children who are sitting here today in support of Todd and his innocence, to have this be the forum to discuss the issues in this case. And I say that because the court, over the course of this week, is going to hear scientific evidence that is going to be difficult for this court to think about and to hear and to see. And as Todd's attorneys, and on Todd's behalf, we're going to do the best we can in our presentation to respect Ms. Mullis's privacy, to respect the tragedy of her death, but it's going to be difficult to do that in light of the evidence that we need to present, because Ms. Mullis's private medical information is going to be the subject of this hearing, her privacy in terms of her body, her privacy in terms of the detail of her death and her medical history. Those are going to be made public during this hearing. Her private life. Everyone has things that are appropriately private about their life that shouldn't be the subject of a public hearing, but we're going to have to present and hear about some of those things this week. And present them in a public way that Ms. Mullis and the Mullis family don't deserve. This is not how Mr. Mullis would choose to have this resolved. But that said, because this is the evidence that the state relied on to charge him, because it's the evidence that was wrong, that was relied on to convict him, because his lawyer was ineffective in combating all of this evidence, all of the errors at trial that led to us to be here today, this public venue is the only way that Todd can achieve justice. And that's why he'll be presenting about these issues this week, because he does deserve a fair trial, a trial where the jury hears the truth about what happened, a truth that's grounded in science and that's grounded in what knowledgeable, experienced professionals have to say about what happened to Amy Mullis and what those knowledgeable professional experts concluded about the facts of this case. That's what this trial is going to be about, Your Honor. And at the end of this hearing, the court is going to agree that Todd's trial was undeniably unfair. If the state chooses to retry Todd after this hearing for what science tells us, and will tell this court was simply not a homicide, then a jury deserves to hear the truth at a fair trial where everything is going to come out from knowledgeable, experienced people that will allow the jury to know the truth. And at the end of this hearing, Your Honor, the only just outcome will be to grant Todd Mullis a new trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Counsel for the state, did you have an opening you wish to present?
Briefly, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Duden.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Josh Duden, along with Thomas Bakke and Scott Brown. I represent the state of Iowa in this post-conviction relief proceeding. As the court knows, Todd Mullis was convicted in September of 2019 for first-degree murder by a unanimous jury for causing the death of his wife, Amy Mullis. The Iowa Court of Appeals affirmed that conviction later on direct appeal. And here we are in a post-conviction relief proceeding, which Mr. Mullis has brought and commenced to attack his conviction again. The evidence will show, and the evidence has in fact already shown, that Mr. Mullis took the stand at the underlying trial and agreed that Amy Mullis was murdered. He agreed on cross-examination that somebody took a corn rake and stabbed Amy Mullis in the back 2 or 3 times. He agreed on cross-examination that he actually knew this wasn't an accident. And yet we are here today to ensure justice and a fair trial occurred. The evidence will show that sufficient evidence still exists to support the murder conviction of Todd Mullis's murder conviction. The evidence was enough for the Court of Appeals to affirm it, and the evidence will be enough for the court to deny this post-conviction relief application in its entirety. Many, many claims are brought pending before the court right now, but the important evidence was presented at trial. And a shrapnel shot approach or a shot in the dark, in a way, is not a way to hit the mark here. The evidence will show certainly that expert testimony will not be enough to attack what the evidence actually showed at trial and what has already been upheld on appeal. And that's that Todd Mullis murdered his wife, Amy Mullis. And so at the end of this, the state will ask the court to deny his post-conviction relief application and let his conviction stand to ensure that a just trial had occurred already, and find that his conviction of first-degree murder should stand. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Are you ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The applicant will call Carrie P. Your Honor, is the court's preference that exhibits be put on the screen for everybody and the witness to see?
We can do it that way if you have them on your computer.
We do.
Okay.
I know, I feel like you also have to allow or hit a special button. So.
I do. Let's see if we can get that rolling. Go ahead and have a seat. Ms. Piercebacher, if you want to pull that screen up in front of you just a little bit, because that's where the exhibits will display for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you see the attorney? Yeah,
I can.
Okay, and you can adjust that so that
Okay.
it's not blocking you entirely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I'll swear you in.
Okay.
All right, you've been called as a witness. If you'd raise your hand, you've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Nichols-Cook, whenever you're ready, and just for your benefit, when you identify an exhibit, it will be displayed on my screen and the witness's screen initially. Once it's been admitted, then we can put it up on the big screen, assuming I initiate contact with all the right buttons. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Piercebacher, could you state your name for the record today and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Carrie Piercebacher, K-A-R-I-P-I-E-R-S-C-H-B-A-C-H-E-R.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today. Can you tell the court how you are employed?
I'm employed by Edgewood-Colesburg School District in Edgewood, Iowa as a music teacher. I'm currently the 512 band director is my current position.
And do you also volunteer in your community?
Yes, I do. I'm a volunteer fireman and EMT in Greeley and an EMT in Edgewood.
And Greeley and Edgewood would both be towns or their own municipalities?
Yes, they are two separate towns here in Delaware County. They're closely located together, and I work in Edgewood, so we kind of run with both services, and both services do work closely together, so a lot of our calls are shared. If one gets called, a lot of times the other one will as well. Not always, but often.
And both Greeley and Edgewood, are they entirely volunteer organizations? And does Greeley run at the EMT level or at a different level?
We run at an EMT level. That means that we're guaranteed to have at least one EMT on the rig when the ambulance leaves and arrives at a patient.
What can an EMT do?
An EMT does basic life-saving support. We can do CPR, we can splint, we can do basic life-saving care. We cannot do anything invasive, such as in IV, and we cannot administer any drugs through IV or through injection. We can give basic drugs such as oxygen, aspirin, Narcan for a suspected drug overdose, and we can give albuterol for a breathing difficulty or an asthma attack.
Okay.
Those are the 4 drugs that we carry in Greeley that we are allowed to give.
What's the next higher level of care?
After EMT, then you would get to the paramedic level, and they can do those extra things. They can start IVs, they can administer drugs, and that would be the next level up. Edgewood runs at a paramedic level, and then I believe Manchester is a paramedic level, and then Colesburg and Earlville, I believe, are provisional Ps, which means that they sometimes have a paramedic on board, sometimes don't, depending on the availability of their paramedic in town.
And would you consider all of these agencies to be emergency responders or first responders?
Yes.
And how long have you been an EMT?
Getting close to 25 years now. I think it was 2000, 2001, around in there is when I took my classes and completed them. I believe I started them in fall of 2000 and completed them in 2001.
And you mentioned that you had to take a class.
Yes.
What are the components of that?
The class, I don't remember the exact hour amount, but there's so many hours of class time instruction. It lasted 5 or 6 months when I took the class. It began in late September, early October, and ran through March. We met 2 to 3 nights a week for 3 to 4 hours a night. Sorry. Yeah. So we, 2 to 3 nights a week. And then, so that was the classroom portion. And then as we were taking the classes, you had to pass the different units within the class. Once you passed the class, then you had to also do ride time and clinical time, so many hours working at a hospital ER, making patient contacts and practicing your skills there. And then also so many hours ride time, which would be with an ambulance service, again, making patient contacts and practicing in ambulance situations. Then once that was all done, then you were finally qualified to take the state test where you had to pass skills tests. And then if those were passed, then you went on to take the written test. And then if that's what was passed, you got your license.
Perfect. And then you could start.
And then you can start, yep.
And do you also like recertify or have continuing education?
Yes, we have to do the certifications just changed recently. Now the current level is it's 20 hours of recertification every 2 years for an EMT, but there are certain categories that have to be met. You have to do certain hours of cardiac, airway, trauma, etc. It used to be, it was just a blanket 24 hours of recertification, any topic. Now they have different topic categories that you have to hit in order to recertify.
Great. And for the paramedic services like Manchester, are they also volunteer or are they employed or full-time employees?
Most of the services in Delaware County are volunteer, except Manchester is a paid service. They are run out of the hospital, and that is their job is to be on call in the ER and run with the ambulance.
And so as a volunteer, if you're not on a schedule or you're not being paid for certain hours, how are you notified when your assistance is needed?
We all carry pagers or radios. Greeley actually carries like radios similar to a walkie-talkie, that if it's set on page, you only get notified when your department is paged, or you can possibly open it up if you want to and listen to everything that's going on in the county. And then you would hear when other towns are getting paged as well. But then when that goes off, then we know that we have a call and we respond to the station.
And you also live here in Delaware County?
I do live in Delaware County.
And did you grow up here?
I did grow up in Delaware County as well.
And so are you familiar then with the geographic area and the roads and where different landmarks are?
Yes.
I want to ask you specifically about a call that, and about November 10th, 2018.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach for a quick moment?
I've just been informed that there are individuals observing the trial who are taking photographs with their phones. That is not permissible. Any phone in the courtroom is to be turned off and put away. If photography, videoing, or anything is observed by any non-approved individual, there are obviously members of the media who have been approved. But any other individual who is taking photos or recordings of any sort, if that is observed or it continues, you'll be asked to leave the courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, you may continue, Ms. Nichols-Cook. Ms. Pierschbacher, you're very fast.
Slow down.
And I
apologize.
don't blame you. Nobody wants to be the first witness.
Yeah.
So if you can slow down just a
I will-
little bit.
I will try.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Ms. Pierschbacher, I believe we were getting ready to start talking about November 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Do you remember that day and what you were doing?
Yes. That morning, my husband and I had gone to Cedar Falls to pick up our 3 kids. They had a sleepover with their grandparents the night before. And then as we were coming back from Cedar Falls and traveling north on Highway 38, just about home, my husband did have his pager open, as I'd said, you could just listening to traffic, and we heard a call from Manchester ambulance to the Earlville area for what appeared to be a farming accident at that time.
And so when you say he had his pager open, are you saying that it was open to the entire Delaware County traffic?
Yes, we could hear everything coming across. It's called County Fire. It's the channel that all the fire and EMS are paged on. We didn't necessarily hear what all law enforcement was saying or what anyone else in the county. It was the fire and the EMS paging channel is what he had open.
And you were with your husband, Dave?
Yes, Dave, my husband.
Same last name?
Same last name, yes. David Pierschbacher was his name.
Can you tell me a little bit about Dave and why he had a pager?
He was the fire chief in Greeley. He ran basically the fire side of our service. And at the time I was the EMS officers, which put me in charge of the EMS side of our service, but it was basically one combined service. So yes, we were both members of Greeley Fire and Ambulance. We both carry pagers. His happened to be open to the Delaware County channel at that point in time. Mine was closed to just page.
And do EMTs normally work together in twos or in pairs?
Our protocols is that you always go with at least 2. You never leave the station without 2. And since we are an EMT service, one of those 2 must be an EMT. We do have members of our service who are fire only. We have some people who are EMRs, which means emergency medical responders, which would be the next level below an EMT. There's a couple of skills that EMTs do that EMRs cannot. And we have a few of those, but our protocols are if the ambulance goes, there's a minimum of 2 people on board, and one of those 2 must be an EMT.
And was Dave an EMT?
He was as well, yes.
And it's my understanding he's unable to be here today.
No, he is not here today.
And why is that?
He passed away in 2022.
Okay. So while you were driving back from Cedar Falls, I think you started to say you were listening to traffic and you heard a call. Can you tell us about that call?
We heard, it sounded like Manchester ambulance getting paged for what at that time appeared to be a farming accident. It said that there was a male subject who was transporting a female subject to the hospital along 170th Street, that she had been hit by forks, and that Manchester was paged out to intercept with them. But also at some point it was said that the original location was somewhere near Earlville, because I remember Dave asked me, why is Manchester responding to Earlville? And I said, I don't know.
Was that unusual?
Not kind of. Usually Earlville would have taken that area, but we didn't know, were they out on another call or something else? There are circumstances where different ambulances cover different territories.
And is Earlville also a volunteer?
They're also volunteer.
EMS? Okay. And did you have any impression or recollection of what the demeanor was while you were listening to this radio traffic from dispatch?
I just remember everything just seemed very confusing. We were just listening to the traffic and we heard Manchester ambulance go en route, and we heard them continue to ask dispatch for a location, and that they said that they were coming in on 170th Street. And then at some point, we heard them say that the subject had stopped so that they could start CPR on the female victim, that they were somewhere along the road on 170th Street. So Manchester ambulance headed in that direction. And so we were still continuing north on Highway 38 from Delaware to Greeley. And at some point, Manchester ambulance was continuing to ask for more directions, or how far out are they? And they really weren't getting any information. And then Manchester ambulance asked dispatch to page first responders. And that's when Dave and I said, oh, that's us. We need to get to the station, because we even flipped on our blue light, our light that we use to respond to situations. And we started heading right for the station, thinking that it was us getting paged and we had to get there. And then dispatch actually paged Manchester first responders. So we're like, oh, but we were already at the station at that point. So we just waited for a minute to see what would happen.
And for those of us that didn't grow up in Delaware County, how close is Manchester and Greeley, or along 170th Street?
Along 170th Street. 170th Street, it's also known as the Oneida Blacktop. It is a long road, I don't know, probably 12 miles, I'd say, between Greeley and Manchester-ish. I know it's 17 to my house, but I live a little bit further than Greeley, so.
At some point, while you and Dave were at the Greeley station, did you prepare to respond or leave the station?
At some point when we continued to hear the voice traffic back and forth of where are they located, how far out, Dave did get on the radio and ask Manchester ambulance if he would like Greeley to respond from that side of 170th to see if we could find them, and figuring between Manchester and us coming from the two directions, eventually we would run into them at some point. And Manchester ambulance responded yes. So Dave and I got in the ambulance and took off, and we radioed to Manchester that we were en route. We radioed to Manchester dispatch that we were en route.
Okay. And so is it a fair characterization that the people needing help were somewhere on 170th Street? The Manchester ambulance left from the hospital in Manchester, and then you left from Greeley.
Went from Greeley.
And you guys, did you eventually meet?
At some point, we were going to meet up. We actually found the victim first. They ended up being very close to Greeley, actually. They had not gotten as far as close to Manchester as we had thought they had maybe gotten. We actually found them just south of Greeley, 2.5 miles, at kind of the intersection of 38 and 170th.
Great. What did you see when you got to that intersection?
When we got to the intersection, the first thing we noticed is the flashing lights from the deputies' cars. At that point, the deputies had arrived. We had just passed that location a few minutes before, but didn't notice anything. Now we saw the flashing lights, and so we're like, that's where it is. And we radioed to Manchester where we were. We went to turn into the driveway, and one deputy ran to the road to meet us to make sure that we saw them and that we knew that's where we were going. So we pulled into the driveway. It was a driveway of a home that was under construction at the time. So there was nobody who lived there. And the driveway was very rocky and muddy. It was under construction. And so when we pulled in, we could see a deputy was performing chest compressions on the female victim. And there was a forklift nearby for the construction of the home. And so after being paged that we had heard somebody hit by forks, I was still thinking bale spears from a tractor. And then I started to think, oh, that forklift was somehow involved in this incident. And so Dave and I pulled the ambulance over as we pulled into the driveway to the left to get out of the way for the other approaching ambulances. I went directly to the victim to relieve the deputy who was giving compressions, and Dave got the equipment out of the ambulance, the Lucas device and the AED.
Okay.
And then he met me at the victim a few seconds later.
And if I missed this, did you know who was building that house or whose property you were on?
I did know whose property we were on. It's the property of Brian and Rachel Krogman.
Okay. And you mentioned that from the radio traffic and from the dispatch statements that you thought you were going to a tractor baling fork accident.
That's what I thought.
For those of us that aren't farmers, a baling fork, a larger
It's
item.
It's a large attachment that goes on the front of a tractor to move large round bales.
And did you have any concerns about a patient being transported by their family towards the hospital?
No.
And why is that?
Because it's common in our area. We're very rural. We all know what the transport times are and what the response times are. I know just for our own department, our goal is from the time of the page to be at the patient within 10 minutes. And I think the community knows that too. So, and I know a lot of people kind of think, well, I can be at the hospital in 10 minutes. And so, no, it is not unusual for a family member to just take a loved one on their own, thinking that they could probably get there faster than waiting.
And in your 25 years of being an EMT, have you responded to other farming type of accidents?
Yes. It's not uncommon in the area. It happens. It's a farming community.
Okay. Circling back to what you saw when you were in the driveway, can you describe the patient and what you did next?
As I approached the patient was lying on her back. One of the deputies was doing chest compressions. I observed she was wearing, it appeared to be heavy chore type clothes, like a thick Carhartt coat. Underneath was a thick hooded sweatshirt. I believe I said she was lying on her back on the gravel driveway. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and her face, the right side, was covered with blood and a brown substance that appeared to be vomit. And the vomit was coming from her nose and her mouth. It was on the right side of her face, and it was also caked in her hair.
Okay. And what was the first thing you did when you reached the patient?
I took over compressions for the deputy.
Why did you do that first?
Because 2 minutes is about the limit that anyone can do good chest compressions. It's just standard that you try to relieve a compressor within 2 minutes if possible, just because after that fatigue starts to set in and then the compressions aren't always as effective. I had no idea how long he had been doing compressions. I was guessing probably longer than 2 minutes at that point. So I was trying to relieve him and get a fresh person on her until we could get the other equipment in place.
And when you started chest compressions, were you doing them over the sweatshirt or over the coat?
The coat was open, but I continued to do compressions over the sweatshirt.
Okay. And did you observe any other obvious injuries or wounds?
No, not at that time.
And were you expecting to see something else?
Well, I was picturing getting hit by bale forks. I was expecting to see very large wounds somewhere and that I was not seeing. And so I was confused as to how the bale forks came into this picture, because I wasn't seeing the massive trauma that I was expecting to see that I would expect bale forks to cause.
And did you know who the deputies were at the scene?
One was Deputy Thompson and one was Deputy Hollab.
Okay. Did you guys have a conversation or exchange information about what had happened?
We just started talking. I do know at one point when I started compressions and I asked what happened, one of the deputies told me, I think we are dealing with a fall. And then I'm pretty sure at one point I asked, did this happen here? Because I was still under the impression that that forklift I saw sitting off to the side had somehow been involved in this incident. And then that's when Todd, who was in the background, he said, no, this didn't happen here. This happened at our farm a few miles east of here.
Did you know the identity of your patient at the time?
At that point, no, I did not.
Did anybody else from the Greeley EMT team respond?
Eventually, there was a third Greeley person who got to the scene of the patient, Steve Engelken. As I took over compressions, I did ask the deputy to page Greeley for more help, because at that point, our pagers had not tripped yet. It was just Dave and I. I knew we had other people close by that we could probably get there faster, even the Manchester ambulance could, if they would just be paged. And the deputy asked for Greeley to be paged, and the dispatch replied with, Greeley's already on scene, they don't need to be paged. And so we asked again to have them paged for more help, and then Greeley was paged. By the time most of the responders responded. Manchester had already gotten there. So Steve Engelken is another member of our service who did get to the patient. I believe he got there at roughly the same time that Manchester ambulance arrived.
Okay.
But I know he was helping with resuscitation efforts at some point. The rest of the Greeley people arrived, but already saw Manchester ambulance and Greeley ambulance and everyone there. So they stayed on the road and conducted traffic control and did not approach the scene.
Okay. And then you mentioned that Dave got the Lucas device and the AED off the ambulance. Can you tell us a little bit about what a Lucas device is?
A Lucas device is basically an automatic CPR device. There's a board that resembles, I don't know, maybe a snowboard would be the closest comparison I can think of. Has a slight curve to it. It goes under the patient's back, like from armpit to armpit. And then there's another U-shaped device that comes down and clips over top of that. And then from that device, there's a plunger that goes down onto the patient's chest. And then once it's turned on, the plunger does the compressions for you. So then the manual compressions are no longer an issue and we don't have to worry about rescue or fatigue. The Lucas just keeps going with good quality compressions.
Okay. And so, and then how is an AED different?
The AED is an automatic external defibrillator. That is the part that actually attaches to the person's chest and shocks the heart to try to get it back into rhythm.
Okay. And what did you do? What did you guys do first?
When Dave got to us with both of those devices, the first thing we did is attach the AED. At that point, we pulled the victim's sweatshirt up and we attached the two pads. The pads go upper right, lower, and then on the right side, and then on the rib, lower rib on the left side. So we attached the pads, we turned it on, it analyzed, and then an AED is looking for a certain cardiac rhythm before it will issue a shock. So as it analyzed, we stopped our compressions and let it analyze, which is protocol. And then the first time it analyzed, it said no shock advised, which meant it did not pick up that shockable rhythm, continue CPR. So we continued CPR.
Okay. And when you pushed your patient's clothing up, did you make any observations about other injuries?
Yeah, we looked, as we lifted up her shirt, we were looking for some other things to see because I was still trying to figure out how this injury happened. There was what appeared to be possibly a slight bruise on the right rib cage. At that point, it was very faint. We thought maybe it was a bruise, but we weren't 100% sure. And then there was also a mark above her right breast that looked possibly like a very small puncture wound. But again, we weren't 100% sure what we were looking at. We saw something there, but had not, were not able to determine what had caused that. So we made note of it in our report.
Did you observe anything, any injuries on her face area?
Again, possibly a slight bruise on the right side that was noted in the report. Again, at the time that we saw her, it appeared very faint. We thought it was possibly a bruise, but we were not 100% sure. So again, we noted it in the report.
Okay. After you set up the AED, did you then do the Lucas device?
Yes, once we did the first analyzing with the AED and said, no shock advised, continue CPR. I continued manual chest compressions, and then Dave and the deputy started setting up the Lucas device. Dave started and the deputy assisted with getting everything in place. I continued manual compressions until the Lucas was in place and could start.
Okay. And you were able to utilize the Lucas to do chest compressions?
Yes, and then once it was in place, we turned it on and the Lucas took over chest compressions.
What did you do after that?
Then I went back to the ambulance to get the airway bag to secure an airway and to start breathing for the patient. So I brought the airway bag back to the patient, opened it up. I took out a King LT. That was the intubation device preferred at the time. And so that's what I took out. At the time that I had gotten that out, then that's when Manchester arrived on scene.
Okay.
I apologize for the interruption, but could we have a quick sidebar?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Again, folks, I want to be crystal clear that unless you are an approved member of the media, there is to be no photography, recording, social media posting, or any recording of any kind of this proceeding. I am aware that there is a specific individual in this courtroom who has posted photos on a social media site from this trial this morning. It is only because I cannot ascertain specifically if that photo or those photos were posted before or after my preliminary warning that that individual is not already being removed from the courtroom by a deputy. If there are any further posts, the individual will be removed, as will any others. We will not have this proceeding derailed by members of the public who are not following the restrictions on recording, photography, and the rules of this court. My apologies to the witness and to counsel. I hope we have no further interruptions. Ms. Pierschbacher, again, if you can try to slow down. I think you just get faster and faster. Okay. All right. Ms. Nichols-Cook, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pierschbacher, maybe act like we're high schoolers, I guess, and we don't listen the first time and just go slow for us. But we were talking about an airway bag, and could you help us all understand a little bit about what you were using? I think we've all seen mouth to mouth, and so tell me about the airway bag.
Okay, so our airway bag specifically carries all of the equipment that we would need if a patient were to have a breathing problem. There is an oxygen tank in that airway bag. There is also it's called an AMVU bag. It's the bag that you put over their mouth and squeeze to help ventilate them, that we carry in there. There is also nasopharyngeal airways, which go into the patient's nose, and oral airways, which are hard airways that go into the patient's mouth that are used to hold the tongue out of the way. Those airways are used for a patient who is still semi-conscious and would have a gag reflex, who would not tolerate anything down their throat. In this particular case, we used a King LT, which is a long tube that is inserted into the patient's mouth, and it goes into their trachea, and there are two balloons that blow up to hold it into place. And then there's a small opening at the top that AMVU bag I was talking about. If you take the mouthpiece off, the round tip goes right onto the top of the King airway, and then we can ventilate directly into the patient's lungs. So that is what I was getting, the airway bag, and that's what we had decided was our best option for that patient at that time.
Okay. And was your patient responsive at all?
No.
And in order to insert the tube then into your patient, did you have to do anything with her mouth or her nose?
Yes. So when I inserted the tube, what I did is I positioned myself at her head so that she was directly in front of me. I was at the top of her head. Other people were still working on doing things with her. I was kneeling on the ground above her head, and then what I do to insert is I reach through and I grab her lower jaw and her tongue and I lift it up to pull the tongue out of the way and to open her mouth. And then with my other hand, I take the tube and insert it into her airway. And then we have a syringe that then blows up those balloons to hold that tube into place.
Okay. Earlier, you mentioned that the right side of your patient's face had blood or maybe a vomit substance.
Yes.
Was that still present when you were inserting the tube?
It was still present. And before the tube was inserted, we used a suction device to suction her mouth clean and clear so that we could get the tube in without getting any extra debris into her airway.
Would getting debris in her airway be harmful to your efforts to get her breathing?
Well, it could, because then it would be basically like aspirating whatever that was, and then it would just cause further problems for the patient down the road.
And I think you mentioned that as you were working to do this, the Manchester paramedics arrived.
Yes, the Manchester crew arrived because at first when they arrived, we filled them in on the situation and told them what we had done so far and what we knew. And then I actually backed off on the airway for a moment just because at that time it was their scene to control. And I just said, we're about to insert an airway. And then that's when they said, well, you are an EMT, you can do that skill, right? And I said, yes, I can. And then they said, please do help us. And so we stayed on scene and continued to help them as they were doing what they were doing.
And in addition to suctioning out the mouth and the nose, did you also have to move her face or handle or wipe things off of her?
I don't remember if we did any wiping. I do know we did have to suction, and then her head was turned slightly to the right, so we would have pulled her head back to center to make it easier to insert that tube.
Okay. After you inserted the airway tube, what do you remember doing next?
At that point, then we hooked up the airway bag, and I started to ventilate for her. The ventilations were going in harder than I expected them to. I was feeling some resistance, which is not normal. But at that time, that's when we were getting ready to move the patient. They had brought a sheet from one of the ambulances. And so the way that we lifted her that day is we did something called a log roll, where we roll the patient onto her side, put the sheet under her, pull it back out from the other side, and now she's laying on a sheet instead of on the bare ground. And then we're able to use that sheet to lift her and get her onto the cot and into the ambulance. So the sheet was the method that we used that day to get her up onto the cot and loaded. So at the time I got the airway in place was the time that we rolled her, got her onto the sheet, and moved her towards the ambulance. I was ventilating the whole way to the ambulance. When we got to the ambulance, I did tell the paramedic, please check this airway. There's more resistance than there should be. Make sure I got it right. And then I handed the airway bag off to one of the Manchester personnel, and they continued care to Manchester.
Did you note any other injuries during that log roll procedure?
During the log roll procedure, I did not see any other injuries myself. As the patient was rolled, I moved with her face to continue to give ventilations. I did hear one of the Manchester responders say, we have a through and through, when they saw her back. I personally never saw her back at the scene. I don't know what it looked like, but I did hear one of the Manchester responders make that comment.
Did you note any other injuries to her mouth, a cut or anything like that?
No.
And in your experience, is the act of performing CPR or using a Lucas device a traumatic event to the body?
It can be, yes.
Was your care ending then as the patient was loaded into Manchester's ambulance?
Yes, that is where our care of the patient ended. We handed off to Manchester. Shortly after Manchester ambulance arrived on scene, so did Manchester first responders, because they were paged out after. So between those two crews, they got enough people in the back of the ambulance to continue care all the way to Manchester. So it was Manchester's full ambulance crew. And then I believe a couple of their first responders who came out in the first responder rig also went back with them to be extra hands to help with resuscitation. So we were not needed to go in the ambulance with them. They had enough people.
Okay. And at that and at some point, do you learn the patient's name?
Yes, as we were loading her into the ambulance, one of the Manchester responders or ambulance members said, "We need a name and a birth date for the victim." And then that's when we asked, "What is her name and birth date?" And that's when we learned it was Amy Mullis. Up until that point, I didn't realize who we were working on.
Had you met Amy Mullis before November 10th, 2018?
Yeah, we were acquaintances. Amy's and Todd's daughter was in gymnastics with my daughter, so we would see each other at gymnastics events, and they also attended the same church as us.
Did you realize the individual providing information to you during your care was Todd Mullis?
I did not realize that either at the time. It was out of context. I was used to seeing him together with the family, and this was out of context. So no, I did not place that was Todd as well.
Can you describe Todd's demeanor while you were on the scene?
From what I observed, he seemed to be kind of anxious, nervous. He seemed to be pacing in the background. He wasn't interfering with resuscitation efforts at all, but he was close by to provide information as we would need it. As if we would start to talk about something or ask something, he would respond right away with information he had or knew. But yeah, he was close by enough to give information, was pacing.
Nothing that alarmed you?
No.
I'm sorry, I'll start over. Did you also then know Todd and Amy's children?
I did. At that point in time, I knew the younger two children better. Wyatt and Taylor went to church with us. I was their Sunday school teacher for a while. I knew Tristan also at that point from seeing him in church with the family, but I did not know him as well as I knew the younger two.
Did you see Tristan on November 10th, 2018?
Yes, a little bit later. Up until that point, I had not noticed him. After Amy was loaded into the ambulance and Manchester took off for the hospital, we turned to start getting our stuff picked up, and that's when I realized Tristan was there as well. He was standing back a lot further than Todd. There was a trailer attached to the pickup that they had been using to try to get Amy to the hospital, and he was on the back side of the trailer.
After the Manchester ambulance left, what did you and the other Greeley EMTs do?
Because some of the Manchester first responders had left in the ambulance service or in the Manchester ambulance, that left a couple of their first responder vehicles unmanned. So our other responder, Steve, who was on scene, he actually helped Manchester to get the rest of their vehicles back to their station. Dave and I took the ambulance and we followed to Manchester because our Lucas device was still being used in resuscitation efforts. And so we said we would just follow and wait for it to be done to get it back. So we proceeded to Manchester. We stopped at the fire station we stopped at Manchester Fire Station to pick our other responder, Steve, up because that's where they keep their first responder vehicles after he helped them drop those off. And then the three of us proceeded to the hospital to wait for the Lucas.
Okay. When you got to the hospital, where did you go?
We just went into the common area in the ER, the hallways. We were just planning to hang out in a corner and try to stay out of the way until things were done.
And did you observe Todd Mullis or any of the other family there as well?
Todd, I believe, was there and had a friend with him. And they were in kind of the family waiting room. They had a special waiting room, not the general public waiting room that everyone goes into. There's a separate one back in the ER for family to wait in. And so he was in there with a friend.
Okay. Did medical staff approach you and Dave or Steve?
One of the RNs came up to us as soon as we got there and
Sustained.
What did you and Dave do after you interacted with medical staff?
We waited. Dave we would take turns waiting in the family room with Todd. Dave spent most of the time in there. I went in, I believe, once for a couple of minutes.
And were you asked to go in? Were you instructed or informed that you needed to go into the waiting room?
Objection, hearsay relies on hearsay testimony.
Your Honor, it's been offered to show what she did and why she did it.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
We were told to make sure Todd was not left alone and to make sure one of us was with him at all
Objection
times.
Hearsay again, ask that the objection precede the response, Your Honor.
Rule, the answer will remain in the record.
In your 20 plus years of experience as an EMT, has that ever happened to you before?
No.
Did you make any observations of Todd's demeanor while you were in the waiting room or at the hospital?
It was similar to on scene. He appeared anxious to me, was pacing.
At some point, were you able to not stay in the family waiting room any longer?
Another RN came in.
Are you familiar with former Sheriff LeClaire?
I am.
Did you see him at the hospital on November 10th?
I did.
Did you speak with him or see him speak to anybody?
I did not.
Objection calls for a hearsay response again, Your Honor.
I didn't ask what was said, Your Honor.
I did not speak to him myself. I did observe he and Dave speaking to each other.
And since Dave was a fire chief in the county, was that unusual or alarming?
No.
At some point, were you able to retrieve your equipment and depart Manchester Hospital?
Yes. At some point when the Lucas device was finished being used, we got it back and then we left and returned to Greeley's fire station.
Did you respond to any other EMS calls that day?
We did have another EMS call later that night.
Did that take you back to Regional Medical Center in Manchester?
Yes, we transported that patient there as well.
Did you ever learn that there was concerns or instructions to complete your report in a certain way?
When we returned back for that second EMS call that night, we were actually with Edgewood crew at that time. Edgewood was the transporting service. They needed extra help. So Dave and I both ended up being in the back with the patient on the way in. When we got to the hospital, I stayed in the rig and started cleaning everything up. Dave and the rest of the Edgewood crew members actually delivered the patient into the ER. When Dave returned to the ambulance after dropping the patient off, he told me that—
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay within hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me try to rephrase a little bit there. Did you complete a report about the service call regarding Amy Mullis?
I did.
And did your husband, Dave Piersbacher, contribute to that report?
He did.
Did your colleague, Steve Ingleton, also contribute?
He did.
Okay. And did you have an understanding that you need to take some extra care or caution when writing your report?
Yeah, most reports are completed thoroughly, though I usually I always make a point that every report is completed thoroughly.
And at some point, did you learn that Amy's death was being investigated as a murder?
I did.
And do you recall when you learned that?
That evening at the ER.
I've got a copy of your report here marked as Exhibit 216. If we can show that to you to make sure we have the right report. We'll try to get it on the screen there for you. Ms. Pierce-Clark, have you had an opportunity to look at Exhibit 216?
Yes.
And does this appear to be the report that you wrote and submitted
It appears to
regarding?
be.
And can you tell the date that you submitted this report?
I'm not sure it's on this front page, but if I remember correctly, it was November 13th.
And so that would have been just a couple of days after
Yes.
you responded to the call? And I think you just said you submitted it. Can you tell us a little bit about what that means? Like, how do you submit it? Where does it go?
The system that we use for EMS reporting is called Image Trend. We all go in and it's what every EMS service uses. We complete the report and then it stays open. And when we are satisfied that it is done, we hit lock and submit, and it is locked and submitted, and then it uploads to the state database. And at that point, then it is considered submitted.
Okay. And after you submitted your report here in Exhibit 216, did law enforcement ever talk to you about your observations from November 10th or your report?
No.
Did anybody from the Delaware County Attorney's Office talk to you about it?
No.
And I apologize, I said law enforcement earlier, specifically Delaware County Sheriff. Did anyone talk to you? The Iowa DCI?
No.
And have you ever spoken to anybody from the Iowa Attorney General's office about the substance of your report?
No.
And were you aware, or are you aware now, that Todd Mullis was charged with Amy's murder and tried and convicted of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And then we'll flip to Exhibit 215 and have you identify that for us.
Yeah, this is an affidavit.
So 215 is an affidavit that you signed regarding November 10th.
Yes.
And my copy is a little faint, so maybe yours is a little better, but is it dated in 2023?
I believe so. I don't see the signature page on my screen, but I believe that's when it was.
We'll scroll for you.
Yes, 2023.
And prior to this affidavit in 2023, did you speak with any attorney representing Mr. Mullis?
No.
Any private investigators or anybody talk to you?
No.
Was there anything about Todd's behavior or demeanor on November 10th that was alarming to you or caused you concern?
No.
Your Honor, if I could have one moment, and then I think we already have an agreement to admit 215 and 216, but I would formally move to admit those exhibits. You just got one or two more. I apologize. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Piercebacher, while you were on the scene that day, providing care and waiting at the hospital, did you ever observe any or hear anything that caused you to think that Ms. Mullis's injuries were not an accident?
No.
And I know you said earlier that it's not uncommon for there to be farming accidents. And so Can you expand a little bit on that? Like what types of accidents you have responded to over the years?
Your Honor, I am going to object on the grounds of beyond the scope of the lay witness's testimony. She's not a certified expert, and it's her testimony as to other incidents are irrelevant for her insight and for purposes of this proceeding.
Sustained. Let me re-ask that. Have you responded personally as an EMT to other farming accidents?
Yes.
And have those included things like falls?
Yes.
And onto whether it's a farm implement or a fork or some other tool?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is irrelevant. It's both beyond the scope, not an expert, and simultaneously leading.
Your Honor, I'm asking for her personal experience. I'm not asking for an expert opinion.
Yes, we have been called to emergencies that involved farm implement, and we have been called to emergencies where people have fallen. We've been called to emergencies where people have been trapped. Yeah, there's several different types of farming emergencies that happen.
Okay. One last question is, do you have any recollection of the weather on November 10th? It's winter in Iowa, but other than that, do you have anything?
It was very cold. I remember it was very cold, very bitter. I believe there was like a skiff of snow on the ground at the time.
Okay. Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
Counsel, any objection to exhibits 216 and 215?
Your Honor, no objection to the inclusion of 216, but we would object to the inclusion of Exhibit 215. As it is hearsay, includes hearsay within hearsay as well, and is inadmissible. I believe it also predates the filing of this case and therefore was not made as a part of the record for any sort of consistency.
216 is admitted. Counsel, did you want to respond to the objections 215?
Yes, Your Honor. I think there might be some confusion. I guess it was my impression the state had already didn't have any objections to 215, but additionally, it's a part of the original post-conviction relief application filing in this matter. Ms. Piersbacher has identified it, and I can ask her some additional questions as far as, where the information comes from in it. But I do believe it's an admissible document that this court should consider.
Well, to the extent it was identified as an attachment, I guess, to the petition, it's there. The court will consider it in that fashion. Generally, I'm not going to admit affidavits, though, of witnesses who are here to testify. So 215 is not going to be admitted as a separate exhibit. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kirschbacher.
Good morning.
At the time of Ms. Moll's death, you had been an EMT or volunteer firefighter for about 20 years. Is that fair to say?
Just shy of that, yes.
And since then, obviously, you are still a volunteer.
Correct.
On the day in question, you were dispatched around 11 minutes after noon, right?
Yes.
And you arrived somewhere around 12:14, 3 minutes later.
Yes.
According to your report, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 216, you reached Ms. Mullis or Amy Mullis for an assessment at 12:15, right?
I believe if that's what it says in the report, then yes.
And the Lucas device that you explained earlier was placed a minute later.
Yes, if that's what it says.
And at that time, you left Ms. Mullis's body, ceased compressions, and went back to the ambulance, right?
I did because compressions were being taken over by the Lucas device.
So you didn't visualize her during that period of time.
I did not.
And you didn't administer the AED shock at 12:17 either, did you?
Whoever was running the AED did at that point. That's the time that it was shocked.
And I believe if we turn to directing your attention to what is page 4 of Exhibit 216, I believe it references that David Pierschbacher was the one who placed that AED shock, right?
That is possible. Yeah, I don't have that page in front of me, but if that's what it says, then that's what happened.
And 1 minute later, Manchester Ambulance took over the care of and administered the life-saving efforts for Miss Mills, right?
Yes, once they arrived, yes.
So the entirety of your interaction spanned about 3 minutes.
Probably, yes.
And for the portion of those 3 minutes, you weren't actually with Miss Mills the whole time, were you?
Not the entire time, no.
And according to your report, as has already been admitted, you didn't see the injuries in question, right?
I did not.
And you didn't observe the full extent of any puncture wounds, right?
I did not.
You don't document any direct references to Todd Mullis in your report, do you?
No.
You never once reference Tristan Mullis in your report, right?
Correct.
And you were familiar with them, as you mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because your focus was actually on Amy Mullis and preventing her or administering life-saving care.
Correct.
So what we do know from your report is that you'd agree that she had bruising documented to her face.
Yes.
And you didn't actually note anything about her hands in question, correct?
No.
In fact, based upon your examination, you had no reason to check her hands, fair?
We did not.
So you can't say whether or not she had any injuries to her hands, right?
That is correct.
Nor could you say that she has any injuries to her legs or feet, right?
No. Those, that was removed by Manchester Ambulance. They cut the rest of her clothing off of her when they took over care. So that's why that is not in my report, because that was under their care.
So directing to your specific interactions with Amy Mullis on this day, you administered manual compressions.
I did.
And you placed the King airway device, right?
I did.
Tube. How long or how many tubes have you placed, would you say?
Over the years.
Can we get a little, I'm sorry, objection, a little foundation as to like a time period? Are you talking the entire 20 years or?
Sure. In a general sense, without holding you to any specific number, over your 20 years time at that point, how many airway devices had you placed? How many tubes?
At that point, well, those were relatively new at the time. I mean, we haven't had those in the entire 20 years that I had been in EMT, but I placed a dozen.
So you were fairly experienced or aware of how to place them?
Yes.
And to be fair, those don't come into contact with a patient's lips or anything like that specifically, right?
No, mostly it's my hand that comes in contact with her face or her lips as I'm moving her face out of the way to put the tube in.
And in this instance, Manchester Ambulance is the one who was doing the suctioning, not you, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So you weren't applying any force with an outside suction, right?
No.
And do you recall or have any reason to believe you caused an injury to her lips yourself?
No.
And generally, when you place a King airway tube specifically, do you cause injuries to the patients you place them or administer them to?
I have not heard of that.
And in your instance, that hasn't happened, right?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So you don't have any reason to believe that she would have caused any damage to Amy Mullis's face or mouth or otherwise, right?
No.
And you didn't ride with her to the hospital either, did you?
I did not.
So your care or interactions with Amy Mullis ended at 12:18 or so.
Yes. Whatever time she was loaded in the ambulance, that's when my interaction with her stopped.
And so your total interaction with Amy Mullis would have been 3 minutes, right?
Probably, yes.
In your report, you don't call it a farming accident, though, do you?
What did I reference it as? What did I put in my narrative?
I believe when you were dispatched, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that, like you said earlier, you believe that a woman had been hit by forks, right?
Yes, that's what it was dispatched as.
You don't mention a forklift, though, do you?
No.
And you don't mention any bale spears, right?
Nope.
So overall, you had no reason to believe or any reason to look into the cause of Miss Mullis's injuries, did you?
Just to ask what had happened, and again was told we weren't sure. We thought we were maybe dealing with a fall, was the answer that we got on scene.
Is it safe to say that the family members who are noted in your report, that would be Todd Mullis?
Yes, I believe I just referenced family members in general, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it would have been reported as an unknown incident to you, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't referenced as an accident by Mr. Mullis. Fair?
No.
I'm gonna object at that point as asked and answered and beyond this witness's testimony.
Overruled, answer will remain in the record.
That was it, yes?
Sorry, could you please re-ask the question?
So Mr. Mullis had never referred to it as an accident or otherwise to you, right?
No, it was very confusing. We were trying to figure out what had happened. As you said, the 3 minutes that I was with her, we were trying to see if we could resuscitate her. So that was our primary cause. In my mind, I was running over what could have happened, but our primary focus was to get her back, get a heartbeat and breathing.
So your job wasn't to look into what caused the incident in question?
We asked the questions to help us figure out what we're dealing with. But in this case, it was very confusing. Nobody really knew. So we focused just on what we could see and took care of that.
So we've referenced your report extensively, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 216. Who do you submit that report to?
I believe it goes to the Iowa Department of Health.
So it doesn't go to any specific agency for inclusion, right?
No, it gets uploaded to the state.
And I believe you've previously referenced the National Emergency Medical Services Information System.
Mm-hmm.
Fair?
Yes.
Is that also called NIMSIS?
Yes.
And for NIMSIS, do you know who that goes to?
I do not.
So is it safe to say that you've never in your 25 years checked into where that goes, right?
No, I do know that when our service gets inspected every 3 years by the state, the Iowa Department of Public Health comes out and they do have access to all of those reports, and they have all of our information on when reports were filed and in what a timely manner, and that is checked into them. So I do know that at that point, the Iowa Department of Public Health Emergency Services Agency, who keeps track of the EMS services, they have those reports.
And so those reports don't actually go to anyone other than the state agency designated to receive them, right?
As far as I know.
And in that case, the NIMSIS program is actually administered at the federal level. Fair?
I believe so.
So that data is not being aggregated by, say, the hospital in Delaware County.
I don't know.
You have never provided the report specifically to a hospital in Delaware County, right?
Not that final report, no.
Did you provide any other version of a report to a healthcare provider in this case?
Yes.
And so that would be documented in the medical records or referenced otherwise?
It should be in Manchester's report that they received ours. What we usually do is when we get on scene, we don't pull out our computers and do the final report there. We have handwritten notes and we pull off the top sheet and it goes with the patient. So in this case, when we handed off the patient to Manchester, our top sheet of notes went with her, with Manchester, to become part of their report.
And that's because it was Manchester who was in charge of her transport to the hospital.
Because they transported her, yes.
And in charge of handing over care to the hospital emergency room.
Correct.
So that wasn't you in this
We
case.
did not hand her over to the emergency room. No, we did not. We handed her over to Manchester Ambulance Service.
But on scene, you talked to Todd Mullis, correct?
Yes. Well, in passing, he was in the background giving answers. I did not specifically talk to him one-on-one.
You also confirmed some of the details with the deputies, yes?
Yes.
And so in question, you were also known to the Mullis family, weren't you?
I believe so. Somewhat more so Amy and the younger two kids at that point in time.
Because you went to the same church and your families interacted,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So at that point, Todd Mullis and you were already familiar.
In passing, as an acquaintance.
Ultimately, it's safe to say you can't actually explain the full extent of Amy Mullis's injuries that she sustained that day, right?
No, I cannot.
And you can't describe the extent of the location of where her injuries were seen.
No.
And your report would only document the injuries that would already be noted in her medical records or by other care staff, right?
Objection beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge. There's been no foundation laid that she's ever seen medical records from a hospital related to Ms. Millis.
Kelly, can you read me the question? I'm sorry.
Report would only document the injuries that would already be noted in their medical records or by other care staff, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm
Would you mind
happy to
asking
rephrase,
one?
Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
You mentioned earlier that the extent of the injuries would have gone to Manchester ambulance, right?
Correct.
And that Manchester ambulance would have provided that information also to the hospital, correct?
Yes, they should have. Yes, I assume they did.
And that's because they ultimately transferred care to the emergency room, right?
Correct.
So the bruising on Amy Mullis's face or the puncture wounds to her body or any other documented injuries would primarily be noted by her medical records or by that staff. Is that fair?
Possibly.
Because you would have provided or noted the same injuries that were noted by Manchester ambulance, right?
No, objection, Your Honor. I think the question is asking this witness to say what Manchester paramedics did or what's in the Manchester reports, which she has not seen or nor did she write. So this is an improper question and ask for speculation.
Sustained.
After you responded for those three and provided those 3 minutes or so of care, did you have any other interaction with Amy Mullis?
No.
You did not provide the report to any law enforcement, correct?
No.
And you normally would not provide those reports to law enforcement,
Not
right?
unless asked.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Pierce-Bacher, law enforcement knew you were on the scene.
Correct.
You have been a member of the Delaware County community your entire life.
Correct.
Law enforcement spoke with you while you were providing care.
Yes.
Is it a normal protocol and or is it required by the Department of Public Health that you complete and submit a report?
Yes.
Do you have any obligation to send that report out to the law enforcement you interacted with?
No.
And you mentioned that you would have taken the top sheet of your notes and sent them with the patient. When you describe that, are you describing like a carbon copy where you also kept a copy of
Yes.
those notes? And we talked a little bit earlier about you submitted this report, but it included observations and actions of the other two EMTs from Greeley.
Yes.
Okay. And is that normal protocol for an EMS EMT report?
Yes.
And you were asked about your entire interaction with Ms. Mullis only being about 3 minutes. Is that unusual?
No.
You were asked a little bit about the dispatch and the farming records. And I believe you testified, so I just want to clarify that you heard over your pager, over the radio, and dispatch was calling it a tractor baling fork type of accident.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Dave responded from Greeley in part because Manchester was not responding fast enough or could not find the patient. Is that your understanding?
Yes, there was confusion on where exactly the patient was located and how long it would take Manchester to reach them.
Ms. Pierce-Bacher, you heard us talk a little bit about your affidavit. Is there anything in your affidavit that you feel it is not accurate or reflective of your experience on November 10th?
No.
Objection relevance, Your Honor. This affidavit's already been excluded.
Idaho 822 allows affidavits. The objection's overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
Did you ever talk to anybody from the state medical examiner's office about Amy Mullis's death?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
None needed, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a morning recess for about 15 minutes. I'll see you back then.
We are going to call Dr. Cruz, Your Honor. One thing we neglected to do earlier this morning, which we should have done, is to give the court the file of all of our exhibits, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Morning, Dr. Cruz. You've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Dr. Cruz.
Good morning.
We have not met, but my name is Carrie Thompson. I'm one of the attorneys for Miles in this case.
Okay.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellylykrusse.
I may be the only person that's having this problem in the children.
Sure, and I can't see.
I'm sorry, there's no light on it, but
If you'd hit the, yeah, perfect. Okay. And Ms. Thompson, your microphone's not on either. There we go. That might help.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, with that out of the way, Dr. Cruz, you gave testimony in Todd Mullis's trial, criminal trial back in 2019, correct?
correct.
And at that trial, you testified about the autopsy that you performed on Miss Amy Mullis back in 2018, right?
Correct.
And you prepared a report based on the autopsy that you conducted.
Correct.
In your trial testimony at Todd's criminal trial, you gave your opinions about the cause and the manner of Miss Mullis's death.
Correct.
And at that proceeding, you testified that the manner of her death was a homicide.
Correct.
And you testified that it was your opinion that someone struck her with a corn rake and that killed her.
I testified that she had injuries that would be consistent with those caused by the corn rake.
Was someone striking her with the corn rake and that causing her death?
Correct.
Those are opinions that you maintain today, Dr. Cruz, is that right?
Correct.
And you're not here at these proceedings to offer different opinions than the opinions that you've already given in your prior report and your prior testimony.
Correct.
You reached your opinions about the cause and the manner of Miss Mullis's death at the autopsy that you performed on November 12th of 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
And you based your conclusions about the cause and the manner of her death on what you learned at that autopsy, right?
Yes.
is there any disagreement in your mind or any confusion in your mind that Ms. Mullis was found with something called a corn rake that had been impaled in her back and her side?
That's information that has been consistent, so I don't have any reason to not believe that.
And it's also your understanding that after that occurred, that she was rushed to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And that it was her husband Todd and her son Tristan who took her to the hospital?
That's what I've been told, yes.
And it's your understanding that they got partway down the road to the hospital when they were met by emergency medical services, people who performed resuscitative efforts on Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
And then it's those EMTs that then took Ms. Mullis to the hospital?
Yes.
And she died at the hospital at 1:08 a.m.?
I'd have to check the time.
And sorry, I misspoke. She died at the hospital at 1:08 p.m., correct?
I would still like to check the time, but she died at the hospital.
Well, she died at the hospital.
Correct.
After she passed at the hospital, the medical examiner that was covering Delaware County at that time, Dr. Craig Thompson, he called your office?
Yes.
And he told you that he was sending Ms. Mullis's body to your office for an autopsy?
Judge, I'm going to object. These questions are all leading.
They are. Yes, I appreciate Ms. Thompson moving things along, if that's her intention in using leading questions. But since there's been an objection, if you could rephrase and avoid using the leading questions.
Your Honor, this was the subject of the pretrial motion that the applicant filed, and I do want to be heard on this issue. We filed a pretrial motion about this exact issue. We can take it up at sidebar or with the witness, but we filed a motion about this issue.
Okay.
This is background information anyway.
Did you want to take it up in a sidebar or just take it up on the record? Obviously, I assume you're referring to the issue of this witness being taken out of order.
Oh. Yes, and I apologize because I truly thought this issue was resolved.
Okay. I guess I'll leave it up to you if you'd prefer to take it up in a sidebar or just on the record now.
I don't think it impacts the content of the witness's testimony, so I'm fine for the witness to remain.
Okay.
The motion that we filed addressed a couple of issues. One, that this witness is an agent of the state, and as such, under the rules, I'm allowed to cross-examine her because she's not a hostile person with respect to the witness, but she's hostile for purposes of the rules. This is also relevant to the burden that Mr. Mullis has to prove at this hearing about what her testimony, what the trial would have been like with additional information. And she would have been the state's witness at trial, and she would have been cross-examined by trial counsel. So a cross-examination is appropriate regardless of who is proffering the witness. We certainly are proffering this witness. But the issue of her being an agent of the state alone makes it appropriate for me to lead her.
Any response, Mr.
Judge,
Brown?
this is a witness they're calling regardless of what her position was at the previous trial. These are leading questions. Developing an issue and asking leading questions in some respect is fine. But we're going to be getting into other details relating to Dr. Cruz's opinion. They're calling her as a witness. I think they should be made to follow the rules of evidence. So that's why we're objecting.
Yeah, this is a different situation. I don't think there's been an issue of establishing Dr. Cruz as a hostile witness in any sense. As far as her being an agent of the state, counsel, if you want to lay some foundation to establish, again, that agency relationship, something that would support or demonstrate a rationale for treating her as a hostile witness, you may do so. But for now, let's proceed as if she's your witness.
Your Honor, I'd like to lay some foundation for this issue, but it was my understanding that this was addressed in our motion and that this had been ruled upon. So I don't want to, this is an important issue for us, and that's why we briefed this issue and cited law and cited the statute, which says that a witness that's identified with an adverse party may be treated as hostile. And again, it's not about, obviously, Dr. Cruz's conduct on the stand, but her identity as the person that she is. I'll ask some questions on this topic, but this is an issue that for Mr. Mullis is important, and that's why we filed the motion that we filed. And we also discussed this at the pretrial conference, Your Honor, which is why, again, I apologize. When we addressed the issue of how the witnesses were going to proceed, it was my understanding this issue had been resolved.
Certainly. And I understand that there was discussion about calling witnesses out of order. And I think that there was clarity in that regard. I don't recall a specific discussion about this particular issue. And I certainly could be wrong. Counsel, maybe you want to chime in here.
If I may, Your Honor, certainly Rule 5.611 sub C for leading questions would not permit them normally on direct examination. And we have hotly contested, I believe, as the court knows, whether or not Dr. Cruz is in fact an agent of the state, because the state for this purposes under Iowa's PCR Act is the Attorney General's office and the criminal justice section. Most of the witnesses, if not all of them, would have been in their concept then a hostile witness and would fall under too broad a scope. Certainly Dr. Cruz has been openly answering the questions and trying to be responsive to them. And certainly there should be no reason to believe she's hostile yet. Now, should a finding of hostility be found later on, then maybe this could change, but the court has no reason to grant that right now, as she is not associated or called by us at this point in time. And the court's pretrial ruling was not in reference to this as it related to the pretrial motions. So the state would resist that finding.
Your Honor, our motion on this topic is at D0290.
Did you say 290?
Is that correct? Yeah,
From-
D0290.
From 20. That's the motion to admit deposition testimony, yes?
It addresses other topics as well, which includes being able to lead this witness.
And Your Honor, again, I don't believe that the court ruled on that, and that wasn't pertinent to this at this point in time either.
Since it is just about noon, I think probably the prudent thing to do is take our lunch recess. We will excuse the witness for now. We'll pick up any additional argument on this issue that we need to over the noon hour, and then pick back up with the witness's testimony once it's been resolved and everybody knows where things stand. Dr. Cruz, you may step down. Let's plan on resuming at 1:15. Council, if you can, well, why don't we take care of this right now? If that works for you?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thompson, any additional argument that you would like to make?
Well, two things, Your Honor. One is Rule 5.611 is very clear that the issue about leading questions is not just about, I mean, we all understand the classic witness who isn't cooperating in the exam, but that's not what Rule 5.611 speaks to. It speaks to and literally says the court should allow leading questions when a party calls a witness identified with an adverse party. And that is also, as we cited in our motion, what Iowa Code 624.1 says, which allows parties to call agents of public corporations and to treat them as, they are a representative of the adverse party. And we can lay some foundation for this, but it's really undisputed that this witness is an employee of the state of Iowa. There is evidence in the record that she was being advised by Scott Brown as to her conduct in the pre-trial litigation of this post-conviction matter, taking advice and direction from the Attorney General's office about how to respond to the issues in this case. There's no question that she's identified with an adverse party. And so it's not about whether she responds to the questions in an appropriate way. It's simply that she is a person who is associated with an adverse party by the plain text of the rule and by the statute. And that is why we are allowed to cross her, Your Honor.
So just one more thing on this and then I'll be done if I may.
Go ahead.
So I'm well aware of the rule that is cited by counsel. But just because she is a state of Iowa employee or that she may have been called as a witness by the state does not substantiate the claim that she is somehow identified with us. The medical examiner goes to great lengths to remain neutral in their opinions. She is not employed by the Attorney General's office. They are completely separate. I would go back a little bit of a history lesson in that the ME's office used to be part of the Department of Public Safety, and they were moved out of the Department of Public Safety into to Health and Human Services, formerly the Department of Public Health, for that reason, so that they can maintain their neutrality. She gave an opinion that we utilized at trial. They don't like it, and that's fine. But that does not mean that this rule has been, that the terms of this rule would allow them to ask the leading questions in the manner that counsel is claiming she can ask leading questions.
May I make one more point of record, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I mean, the offer of proof that we'll make, which we can elicit from this witness on the stand, is that shortly before Mr. Mullis filed his post-conviction pleading in this case, my colleague, Ms. Neshwa, wrote a letter to the medical examiner's office directed to this witness, giving this witness information about new material in this case and asking to speak with this witness. And the records that we have reflect that this witness consulted with the Attorney General's office, consulted actually with counsel to my left, and from that conversation determined that it would be inappropriate to speak with Mr. Mullis's counsel, and so she did not. And that reflects that she is taking legal advice or, direction in this case from literally the attorney sitting to my left. She did not communicate with us. She is not a neutral party in this litigation. And she remains an employee of the state of Iowa, whose office is in the same building as the Department of Public Safety, who is an employee of the state of Iowa, whose work in this case was in the context as an employee of the state of Iowa. So that's exactly what this rule talks about. And the last thing I'll say about this, Your Honor, is were she not a person who could take legal advice and direction from Mr. Brown. And I do not say this to impugn Mr. Brown at all. It's inappropriate for an attorney in litigation under the rules of professional responsibility to advise a neutral witness not to speak with a party. That is one of the core rules of our profession, is that I cannot tell a witness, don't talk to the other side. The only way that it would be even appropriate for an attorney to do that is if that person can give that person legal advice because they are associated. And I certainly don't accuse Mr. Brown of having done anything improper. But the reason it was not improper for him to tell this witness not to speak to us is because they had a legal relationship. And so she's clearly identified with that party. If she wasn't, then there would be another issue that we'd be raising here in terms of professional responsibility, and we're not.
At this time, the state is not planning on calling her as a witness. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Dr. Cruz is listed as the state's expert witness and would be handled at the same time. To my knowledge, that would go to the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the breadth of the testimony. I guess on the point of the breadth of this objection is, one, citing the rules of professional conduct in this aspect would seek to wrongly impugn an attorney's testimony here or an attorney's questioning here. There hasn't been, I believe, proof provided in this case, and perhaps I'd love to see it, that would suggest that there was some sort of impropriety. But beyond that, the deposition testimony that they sought to admit into the record already and sought stipulation to, for instance, regarding Dr. Cruz, they were, Mr. Mose's counsel was completely comfortable asking open-ended questions there, and this sort of accusation would predate that. Again, we have extensively included in motions and resistances what the state means as a party here in this case. And this is just wasting the efforts. They certainly could ask about that in an open fashioned way. Before this case proceeded, were you contacted by Mr. Mose's counsel with new evidence? That can all speak to what Dr. Cruz did, but it certainly isn't shaping the purpose or why leading questions should be permitted here. And that is just too broad and too improper, Your Honor.
Obviously, this isn't as black and white as it normally is because this is a PCR. And there's already been the underlying criminal trial where some of these people have already testified as witnesses for the state. It's also not as black and white as it normally is because some of these people are employees of the state, albeit in different offices. And some of them have no other place to turn for questions than the AG's office. Looking not just at Dr. Cruz, but at the list of names that are included in the motion that was filed on February 3rd. Obviously, I assume there are some different arguments for some of these other people, but specifically with regard to Dr. Cruz, the responsibilities of the state medical examiner are dictated and directed by statute and rule. They're not controlled by or directed by the Office of the Attorney General. In the absence of some foundation or finding that The state in this matter was directing Dr. Cruz's investigation or autopsy. I don't think she falls under this rule. So I'm not going to allow leading at this point. And I think generally speaking, it's probably going to be the same with regard to the rest of these individuals. I am assuming that similarly, there probably has been communication between these individuals and counsel at various points. But they are from different agencies. And you're free, obviously, to make whatever arguments you need to individually, whatever record you wish, either now or when we get there, but that's where things stand for now.
I understand the court's ruling, and I think, and again, we truly believed, and I say this only because I apologize for this coming up now, because it was truly the belief of every attorney for Mr. Mullis that this had been resolved at the pretrial conference, and that the reason we were agreeing to call her today was because we were going to be able to call her in our case and lead her. I understand the court's ruling. Respectfully, we disagree, but that's why we called her now. And I do think we need to confer briefly about what this means for us, because the appropriate examination for her, in our view, is this one. And if this isn't the examination the court is going to allow us to have, I think we need to decide whether we're going to have the state call her. So we need to make a determination about that, Your Honor.
Okay, certainly. And we can, as I said, we'll take our lunch break at this time and plan on resuming at 1:15, and I'll be in chambers. So if there's anything that we need to talk about with regard to the schedule, you know where to find me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, there's only one more issue that might be helpful
Sure.
to address while there's no witness on the stand. So just this morning, we were given a demonstrative exhibits for a witness that was initially identified earlier this morning that Mr. Mullis's counsel intended to call. These are demonstratives that were, to my knowledge, never provided to the state. 11 months ago, I believe the state did discovery requests, as the court knows, specifically requesting copies of any demonstrative aids intended to be used by Mr. Mullis's counsel or any of their witnesses. We received those exhibits, or demonstratives rather, at 9:42 a.m. today. It was never produced in discovery, and I know Mr. Mullis replied, because I inquired while trial was ongoing, whether these demonstratives were provided in discovery, and the response was that they got them this morning from the witness. However, given the late disclosure of these demonstratives, I believe that it is improper, especially considering this was a subject of months of discovery in this case and has resulted in numerous other motions related to the destruction or disappearance or what have you of other demonstrative aids. So I think it is unfairness to the state to have additional new demonstratives, including highly technical mathematical calculations in them, and we can show them to the court if that would aid in your ruling. But I believe any demonstratives that had not been produced in discovery prior to the start of trial would be improper and unfair. Thank you.
Did these demonstratives go with?
I believe it's with Dr. Hammers is the only one that we've been provided thus far.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, what counsel is talking about are two photographs. The photographs are photos of Ms. Mullis from autopsy, and they have some measurements on them that are pre-marked. Those measurements come directly from Dr. Cruz's notes that are on Exhibit 380, page 3. They're her measurements. This isn't something that is calculations. It's numbers. There's numbers written on a document that that we intend to use with a witness. It's they're literally transposed from Dr. Cruz's notes. While a party is entitled to, make whatever interrogatory and just document requests they want in discovery, a party can't change the court's deadlines for providing materials by, asking for discovery that would require a party to anticipate, months and months, in this case, months and months and months before trial, every piece of paper they're going to show a witness at trial. There's not any new information here. It's literally a photo with numbers from Dr. Cruz pre-written on it. That's what it is. It's not a surprise. The idea of this being related to document destruction is, at that point doesn't make any sense. That's what this is. It's a photo with numbers from Dr. Cruz written on it. And we can lay the foundation for those numbers with Dr. Cruz.
And briefly, Your Honor, just to wrap this up, certainly I wasn't implying any document destruction was related to this. However, in reference to the counsel invoked the court's pretrial deadlines on giving exhibits, just this last Saturday afternoon, a day and a half before trial, we received a new exhibit that was never exchanged and never produced in discovery. And when I requested counsel specifically provide the day and time that it had been produced in discovery, no answer was given. So we would ask that the court put an end to the continuing production of new material and exclude evidence and materials that were not provided prior to the court's pre-trial deadline, which was 21 days before trial.
If somebody could please provide me with a copy of the demonstratives so I could take a look at it quickly over lunch, I will do so and let you know what we'll do with that. We'll see you back here at 1:15. Court's in recess until then.
Your Honor.
All right, if we're ready to go back on the record, we'll maybe pick back up with the last thing that we discussed, which was the issue of the demonstrative exhibits. I did receive those from Ms. Nichols-Cook. And counsel, if you could just clarify for me, there are 3 photos, it looks like, and they have measurements on them. The measurements came from where?
Exhibit 380, page 3. These are measurements. Okay. All right. It's exhibit 380, page 4. These are measurements that were noted at autopsy by Dr. Cruz.
If I can, we've had a chance over lunch to verify that. We don't have any objection to those 3 exhibits.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
At some point.
Are we picking back up then with Dr. Cruz's testimony or switching gears?
We're picking back up, Your Honor. Given what was originally indicated to us as for limited availability, we wanted to accommodate her today by having her called out of order, and we want to move this case forward. So, our views about the court's ruling, we respect it, and we'll proceed. I do have one thing to note, which I'll be brief, but I just think this will help head off objections potentially, to just explain one issue for the court before we continue, which is just that the court's ruling was that Dr. Cruz would be limited to the opinions that had been disclosed, meaning, in our view, opinions that she held as of her 2023 deposition. I don't want to open the door to invite, whether she has other opinions that she's developed later, I don't want to invite those. So some of the questions I'm going to ask her are going to be framed in that way, as of your 2023 deposition, so that I'm not opening the door. And I don't want that to be a beginning of a question that prompts objections or some concern about why I'm cabining it. That's the purpose, Your Honor.
Understood, and I would consider that simply to be directing the witness maybe to a specific area rather than hopefully a leading that would be objectionable. And certainly now that counsel has an understanding that that may be coming, we should all be on the same page. So if Dr. Cruz is available, great, thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Cruz. Go ahead and have a seat, and I would just remind you that you remain under oath. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cruz, before we broke for lunch, I think you had told us that you made a determination at the time of the autopsy that the manner of Miss Mullis's death was homicide, and that's where I want to pick us back up. What are the possible manner of death findings that a forensic pathologist can make?
There are 5 options in terms of manner of death. The most common option is natural. So that's death due purely to natural disease. There's suicide, death at the hands of oneself. There's accident, death due to a hostile environment or unforeseen circumstances. There's homicide, death at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is used when you have all the information available and cannot choose one of the other manners, or you have compelling information for 2 competing manners.
And for a forensic pathologist to make a manner of death finding that a death is a homicide, what is the level of proof that a forensic pathologist needs to have?
There's no exact determination. It uses our medical judgment. I set a very high standard for myself, and often in court, it's termed as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Well, isn't there a standard that to make a finding that a death is a homicide, that a forensic pathologist needs to have clear and convincing evidence that that death was a homicide?
I would put that with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Clear and convincing evidence is vague. It's really up to the pathologist.
To make that finding, well, let me ask you this. Do you disagree that the appropriate standard is clear and convincing evidence?
I find it to be vague, but if that's what other people are comfortable with, I don't have huge issues with it.
Is that the standard in your profession, clear and convincing evidence?
By whom?
By what the generally accepted practices are in forensic pathology.
I need more information on who's making that general principle.
Is there any general acceptance in the field of forensic pathology about what the level of proof a forensic pathologist needs to have to find that a death was a homicide?
The National Association of Medical Examiners gives guidelines for manners of death. Manner of death can be complicated, and different circumstances require different determinations. So clear and convincing evidence, I would really need more information as to what that means to you or another person in a certain scenario.
And I understand, but my question is, Dr. Cruz, not what you understand, but what the generally accepted practices in forensic pathology.
I guess I'm not an expert in terms of who you think everyone is in terms of generally accepted practices.
So that's not a question you're able to answer.
I see what you're getting at, but I've seen that term in the same way I've seen reasonable degree of medical certainty. Sure, I do agree, but I haven't polled every medical examiner to see if that's generally accepted by everybody.
So am I right then that you don't know what the generally accepted standard is in your field for making a determination of homicide?
I would argue that no one knows what everybody thinks within my field.
And you understand that I'm not asking you what everyone thinks. I'm asking you what's generally accepted.
Well, I would have to see where that came from for you to tell me that. I've seen that many, many times, generally accepted practices, or in terms of how much evidence you need, how much medical certainty you need. So sure, I'll agree with you.
All right, thanks, Dr. Cruz. Was there any evidence at the time of autopsy that Ms. Mullis died by suicide?
No.
Was there any evidence that her death was a natural death?
No.
Am I right that that left you 3 options for manners of death then?
Yes.
And that left you with it being undetermined, an accident, or homicide?
I suppose.
Well, did you have some other possible finding that was available to you besides those 3 once you'd ruled out natural and suicide?
I think it suggests that I considered accident, which was not the manner of death.
Mike, and I appreciate that, but once you had decided it wasn't a suicide and it wasn't natural, we have 3 other possible options left, understanding you picked one of the 3.
Correct, but I'd like to be sure that that doesn't indicate that was my natural order of thought.
Well, Understood, and I think that's what we're talking about here today. At the time of autopsy, what was your understanding of the number of times that the corn rake that was at issue in this case had?
It had 4.
And at the time of autopsy, how many penetrating injuries did you determine that Miss Mullis had in her back?
6.
Did you focus your autopsy analysis ultimately on the cause of those 6 penetrating injuries in her back?
Could you restate that? I'm sorry.
Sure. I mean, was it your determination at autopsy that those that the area where those 6 penetrating injuries were in her back, that those injuries were the cause of her death?
Yes, those injuries were the cause of her death.
So that's the area of her body you were focused on ultimately in making your determination about what the cause and manner of her death were.
Sure.
I want to, and I think you said this to us a second ago, that that at the time of your 2023 deposition in this case, and let me ask you first if you recall being deposed in 2023.
Yes.
At the time of your 2023 deposition in this case, what was your understanding of why Miss Mullis's death could not have been an accident?
Could you define what I mean, my understanding or how I came to that determination?
Well, let me ask you this. At the time of your deposition in 2023, why did you determine that Miss Mullis's death could not have been an accident?
My determination of why it wasn't an accident goes back to 2018 and has remained the same throughout. So I can explain that determination if you'd like.
Please do.
So an accident, as it was initially suggested, would say that Miss Mullis fell on the corn rake. There hasn't been, as far as I know, any argument to the contrary in terms of the corn rake causing her injuries. I conceded at the deposition, and I believe it to be reasonable, that a person could potentially fall on a sharp object such as the corn rake once. To think, as a medical doctor, that someone could fall on something backwards, be impaled entirely through their torso, pull that object out through the back of them, then fall on it again, pull it out, and potentially fall on it a third time, which I think seems reasonable, is way outside any degree of medical certainty. There are a number of different injuries that could potentially support a fall, such as blunt force injuries to the posterior surfaces of Miss Mullis's body, say to the back of her head, her shoulders, her hips, her buttocks, even to her elbows. Things that I would see in someone who has fallen, as I have seen many deaths due to falls. None of them were there. So it's lack of supporting evidence for an accident, and also the thought that she could fall on the rake, pull it out, fall on it again is entirely impossible from a medical standpoint. I also did reason in her additional injuries. She had a number of additional injuries to the anterior surfaces of her body. So to suggest that she fell backward, then somehow sustained injuries to the front surfaces of her bodies, then maybe falling forward, is entirely impossible.
Well, the most compelling finding for you that led you to conclude that this was not an accident was that, and I say this with respect to Miss Mullis, but I don't really know another way to say it, that there were more holes in her back than there were tines in the rake. Isn't it true that that was the most compelling finding for you that led you to conclude that it was not an accident?
Yes.
And from the testimony you just provided, at the time that you determined that this was a homicide back at the autopsy in 2018, could you envision any way that Miss Mullis could have fallen on this rake more than once and caused her injuries?
No.
How long did your autopsy of Miss Mullis take?
I don't recall entirely. I know I had stated in my prior depositions and testimonies about 3 hours.
That is a pretty standard time for you in terms of how long an autopsy would take?
I perform more than one autopsy at a time. So it really depends on the type of cases I have that day. It simply depends.
When you say that you're doing more than one autopsy at once, you have more than one body in the autopsy suite that you're looking at the same time. Is that what you mean by that?
Yes.
In your prior testimony in this case, did you say that your autopsy of Ms. Mullis took between 2 and 3 hours?
I'd have to go back and look, but I think that's a reasonable statement.
Well, if I represented to you that that was your prior testimony, do you have any reason to think that's wrong?
No.
And you said that you do more than one autopsy. Let me start that question again. Back in 2018, you said that you would do more than one autopsy at a time.
Yes.
Does that mean that during the 2 to 3 hours that you would have been looking at Ms. Mullis's body, that you weren't spending that entire time looking at her body?
No, I wouldn't be standing there the entire time.
And that's because you'd be looking, is that because you'd be looking at more than one body over that time period?
It would be a mixture of me looking at other bodies, and I have an autopsy technician who assists me with the autopsy process. There are components to the autopsy that they do alone, and I don't need to be there.
In that process where you are looking at more than one body at once, is your attention divided between different cases and different bodies?
Yes.
Do you know how many different bodies you were looking at during the 2 to 3 hours that you did the autopsy for Ms. Mullis?
I do not recall, no.
Was it more than 4?
No.
Was it more than 3?
It should not have been more than 3 at that period of time. We did no more than 3 in one day.
I do want to talk to you about the information that you had at autopsy. At the time that you conducted the autopsy of Ms. Mullis back in 2018, the time at which, as you testified, you determined that her cause of death was, or that the manner of her death was a homicide. Did you have a short conversation with Dr. Craig Thompson before you conducted that autopsy?
I did.
And Dr. Craig Thompson was a medical doctor, is that correct?
Yes.
Was he a forensic pathologist?
No.
Was he someone who had your same level of qualifications to evaluate injuries?
You'd have to ask Dr. Thompson. I'm actually not quite too sure what type of a doctor he is.
But you understood, at the time you talked to Dr. Thompson, you knew that he was, what did you know that he was not a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And do you, at the time that you talked to Dr. Thompson, did you consider that you, as a forensic pathologist, had more expertise in determining the cause and manner of death than a person who was not a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
At the time you talked to Dr. Thompson, did he tell you whether he had any concerns about Ms. Mullis's, the circumstances of Ms. Mullis's death?
He told me, as I recall, that he had concerns about her injuries being non-accidental in nature.
And were those concerns that you as a forensic pathologist took with a grain of salt, since he was not a forensic pathologist?
I accepted them. I wasn't dismissive, I think, which is what that suggests. I heard them and said, I will see what I see at autopsy.
When you went, is it true then that when you went into the autopsy for Ms. Mullis, that you had already received information that there was someone who had concerns about her death.
As we established, Dr. Thompson told me he had concerns.
So is it true then that you started with the thought in your mind that there was something concerning about Miss Mullis's death?
I had heard that someone else had concerns, yes, but I had not seen her yet.
Well, it was your testimony that you weren't dismissive of that. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were considering that?
Right. I didn't hear it and then forget it. I remembered it and did the autopsy.
Did you hear any information before you went to conduct the autopsy that Miss Mullis's death was an accident?
Yes.
And where did you hear that from?
That came from Dr. Thompson, who said that, I believe, as I recall, that he was told that she fell on it, but he had concerns about her injuries. We also received intake phone calls, and to the best of my recollection, that was part of our intake phone call, that she may have fallen on the rake.
That was was it Dr. Thompson who was reporting that to you?
Most likely.
And what you heard from, is it true that what you heard from Dr. Thompson was that he was concerned that it was reported that she fell, but he was seeing injuries that he found concerning in that context?
He thought her injuries seemed inconsistent with a fall.
After talking with Dr. Thompson, well, let me ask you this. Did you take any other information about Miss Mullis's death into your autopsy other than your conversation with Dr. Thompson?
Their law enforcement attended the autopsy. I can't remember exactly what information I was provided, but I'm open to really any information before I perform my autopsy. I consider myself unbiased regardless of what I hear.
As to what you just said about considering yourself to be unbiased, do you consider at the time you start an autopsy that information that you hear could give you implicit bias?
Could you be more specific?
Well, have you ever heard the term implicit bias before?
I have, and actually only in legal settings. And each time I say, can you be more specific? And tell me what you mean by it.
Do you have an understanding of what that term means to you?
I think I do, but I actually worry maybe it is incorrect. So you could tell me, that would be great.
Well, I'm not allowed to answer questions from you. I'm sorry. I'm asking you questions. So I'm asking you what your understanding of the term implicit bias is.
I suppose I don't have a strong understanding of it.
Okay. Do you, well, let me come back to that. I want to ask you this. You said that you were open to hearing, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, is it your testimony that you were open to hearing information about a case before you began an autopsy? I just want to make sure I understood your testimony about that. So I apologize if I've misstated it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Sure. I want to make sure I didn't misstate your prior testimony. Was it your testimony that you were open to hearing additional information related to an autopsy that you conducted?
Yes.
And why were you open to hearing additional information related to an autopsy that you conducted?
Investigative information can be helpful. I do not perform an autopsy in a vacuum. And I think I possess the capabilities to take each bit of information individually and use it if it's appropriate.
When you began Ms. Mullis's autopsy, the information you had about her death came from your short phone call with Dr. Craig Thompson. Is that right?
Most of the information I had was from Dr. Thompson. He's the investigating medical examiner.
And you said most of the information. At the time that you started the autopsy, what information did you have about Ms. Mullis's death that did not come from Dr. Craig Thompson?
Travis Hemosath was there. I don't remember if he provided any extra information. Essentially the information is Ms. Mullis was purported to have fallen on the corn rake. And then Dr. Thompson said that he was concerned that her injuries did not match a fall on a corn rake.
Did you talk with Deputy Hemesath before you began Miss Mullis's autopsy?
Yes.
How long did you talk to him for before you began the autopsy?
I do not recall.
Did you have information from any other source before you began the autopsy, other than your conversation with Dr. Thompson and your conversation with Deputy Hemesath?
Not that I can recall at this time.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Deputy Hemesath was in the autopsy of Miss Mullis with you.
Yes.
Was anyone else in the autopsy with you besides your assistant and Deputy Hemesath and you?
I don't recall. Sometimes I can have law enforcement on multiple cases. I can't say confidently whether or not other people were in the room. There are multiple autopsy technicians as well when I'm doing multiple cases, but no one else relating to the case.
Well, and you said that you have more than one autopsy going on at a time. Is it possible that while you were conducting Miss Mullis's autopsy, that there were actually other law enforcement officers not even related to this investigation that were also there for the autopsy while you were doing this one?
They would be there for a different autopsy and not involved in Miss Mullis's autopsy.
Well, they're standing in that situation. Are they standing in the same room with you?
They're standing in the same autopsy suite potentially. We have different areas for people to stand, different stations for the autopsy. They're separated in that manner. They could also be looking through a window. I simply don't remember, but I do remember that the only person I spoke to from a law enforcement standpoint during the autopsy was Travis Hemesath.
Is it true that you have a clear memory as you sit here today of only speaking to Deputy Hemesath during this deposition and no one else? During this autopsy and no one else?
During the autopsy itself?
Yes.
Other people would be within my office potentially. We have an investigator on the case, the autopsy technician. I don't recall speaking to anyone else about Miss Mullis during the autopsy, no.
And the autopsy suite that you're describing, is it an open room with more than one table in it for where the bodies sit for the autopsy?
It's fairly open, yes, and there are multiple tables.
How far apart are the tables?
I don't know.
Are they further apart than 3 feet?
Yes.
Are they further apart than 10 feet?
I'm not entirely sure. You'd have to ask somebody with a tape measure to go and measure them.
Was Deputy Hemesath standing near Miss Mullis's, where Miss Mullis's body was during the autopsy?
As far as I recall, yes.
Is it correct that he wasn't looking through glass?
Correct.
To make sure that I understand the order of what occurred, am I correct that you had information from Dr. Thompson? You spoke briefly with Deputy Hemesath before this autopsy. You talked with Deputy Hemesath during this autopsy. And then at the conclusion of this autopsy, you made your findings.
Yes.
There is no requirement that let me ask you the question this way. Is there any requirement that at the conclusion of an autopsy, you as a forensic pathologist have to make your cause and manner of death determination right then?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
It's true that there's absolutely no requirement that occur. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it's your testimony that you are open to more information related to a case. Is that right?
Always.
In this particular case, did you seek any other information between the end of the autopsy and when you made your finding at the conclusion of the autopsy that the cause and manner of Miss Mullis's death was homicide?
So in between when the autopsy was complete and when I said it was homicide,
that's right.
Clear? I did not. Is there an example of what I could have done? I finished the autopsy and I said it was homicide.
And you asked about examples. That is what I want to ask you about. I mean, given that you are open to, well, I want to get to the issue that you just raised, but I want to go back to one thing for just a moment. Do law enforcement officers come to every autopsy that you perform as a forensic pathologist?
No.
Did you draw any significance from the fact that Deputy Hemosath was at this one?
No.
How long of a drive is it from where Deputy Hemosath worked as a law enforcement officer to where you did this autopsy?
I don't know.
Was it your understanding that Deputy Hemosath was a law enforcement officer in the community that we're in today?
Yes.
How long of a drive is it from here to where you did this autopsy?
I believe it's about 3 hours.
Is it your testimony that you drew no conclusions from the fact that Deputy Hemosath drove 3 hours to be at this autopsy with you?
No, we have many people visit. Some just come for educational purposes. I encourage it. I think it's important for people who deal with death understand what an autopsy is like.
When you talked with Dr. Hemosath or Deputy Hemosath at this autopsy, Dr. Cruz, did he tell you that he was there for educational purposes?
Not that I recall.
I mean, did he tell you he was there to investigate Miss Mullis's death?
He did.
It was not your understanding at the time of this autopsy he was there to educate himself about your process?
Well, he may have expressed it and I didn't remember. I'm just saying people drive a long ways to see an autopsy pretty regularly.
Had you ever had Deputy Hemosath at an autopsy with you before this one?
Not that I recall.
During this autopsy, did Deputy Hemosath tell you his understanding of how Miss Mullis had been found in terms of the position that she was found with the corn rake in her that led to her getting medical treatment in this case?
Yes.
What did he tell you during the autopsy about that issue, the position of the rake in her body?
I was told that she was essentially face down and the rake was sticking out of her back. I believe at that time, and I've been told subsequently, that 2 times were said to have been inside her body and 2 times were outside of her body when she was found.
During the autopsy, did Deputy Hemosath tell you that Miss Mullis had been found with the corn rake in her back with the handle of the corn rake facing toward her head?
That does sound familiar. I'd have to go back and look. That's how I envision it when I think back.
And to make sure we're talking about the same thing, we understand that she wasn't found in a sitting up position, but I'm not going to get down on the ground for this purpose. But understanding that sitting here today, I'm not in the position that Deputy Hemosath said she'd been found in. Where would the handle of the corn rake have been relative to my body from your understanding of what Deputy Hemosath was describing?
The way you had just described it, I would envision the rake handle poking up toward the head.
Am I correct that given what Deputy Hemosath was describing to you, he was describing the corn rake handle extending from her back up over her head?
Yes.
And we agree that she wasn't in an upright position, but just to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
We're talking about the corn rake coming up this way, correct?
Yes.
All right. As you sit here, well, let me ask you this. At the time of your deposition in 2023, was that your understanding of how she had been found?
Yes.
Was that your understanding at the time of your autopsy?
Yes.
As of the time of your deposition in 2023, had anyone ever told you that that was not how she was found?
Not that I recall.
Did you base your opinions in this case on an understanding that at the time that Miss Mullis was found, the handle of the corn rake was extending up over her head?
No.
And when you say no, can you explain to me what you mean by that?
How someone said they found the rake, the position of the handle, the position of her body, the rake was removed from her body. If I saw the corn rake like that, then maybe I could take it into consideration, but a simple description such as that had no bearing on my determination and was unnecessary to make the determination of homicide.
Why was it unnecessary for your ability to determine whether this was a homicide to try to determine what position the rake was in at the time Miss Mullis was found?
Miss Mullis was impaled with the corn rake, and how the corn rake ended up in her doesn't really change the fact that it's homicide.
And I want to make sure that I've asked my question in a clear way. And I'm going to ask with the court's permission, because I don't remember exactly how I worded it, is it possible for the court reporter to read the question back, Your Honor?
It is.
Thank you.
Why was it unnecessary for your ability to determine whether this was a homicide, to try to determine what position the rake was in at the time Miss Mullis was found?
Was that your understanding of my question when you gave the answer you just gave?
Yes.
Am I correct that it was not important to you to understand the position that the corn rake was in at the time Miss Mullis was found?
I would need more information to consider it, such as what injuries were associated with that corn rake in the position in which it were found, if you follow.
Well, at the time of your autopsy, what you were doing was looking at her injuries and trying to understand what those injuries were. Is that correct?
Well, I could tell what her injuries were.
Was the purpose of your autopsy to assess what her injuries were?
Yes.
And so when you say that you would need more information, would it have assisted your analysis of whether or not Miss Mullis, the manner of Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, to understand the position that the rake was in relative to her body when she was found with the rake in her?
No.
We've been talking about your conversation with Deputy Hemaseth at the time of the autopsy. And during your conversation with Deputy Hemaseth during the autopsy, did you discuss with him the possibility of Miss Mullis's injuries being the result of a fall?
We did discuss how they were not the result of a fall.
Well, during the autopsy itself, before you had finished the autopsy, did you tell Deputy Hemaseth that it was your opinion that the injuries that you observed during the autopsy were not the result of a fall?
I told him definitively at the end, and he had asked, and we discussed that they were allegedly from a fall, and he asked me, could they be from a fall? And I said no.
Was it your opinion that these injuries weren't from a fall even before you finished looking at Miss Mullis's body?
It was determined at the end of the autopsy. Much of the examination is that external examination that begins the entire process. So I had a pretty clear idea before the internal examination began, and did not issue a final opinion until the end. But I was certain at the beginning that it was a homicide, and everything else within my autopsy supported that. I remained open throughout and found no evidence to the contrary.
Did you determine that Miss Mullis's injuries were a homicide before you did your internal examination of her body?
Homicide was the manner of choice at that time. However, as I said, I remained open and found no evidence to the contrary.
While you were conducting the autopsy with Deputy Hemosath present, did he ask you if he could bring the corn rake into the autopsy to assist in an analysis of this case?
He asked if he could bring the corn rake closer to Miss Mullis on her clothing items. I said I preferred to keep them separate. The corn rake itself was within the autopsy suite, which is rather large for the purpose of photographing it. The corn rake did not come in contact with Miss Mullis during the autopsy.
During the autopsy, did you photograph the corn rake?
Yes.
During the autopsy, did you compare the corn rake directly with the injuries on Miss Mullis's body?
I examined each separately. As I had said, I did not put them close together, but I examined them separately and within a very small time period.
How far apart were the tines on the corn rake?
I would have to check my notes. I don't quite remember.
Which notes would you like to check to answer that question?
I guess I would have to go back at the photographs because I did not put that in my actual written notes or in my autopsy report.
Was it important to your analysis to know how far apart the tines of the corn rake were?
It was information to consider. Like I said, there had been no information to suggest that anything other than the corn rake caused her injuries. There's some inherent difficulties in comparing a fixed object with the human body, which is malleable and can contort into different positions. So taking straight measurements from an object and comparing them directly with the body is fraught with issues. But measurements such as that are important just to have every bit of evidence possible.
Is there a reason, if it was important for you to have those measurements, that you didn't document them in your notes or your report?
They were documented with photographs, and I can't recall why I didn't simply write it down.
You talked about, during your autopsy, conducting both an internal examination and an external examination of Miss Mullis's body. And I want to ask you, just as to the external examination, you examined, well, during the autopsy, did you examine her face and her head?
Yes.
Did you examine the front of her chest?
Yes.
Did you examine her hands?
Yes.
Did you examine her knees?
Yes.
And I think you told us a minute ago that you did examine, you had the clothing that she'd been wearing accessible to you at the autopsy as well.
Yes.
What was your understanding of what clothing she'd been wearing that would have covered the top half of her body at the time that she experienced these injuries?
I know on the outer layer she was wearing a thick jacket, and I believe she had 2 additional layers of clothing on top.
At the time that you conducted the autopsy, did you look at Miss Mullis's clothing for any holes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
The holes were actually quite obvious when we photographed them. It's within our standard procedure to photograph clothing as it is received. So I make note of everything I see.
How many holes did you see on Miss Mullis's coat at autopsy?
I saw multiple holes. I did not count them.
Were the holes in her clothing important information to help you determine what the cause and manner of her death were?
No.
Did you photograph her clothing during the autopsy with the holes that you'd observed in the clothing marked?
Yes.
Did you take, well, I'm actually going to show you, at this moment, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness exhibit 524? Is that being displayed?
Yes, she has it now, yes.
You've been shown, Dr. Cruz, what's been marked as Exhibit 524. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an autopsy photograph. This is of Miss Melissa's jacket. It has a ruler with our state medical examiner number on it and a number of arrows that point to defects in the clothing.
Does Exhibit 24 accurately reflect the holes that you saw in the jacket at autopsy?
It accurately reflects what I saw at autopsy, yes.
Well, did you or your assistant put 4 large arrows on the 4 holes that you saw in the jacket to document those holes in this photograph?
Yes, my assistant did.
Was this photograph the only documentation of the holes that you saw? Let me ask this question again. Was this photograph, Exhibit 524, the only documentation that you made of the holes in Miss Melissa's jacket at autopsy?
There are other photographs. I can't recall if they have arrows or not.
Is it your testimony that there are, well, let me ask you this. Are there any other photographs with arrows marking the holes that you observed at autopsy?
I just said I don't recall.
We were talking about your conversation with Deputy Hemaseth for a minute. And I believe it was your testimony that it did not matter to you what position the rake was in at the time Miss Mullis was found in terms of the ultimate cause and manner of death determinations that you made about Miss Mullis's death. Is that right?
Well, someone says in terms of the position, yes. I mean, that's taking someone's description at face value. So no, I did not take it into consideration and did not need to.
Well, did the information about how the rake was found in her body help you to make it clear what caused the injuries?
The fact that a rake was found in her body was helpful, yes.
Did it help you to determine which injuries Miss Mullis experienced in what order?
No.
Did it help you to determine, well, is it your testimony today that the fact that the rake was in her body in a certain way was not important to your assessment of the cause and manner of her death?
The fact that someone says they found the rake in a certain position was not something I considered or needed to consider.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, did you feel confident that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide?
Yes.
If you had not been confident at that time that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, what would have been the appropriate finding in your case?
I would have pended the case for further review, investigative materials, et cetera.
And you did not pen the case at the conclusion of the autopsy?
Officially, I did on paper, but verbally, no, I did not. It was determined to be a homicide.
Was the reason that you penned the case on paper because law enforcement asked you to do that so that they could continue an investigation?
I don't have a recollection of if I was asked to. It's something I would have offered to do. It's pretty standard in our practice. We will withhold cause and manner of death so law enforcement can continue with their investigation so it doesn't jeopardize their investigation.
At the conclusion of this autopsy, was whatever was on paper, in your heart, this was not a pending investigation in terms of the cause and manner of her death. Is that right?
Yeah, in my brain, it was not pending.
All right. You did have one, well, let me ask you this. Did you have the toxicology request that was still outstanding at the conclusion of the autopsy?
Yes.
what type of toxicology request did you make at the end of this autopsy?
I ordered what we call a basic panel. It looks at drugs of abuse and alcohol.
Does this basic panel look for prescription medications beyond drugs of abuse?
No.
For Ms. Melissa's autopsy, could you have submitted a request for a toxicology panel that covered prescription medications other than drugs of abuse?
Yes, I could have.
Is that something you did?
No, I did not.
You told me a minute ago that you were open to, that you, in your general practice, are open to other information about your cases other than what you see and observe at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Melissa's death was a homicide, did you want any context about where exactly her body had been found?
No.
Did you want any context at the time you determined this was a homicide about where on the Mullis property she had been found?
No.
Did you want any context at the time you determined this was a homicide about what the materials were, what the floor was made of in the area where she was found?
Out of all the information you provided, that would be the most interesting, because I do think she did sustain blunt force injuries that could be related to hitting the ground. So I think that information would be useful, yes. But it would not change my manner, sorry.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, how did you know that it wouldn't change your opinion what surface she'd been found on if you didn't know what surface she was found on?
She was impaled in the back with a corn rake, so what she was standing on didn't really make a difference. But it's important to be able to understand all different sorts of wound patterns. And in addition to the injuries on her back that caused her death, she had some blunt force injuries.
Was it well, as to the blunt force injuries, at the time that you determined that Ms. Melissa's death was a homicide, did you know what had caused any of the injuries that you say were blunt force injuries on her body?
No blunt force. None of them had a pattern that could tell me definitively where they came from.
Is it true then that you did not need to understand what those blunt force injuries were in order to determine that Ms. Melissa's death was a homicide?
I did not need them, no.
I mean, is it true that those blunt force injuries then were not relevant to deciding whether or not Ms. Millis was the victim of a homicide?
They were supportive, but not absolutely necessary for that determination, no.
Dr. Cruz, how could they be supportive if you didn't even know what caused them?
They were supportive, as I had said earlier. She sustained a number of puncture wounds to her back, suggested to be from a fall, which would make the manner of death an accident, which is seemingly the only other option than homicide. If someone falls backwards, they don't get injuries to the front of them. So that supported that she was impaled with the corn rake and did not fall backwards on it.
Is that the only reason in your mind that determining what caused the blunt force injuries wouldn't be relevant to your determination about whether or not this was a homicide?
I think relevant is misleading. It's important to document everything you see and not be dismissive of it. So I take my findings and I do my best to interpret them appropriately. Seeing an injury and then getting additional information as to what could have caused it is always helpful and important for every pathologist to take that into consideration. I did not need them to determine that her cause of death was due to the sharp force injuries of her back. Her death was not due to blunt force injuries.
Was it possible in your mind at the time that you completed Ms. Melissa's autopsy that there could be an explanation for every single one of the blunt force injuries that you observed on her body that would explain that those injuries were caused by her everyday life or an accidental source or something that did not have to do with her being struck by, in your mind, struck by a corn rake?
Are you saying there are explanations like that for them?
I'm asking you, did you consider that possibility at the time you determined this was a homicide?
Blunt force injuries are difficult to interpret, so it's always important to consider that they could have come earlier in the day and may not have been associated with the injuries that caused someone's death. The sheer number of Ms. Melissa's injuries and the nature of them is highly suggestive that at least most of them are associated with her death.
Is that because of, in your mind, the number of other things you observed?
I've performed many autopsies, and the number of her injuries was substantial. And I do not think they were incurred during the course of her everyday life.
Well, at the time that you determined that Miss Mullis's death was an homicide, that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you take any steps to learn what the cause of any of the other, what you say were blunt force injuries on her body were?
As I stated, blunt force injuries can be difficult. None of them had a clear pattern to them. So you could take steps to postulate as to how they happened, but there's no way to know for sure. And to say you know exactly for sure how they happened is incorrect.
And Dr. Cruz, isn't it true you were taking steps to postulate how they happened by postulating that in your mind, because of the number of them, they must have been associated with her death?
I'm not saying exactly how they occurred, which is what you asked me.
But it was your testimony that because of the number of them, it was unlikely that they were injuries that occurred in the course of her everyday life. Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes.
So you were postulating that based on the number of them, even though you didn't know what they were caused by, they were related to her death.
That they were most likely related to her death, at least most of them.
So isn't it true that you were postulating what those injuries were without really having any understanding of why they were there?
I do not know exactly what caused them. However, in my expertise, my medical opinion, those are not due to everyday life. And that's an important determination we need to make as forensic pathologists, because we often get cases, more often than not, when there's concern. If someone has a number of injuries, then law enforcement may think that their death may be due to an injury. And we then determine if those injuries could be due to normal everyday life. That's something that's standard to my practice, and I feel very comfortable doing that.
Did you have any way to distinguish at the time of Miss Mullis's autopsy whether what you say were blunt force injuries on her body were injuries that she experienced in a fall versus from some other source?
Like I said, you can't say exactly what it is. It could be from a fall, absolutely. Striking objects while falling, striking the ground, absolutely.
And if the blunt force injuries that you say you observed on her body during the autopsy are consistent with a fall, then how could any of those injuries be supportive of the idea that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide?
The blunt force injuries are on the opposite side of her body to the other injuries. So either she fell forward or backward, you can pick one.
Is it true that at the time of Miss Mullis's autopsy, that because you could not envision a circumstance in which Miss Mullis sustained these injuries, other than someone impaling her with the corn rake, that is the reason you determined that this was a homicide?
There is no other way. Yes.
And that's your opinion based on the autopsy that you conducted and your conversations with Deputy Hemesack?
I'm not sure how my conversations with him helped me come to that conclusion. Without speaking to him, I would have come to that same conclusion at autopsy.
That would have been your conclusion based solely on what you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
And that's because you did not take any steps to learn any context about, for instance, what the surface of the floor was in the area where she was found?
I was able to make that determination without that information at that time, yes.
And you didn't seek that information out?
No, not at that time, no.
Did you need to know at the time that you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, whether she had been found with her face resting on a surface for some period of time?
I was aware that her face was on the ground, and I am aware you have someone saying that her face was resting on the floor for such a period of time. She sustained a very large abraded contusion on her jaw. I don't think that's an appropriate explanation of that injury, especially given that she has additional injuries to the left side of her head, such as bruising to her left ear, bruising behind her left ear. But if that's what another forensic pathologist wants to say, then it still doesn't change my opinion.
Well, Dr. Cruz, that wasn't my question, was it? I mean, my question was whether at the time you determined that her death was a homicide, whether you had information at that point about whether her face had been resting on a surface.
I don't recall. I know that I was told that she was prone, so face down, so her face could have been resting. It's a possibility.
At the time you made your determinations, did you take any steps to learn that?
Where her face was?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know where she had been injured?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. At the time that you determined Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know where it was that she had been injured? Meaning,
location?
Not the location on her body, but the location in the world.
Yeah, I'm very body focused, if you haven't noticed. I was told she was injured on a farm in a shed.
Well, you were deposed in this case, isn't that right?
I was deposed twice.
You were deposed in this case in 2023?
Yes.
And isn't it, do you recall being deposed in this case?
Yes.
Did you testify at your deposition in 2023 that you did not know where it was that she had experienced these injuries?
Correct.
So at the time you determined that her death was a homicide, you did not know where it was that she'd been injured?
No, I was told where she was found. And all that's just information from other people. I have absolutely no idea where she was injured.
At the conclusion of your autopsy in this case, did you certify the death certificate for Ms. Mullis?
I waited. That's that pending cause and manner. I eventually did certify it.
And I understand, I was not intending to imply that you did that immediately, but at some point after you completed the autopsy, did you certify the death certificate for Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
What does it mean to certify someone's death certificate?
A death certificate is a document that has a number of bits of information about a person. The part that I'm responsible for as the medical certifier include the cause of death, the manner of death, how injury occurred, and some other little bits of information. So to certify the death certificate means to place that information into an electronic record, and then I electronically sign it.
By certifying a death certificate, are you certifying that the information on the death certificate is accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354. Your Honor, we're going to show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 354, and I'll just make a record that there is some personal identifying information on this record retrieved redacted, but otherwise this is a true and accurate copy of Exhibit 354.
Okay, the record will reflect that.
Are you seeing Exhibit 354?
Yes.
What is Exhibit 354?
This is Amy Lynn Mullis's death certificate.
Do you see that her birth date and her social security number are redacted?
I do see that, yes.
Other than those redactions, is Exhibit 354 a true and accurate copy of the death certificate that you certified as to Ms. Mullis's death?
That portion that I described that I certify, I can say yes. The decedent information portion is the responsibility of the funeral home, so I'm not necessarily comfortable saying that's true. I don't know where she lived.
Other than the decedent information section, did you complete the remainder of this death certificate?
Most of it, yes. Not that funeral home portion at the bottom, but really that central area.
Understood. Did you complete the portion of this death certificate that provides a medical cause of death?
Yes.
And what did you certify as the medical cause of death for Ms. Mullis?
Sharp force injuries of torso.
Is it your opinion in this case that the injuries that Ms. Mullis had on her torso were sharp force injuries?
Yes.
And this death certificate does this death certificate provide a space to explain what the injuries that you identify as the cause of death are due to or as a consequence of?
Yes, that's what it said. In this case, there really wouldn't be anything appropriate to put underneath that.
And why is that?
So sharp force injuries of torso are essentially, well, there are two components of the cause of death on a death certificate. There's the immediate cause of death, whatever condition, injury that ultimately led someone to die right away. That can be due to something else, which is called the underlying cause of death. That immediate cause of death sometimes can be so specific, it really doesn't belong on the death certificate, because ultimately a death certificate is for vital statistics purposes, tracking diseases, injury trends. So that underlying cause of death is really the most important, which is what I put. So the sharp force injuries of torso is that underlying cause of death. If you wanted to put something above it into immediate cause of death, like pneumothorax, something along those lines, you could. But in my opinion, in this case, the sharp force injuries of torso is perfectly sufficient for cause of death.
And did you identify in this certificate the immediate cause of death as you just described?
I did not. And in this case, with an injury that happens quickly like this, one could argue you're getting into mechanism of death territory, which we are instructed not to do by the CDC. So to me, her death was sharp force injuries of torso.
Did you include on this death certificate what the place of her injury was?
Yes.
And what did you say on Ms. Mullis's death certificate the place of her injury was?
Farm building.
Isn't it true that at the time, that by your testimony, at the time you determined the cause and manner of her death, you did not know in your mind where she'd been injured?
Yes.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any context about what Ms. Mullis had been doing earlier that day?
Want is an interesting word. I do like having information about the circumstances surrounding the death. So sure, I would want more information such as that.
At the time you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have any information about what Ms. Mullis had been doing earlier in the day that she was injured?
I believe I did. I believe she was working on the farm in some capacity.
Where did you get information about her working on the farm at the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide?
That would be from law enforcement.
Isn't it true that that's not information you learned until after you had determined that this was a homicide?
I suppose I can't recall clearly. We receive a lot of information in a short period of time, so it's definitely possible I learned it after. But it's a pretty simple bit of information. I don't think it would take too much digging to get that.
Well, in this case, Dr. Cruz, did you receive a lot of information in a short period of time before you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide?
I guess it's your opinion is that a lot of information. I had information about the circumstances surrounding her death. I didn't have finalized law enforcement reports. And as we established, I can't recall if I had her medical records or not. So I didn't have what one would consider a ton of information, but I didn't need it.
The only information you had at the time you determined this was a homicide was information that you saw at autopsy and that you got from talking with Deputy Hemosath and with Dr. Thompson, correct?
As far as I recall, yes.
And that was not a lot of information.
I suppose that's your opinion.
Well, I'm asking if, in your opinion, was it a lot of information?
Judge's been asking the answer, and she's also being argumentative at this point.
Sustained.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any information about the prescription medications that Ms. Mullis was taking?
No, but I had it. Oh, I'm sorry, after the autopsy, I did get that information.
And to be clear, I'm asking about at the time you determined this was a homicide. At that time, you did not know anything about prescription medications that she was taking?
Not that I recall, no.
At the time that you determined that Ms. Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want any information about what emergency responders had observed when they provided her with medical aid?
I I do want information about what emergency responders saw, and very much so about what they do, or what they did as part of their resuscitative efforts.
You testified a moment ago about being concerned in your testimony today about injuries that were on the front of Miss Mullis's body. You know now that Miss Mullis had resuscitative efforts on her way to the hospital, is that right?
Yes.
Did those resuscitative efforts include her receiving CPR?
Yes.
And did those resuscitative efforts include the use of something called a Lucas device?
Yes.
Can CPR and the use of a Lucas device bruise someone's chest?
Yes.
Is it common for those actions to bruise someone's chest?
Bruise or abrade the chest, yes.
And so the blunt force, any blunt force injuries that you observed on Miss Mullis's chest that were in the area where CPR is performed, are those injuries that you would expect to be associated with CPR?
It can be difficult if someone has injuries to begin with and CPR is performed in that same area, but I think it's reasonable to say that at least some of the injuries could be from CPR.
Well, in this particular case, would you as a forensic pathologist assume that injuries in that area would be connected with CPR?
I think it's most likely, and I did so. She had a sternal fracture that I determined to be related to CPR.
And you mentioned this a moment ago. At the time that you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have any of her medical records from Regional Medical Center?
I do not recall.
Do you remember what day of the week you did Miss Mullis's autopsy?
Yes.
What day of the week was it?
Monday.
And what day of the week was Miss Mullis brought into Regional Medical Center?
It was a Saturday.
Isn't it true that you did not get Miss Mullis's medical records until after you conducted the autopsy in this case?
I think that's the most likely scenario.
At the time you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, had you talked with any biomechanical expert?
No.
At the time that you determined Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, had you talked with any incident reconstruction expert?
No.
At the time that you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have an understanding of the angle of the wound paths on Miss Mullis's torso?
Yes, I determined, well, the direction of the wound paths within the body. I did not have a specific angle.
At the time you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want to figure out the specific angle of the wound paths?
No.
At the time that you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you have in your mind of exactly how the corn rake entered her body?
She was impaled with it by another person.
And I understand that your opinion is that she was impaled by another person, but at the time you determined this was a homicide, did you have any understanding of how she was impaled?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Did you have an understanding of whether the corn rake was swung into her body?
I did not, no.
Did you have an understanding of whether the corn rake was pushed into her body?
No.
Did you have any understanding of whether the corn rake entered her body in some other way by a person, in your opinion, causing it to enter her body?
It could have been swung, pushed, kicked. Someone else impaled her in the back with the corn rake multiple times.
Was it important to you at the time you determined this was a homicide to try to determine which of those routes this was?
That's not something I could do.
At the time you determined this was a homicide, did you want to understand why there had been blood found on Miss Mullis's hand?
Did I? No.
At the time you determined this was a homicide, did you want to figure out why there was blood on the handle of the corn rake?
Want, again, is a hard word. I was aware that there was blood on the rake. I was told that she was found with a rake in her. To me, it supports the implement that caused her injuries. So I already knew all that at autopsy.
At the time that you determined Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you want to understand if there was some connection between the blood on the rake and the blood on her hand?
The blood on her hand has so many potential sources. As you yourself indicated, she received CPR and pretty lengthy CPR. I just don't know the nature of that blood, so to try and connect those two would be inappropriate in my opinion.
Did you take any steps to learn the nature of that blood?
As I said, given all the events that followed Miss Mullis being found, I don't think anyone could reasonably determine where that blood came from.
And you mentioned earlier that there's an issue in connection with a death where you have a cause and a manner and then also a mechanism. Is that right?
Yes.
What is a mechanism of death?
Mechanism, it's a really specific sort of derangement within the body that causes someone to die. It's discouraged in terms of putting it on the death certificate. Some examples that we see quite often are cardiac arrest. Someone's heart stops beating. Respiratory arrest. Someone stops breathing. Sure, those are ways people die, but really not a cause of death. What made their heart stop? What made them stop breathing? So the mechanism is that final thing of how you actually die, but a cause of death is what led to ultimately to that death.
And I understand your testimony that you did not need to list the mechanism of death on the death certificate, but at the time that you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you know what the mechanism of her death was?
Yes.
Did you identify the mechanism of her death in your autopsy report?
No.
Did you identify the mechanism of her death in any of the reports that you prepared about your autopsy?
I did not say it explicitly. The description of her wounds from a medical standpoint, it's quite clear, but I did not explicitly state it, no.
What did you testify at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial in 2019 was the cause of Miss Mullis's death?
Sharp force injuries of torso.
And what did you testify at his criminal trial was the mechanism of Miss Mullis's death?
As far as I recall, it's the chest cavity being compromised by the corn rake tines entering into it, which caused entry of air and some blood leakage into the cavity, albeit not that much. She also had direct injury to her organs.
In that testimony in Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, did you identify which side of her chest had air entering into it as you just described?
Looking back, I believe I had only said the right side, but obviously the corn rake tines also entered into the left side of the chest. That would introduce air into both sides of the chest, some blood, and then only on the right side did she have actual injury to organs, and then in the right side of the abdomen as well.
Have you looked back at your criminal trial testimony since the time of the trial?
Yes.
Is your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial about the mechanism of her death wrong?
It isn't comprehensive, I would say. I was focused on the direct injuries to organs on the right side of the body. I described how air enters into the chest cavities. So I said right, when in reality it should have been both chest cavities. I did explain quite thoroughly how there was injury to the left side of the chest as well. So it was implied but not stated explicitly.
Was it important to you in testifying at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial to be to be correct about the mechanism of Ms. Moll's death?
I would like to have been, yes.
Do you agree with me that your description, even by your account today, of what the mechanism of her death was incomplete?
I'd have to look at my wording if I said this is the exact mechanism of death to see if it was truly incomplete or if I was just describing part of the way she died.
And I'd like to show this. The criminal trial testimony for Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, volume 3, is exhibit one moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry, what is it? Thank you so much. 349. And I'm going to refer the witness to page 98. 98. Tell me when that's there. And let me ask you, would it refresh your memory to look at your trial testimony to recall exactly what you said?
I'd like that, yes, thank you.
I'm gonna, if the witness could read page 98, I know that's not up quite yet, and I'm gonna direct the witness to line 13 of page 98 through line 3 of page 99. Here, I have a paper copy if that would assist us in moving forward, that I'm happy to show the witness.
I think we have it on the
All
screen.
right, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Would you like me to read it out loud? I'm sorry.
No, just to yourself. And I'm directing you to page 98, line 13, to page 99, line 3.
We can go to the next page for me. Or
Nicole, can you scroll down?
just that one paragraph.
Well, looking at the piece of testimony that I just directed you to, did that refresh your memory about what you testified to at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes.
All right. And I think the question I asked you before you reviewed that testimony was whether in your testimony at his criminal trial, you testified about which side of her chest the issue with air coming into the chest cavity was on.
Could you go back to the previous page? I'm sorry, so I can look at it again. Thank you. Yep. I see reading it now, and I think I was swayed a bit by reading your expert's opinion. It says that I said it only went into the right chest cavity, that I simply say it goes into her chest cavity singular, but I don't say what side. But I do accurately describe what's called pneumothorax, which is air entering into your chest and causes issues with your vital organs there. Something that your expert also agreed was appropriate and accurate.
Well, your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial was that the issues with pressure in the chest were on the right side of Ms. Mullis's chest, right?
I said that she had injuries to her right lung, which caused leakage of blood. I was not specific as to what side. the air came into, but I do say chest cavity singular, so I suppose it's up to interpretation.
Isn't it true that at the time of your autopsy in this case, you actually didn't know which side of Miss Mullis's chest had what you describe as a pneumothorax?
That's something that's difficult to identify at autopsy. Upon review of her medical records, it's clear that she had a large pneumothorax or air in her left chest cavity. It's also clear from my autopsy and the medical records that she had a right-sided chest tube placed. Notes indicate that air was released from that right-sided chest tube, meaning that she had air in both of her chest cavities, which simply makes sense.
Right, and does the fact that you didn't appreciate a left pneumothorax at autopsy, which I understand your testimony is you might not have appreciated that at autopsy. I mean, does that suggest to you that you hadn't looked at the medical records from the hospital that would have allowed you to identify that there was a left side tension pneumothorax?
I did not review the medical records at that time. I'm not sure what difference it actually makes. From a medical doctor standpoint, her having pneumothorax should have happened. So if you asked me without even seeing the body, gave me that scenario, I would tell you that's what happened. And that was confirmed with the medical records. She died because she was impaled with the corn rake and the effects of having that corn rake inside of her body, which includes air in the chest cavities.
Was the left side tension pneumothorax the actual cause of Miss Mullis's death?
The X-ray that identified the left-sided pneumothorax was taken after that right-sided chest tube was placed. The medical records indicate that it was pretty significant. So if she had left-sided pneumothorax alone, absolutely. But to say that it was the only thing that contributed when she also had right-sided pneumothorax, she also had direct injury to her lungs and to her liver, I think would be insufficient.
Well, if Miss Mullis hadn't had the left-sided pneumothorax and only had the injuries to the right side, those were injuries that she could have survived. Is that right?
She could have survived the left-sided pneumothorax as well. Prompt medical therapy can treat pneumothoraces. It can treat injury, direct injury to lungs. I don't see a difference.
Your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial suggested that there was bleeding in Miss Mullis's chest as part of the mechanism of her death. Did you see that in what you just reviewed?
I did.
Was there actually very much blood in Miss Mullis's chest at the time of your autopsy?
No.
Is it correct that bleeding into her chest cavity was not really a part of the mechanism of her death?
If you were to have that alone, no, I don't think that would have caused her death.
And I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Is it your testimony that whether or not she had the pneumothorax on the left or the right side of her chest wasn't important in your assessment of whether or not this was a homicide?
No, those are consequences of being impaled with the corn rake. It's a homicide because she was impaled in the back. Those are things that happen from being impaled in the back by another person, which made it a homicide. What happens to the body doesn't make a difference. Someone gets shot in the head, and I talk about bleeding on the brain, really doesn't make sense. They were shot in the head.
Did you know at the time of her autopsy which injuries Miss Mullis experienced first? The injuries on the left side of her back or the right?
No.
And did you know how much time, if any, passed between the time that she experienced any of these injuries on her back?
I do not know, no.
Would it have been important to your analysis to have known that?
How would I have known that?
Well, that's my question for you. Did you have a way to determine that?
I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
Were you open in your investigation to receiving information that would have helped you understand that?
Who would provide that information to me?
At the time that you determined Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, could you think of a single person who could have assisted you in understanding that?
Other than the person who impaled her, no. And it really doesn't make a difference. Someone impaled her in the back with a corn rake.
I mean, does that question that I'm asking you today seem silly to you?
To ask if there was a time period between someone impaled her in the back once with the corn rake and then again with the corn rake again doesn't make sense or really matter. She was impaled in the back with a corn rake by another person. Whether they took a beat before they did it again doesn't make a difference to me.
If Miss Mullis experienced the pneumothorax, the tension pneumothorax on the left side of her chest first, how quickly would that have caused her death?
Something like that would not be immediately fatal. She very well could have had many minutes before she lost consciousness and ultimately died. It's hard to know for sure, but minutes likely went by.
Would Miss Mullis still have been breathing?
Yes.
Would Miss Mullis still have been able to move?
Most likely, yes.
Would the pneumothorax have led to a situation where air entered Miss Mullis's, where liquid developed in Miss Mullis's lungs?
Oh, we're fluid.
Fluid,
Then
thank
build
you.
up, but yes, yes.
You're the doctor,
absolutely.
so fluid
Yes,
is a better word.
No
I appreciate
problem.
that.
Yep.
Would that have led to a situation where Miss Mullis was breathing out foamy fluid out of her mouth and potentially her nose?
Yes.
Were there any errors in the autopsy report that you created about Miss Mullis's death?
Yes, I do have a typo.
What typo is in there?
It's an unfortunate one. It's in the opinion section. When I state wound direction, I say from front to back instead of back to front. It's the danger of repeating something over and over again. It's the only typo I could find.
And when you say that's an unfortunate typo, what do you mean?
Well, it's important to determine whether it's front to back or back to front. It's a fact and obvious, but should have been written appropriately.
Is it true that that's not a typo that you caught when you finalized this report?
No.
And did anyone else who reviewed your report catch that typo?
No.
Have you issued a corrected autopsy report at any point about Miss Mullis's case?
No.
After you determined that Miss Mullis's death was a homicide, did you continue talking with investigators who were investigating Miss Mullis's death?
Yes.
And I think it was your testimony earlier that you did tell those investigators your opinion on the cause and manner of her death before your autopsy report was finalized. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you talk with investigators from DCI after a couple of days after your autopsy, after you conducted the autopsy on Miss Mullis's body?
Yes.
Why did you talk with investigators? Well, let me ask you this. Did you talk with them on November 14th of 2018?
Yes.
Did those investigators ask to have a briefing with you about the autopsy?
They asked to discuss the autopsy, my findings, yes.
And you did you talk with them on that day?
Yes.
Did those investigators give you information about their investigation at that briefing on November 14th of 2018?
Yes.
Did they tell you at that briefing on November 14th of 2018 that they believed that Mr. Mullis had a motive to hurt his wife because of what they told you was affairs.
Yes.
And did you know why on November 14th of 2018 they were telling you that?
You would have to ask them, but it's not unusual information to receive.
Is it not unusual because you're part of the law enforcement investigation into people's death?
I'm not part of it. People often like to share what they've learned. I had already determined cause and manner of death, so you'd have to ask him why he wanted to share it.
Did you tell investigators on that call on November 14th of 2018 generally what the conclusions of your autopsy were?
I believe so, yes.
And what did you tell investigators on November 14th of 2018 about, in your view, how many times it was that Ms. Mullis had been impaled on this corn rake?
At least 2 times. Given the orientation of the wounds on her back, there's a high likelihood that it was 3 times.
Did you tell them in this briefing that it was possibly, or that there was a high likelihood that it was 3 times?
I believe so, and I maintain that.
Do you agree with me that your case log notes don't reflect that you told them that there was a high likelihood that it was 3 times?
That's my investigator's case log notes, and I'd have to look at it. But if it doesn't say it, it doesn't say it.
Well, don't you participate in maintaining those case log notes as well?
One person types them. So say there are multiple people who are a part of a meeting or a discussion, one person will type up the notes.
Do you check those notes?
I read them, but I do not edit them. I don't want to alter them. They're as another person remembered them.
Do you initial those notes?
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I do not initial notes. I do not write.
I want to show the witness at this point, Exhibit 573. And I'll just say that we've made some slight
Modifications to the original photograph of the slide changes just for purposes of privacy.
hearing. Is that Exhibit 573 in front of you?
Yes, that's what it says.
Is Exhibit 573 a true and accurate photograph of the condition of Ms. Mullis's back during the autopsy that you conducted on November 12th of 2018?
It appears so. You said you altered it in some way, but it seems appropriate.
And I'll just represent to you that it's cropped a little bit.
Okay. Yes.
From your original photograph.
It seems fine to me.
Okay. You mentioned, we'll come back to Exhibit 573, so you can remove that, Nicole. During the briefing that you had with the investigators on November 14th of 2018, did you talk with them about other defects that you noticed on Ms. Mullis's body aside from the 6 wounds that we've been talking about that were on her back?
I noted other injuries, yes.
And you've talked a little bit in your testimony about some of the other injuries that you observed and your assessment of them, but I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. I mean, in your briefing with investigators on November 4th of 2018, did you talk to them about this injury you've referenced to the left side of Ms. Mullis's chin?
You say this. I'm not looking at anything, to be clear. Okay.
Understood.
And injury to the left side of her chin. I most likely did, yes.
I mean, you've referenced in your testimony an injury to the left side of Ms. Mullis's chin. And when I say this injury, I'm talking about the injury you previously identified in your testimony.
Yes.
Did you talk to the investigators about that injury at this meeting?
I most likely did.
Well, did you tell them that that injury did not have any associated injury to the inside of Miss Mullis's mouth at this conversation on November 14th of 2018?
I know you're referencing notes that I did not make. She also had an injury to her lip, so I don't know if inside of the lip injuries were relating to a lip injury. To say that there were injuries to the side of her chin and then talk about the inside of her lips seems to be a little bit of a jump.
Well, I don't want you to make any.
I don't recall exactly what I said, and I don't recall exactly how they were written in those notes by another person.
I don't want you to make any assumptions about what I'm referencing. So let me be a little more straightforward. When you observed Miss Mullis's face at autopsy, did you note in your autopsy report any injuries to the inside of her mouth?
No.
I mean, she didn't have any scrapes on the inside of her cheeks, did she?
Not that I saw, no.
Did she have any abrasions or cuts on her tongue?
Not that I saw, no.
Did she have any damage to her teeth?
Not that I saw, no.
And you're referencing that she had a cut on the middle of her lip?
I believe it was a scrape, yes.
So she had a scrape on the middle of her lip?
The way you're asking me makes me want to look at my autopsy report. Is that okay?
Of course. It's Exhibit 225.
I have a copy here. Is that all right, or do you want me to wait?
I wasn't aware there was a copy. So is that not correct to stand here?
Yeah, I usually bring it to the stand. I don't have to look at it.
Okay, we'll
So
show
I
you
asked.
Exhibit 225. Is Exhibit 225 a true and accurate copy of your autopsy report? And we can scroll through for you if that's helpful.
This is a photo request. It's not part of my normal autopsy report.
Can you scroll down, Nicole? I think you identified that there's a photo request on the first page of Exhibit 225.
Yes.
Other than that photo request, is Exhibit 225 a true and accurate copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
And is there, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can I look at page 5?
I was going to ask you what page, so we'll take you to page 5.
Thank you. So yes, the very first sentence says there is a 1/8 by 1/8 inch red-brown abrasion in the center of the upper lip. So that's a scrape.
Was this scrape a small scrape?
It was 1/8 inch.
Is that small in your opinion?
Whatever you think 1/8 inch is. Lips are quite small, so in relation to the lips, it might be large. In relation to your back, it might be small.
Did you consider this to be a small abrasion or a small scrape?
Sure.
Were the injuries that you noted on Miss Mullis's face consistent with Miss Mullis having fallen?
They could be caused by a fall, yes.
Were these injuries more consistent with a fall than with another explanation?
No, they didn't have any sort of pattern to them that would lead me in one direction or another. So they're called blunt force injuries, or injuries that occur from the impact with an object that has a flat surface. So that could be the ground, that could be something else that simply has a flat surface to it. It's hard for me to know exactly how they occurred, but a fall is absolutely a possibility.
Did you tell investigators during your briefing with them on November 14th of 2018 that Miss Mullis's facial injuries were perhaps more consistent with a fall?
I don't recall saying more kínsistent with a fall, but absolutely could be due to a fall.
Your Honor, we have two exhibits that we've put side by side just for comparison purposes, which are Exhibit 570 and Exhibit 621. And I'll just represent that we've made some redactions just for privacy purposes, but otherwise these have not been altered.
What was it?
570 and 621. Are you seeing two images in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize one of these photographs to be a photograph that you took during your autopsy?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of the area of Miss Mullis's chin where some portion of her face has been redacted?
Yes.
And which side of the screen that you're looking at does that the photograph that you took at autopsy appear on?
On my right side of the screen.
Okay.
With the ruler.
And do you see a photograph on the other side of the screen as well?
Yes.
Do you recognize where that photograph is from?
No.
Have you ever seen the photograph on the left side prior to today?
I do not recall having seen this before.
Do both of these photographs that you're seeing on the screen in front of you depict the area of Miss Mullis's chin?
As I said, I've never seen the other one before. It looks like a similar injury to the injury I saw on Miss Mullis, but I can't even say that's her.
Prior to your deposition in 2023, had you ever seen any photographs of Miss Mullis that were taken at Regional Medical Center or Region Medical Center?
I had, yes.
And do you recognize the photograph that appears on the screen in front of you that is not the one you took to be a photograph from that set of photos?
I assumed it was, but as I stated, I don't recall having seen it before.
In your view, does the chin injury that appears on the photo that you took and the chin injury that appears on the photograph that you don't recognize, do those chin injuries appear different?
There are many similarities between them. The shape is similar. Differences include the injury at autopsy is that there's drawing of the wound, so it's much darker in color.
Do you see any other differences about the appearance of the wound on the chin other than the drying?
The bruising around it appears to be more pronounced, I think, in my autopsy photo. I don't know if there's anything else you're looking for.
Are there any other differences that you note?
It's darker in color. The bruising appears more pronounced, but it maintains its same general shape.
When injuries on a person's body are exposed to air, can that lead to drying?
Yes.
And what does drying impact the appearance of abrasions, for instance, on someone's body?
Yes.
How can drying impact the appearance of abrasions?
Well, this is a good example. It changes the color of the wound, may change the size slightly. It doesn't really change much else. Experience helps you interpret them appropriately.
Well, does the injury to the chin on the photograph that you took at autopsy look more pronounced than the injury to the chin in the other photo?
The dark color from the drying makes it stand out more.
Is the injury to Miss Mullis's chin that's depicted in the photographs, or the photograph that you recognize of the two that are in front of you, is that injury consistent with a fall?
It could have occurred with a fall, yes.
And is there any evidence that the chin injury that's depicted in the photograph that you're looking at was caused by anything other than a fall?
There's no pattern within it that I can tell that tells me what caused it. So it's from the impact of an object with her body, and that object has a flat surface. So it could be the ground, it could be an object as she's in the process of falling the ground when she falls, or another object striking her while she's in another position.
In your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial, did you tell the jury that this injury to Ms. Mullis's chin was consistent with a fall?
I don't recall saying that, but I maintain that today is consistent with a fall. It's also consistent with any other type of blood force injury.
Did anybody ask you at Ms. Mullis's trial whether this injury was consistent with a fall?
I would have to look at the transcript.
And we'll come back to that. And I want to go back to her ears, because that's something that you mentioned earlier. And if you need to see some photographs of her ear to refresh your memory, I can show you that. But in your conversation with the investigators on November 14th of 2018, did you tell those investigators that any bruising around Ms. Mullis's ear could also be consistent with her falling?
I don't recall, but independently now I say, yes, it could be from a fall. She has earrings in, and she had bruising to the backs of her ears and on her earlobes. And that could be from her hitting the ground and the earring causing injury to her ear and the skin around her ear.
Could the bruising that you noted around Ms. Mullis's ear be consistent with bumping her head against some surface as she walked? For instance, hitting her, head on a door jamb as she walked through a door.
Yes.
Could it be consistent with banging her head on, some object hanging from the ceiling as she walked through a space?
If that injured her ear as well, then sure.
Is there any way to distinguish the bruising on her ear from someone's everyday activities?
It has the standard definition of a blood force injury. I can't tell the nature of the injury, so it could be from sort of activity of daily living.
Did you tell investigators on this call on November 14th of 2018 that Ms. Mullis had a pretty low baseline hemoglobin?
I did say that, yes.
Right, and can having a pretty low baseline hemoglobin be something that can lead to anemia?
Well, that's what anemia is.
You're identifying that Ms. Mullis had anemia?
Yes, from the medical record, she was anemic.
Can anemia lead to dizziness?
Yes.
Can it lead to weakness?
Yes.
Can it lead to people falling?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson, is this a good spot for?
It is. It is, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes. We'll plan on resuming at about 30 or just before. Court's in recess till then.
in terms of what was said at that conversation? That's on page 2. Do you see that there's some entries that have a KK next to them?
Yes,
Are those entries that you made in the case log notes?
yes,
So do you have access to the case log notes for cases, just like other members of your staff?
yes.
How do you keep these case log notes in terms of what kind of document?
It's digital.
Are these kept as a Word document?
No, we have, it's our sort of medical management system that holds information about decedents in our office and has a space for us to write notes.
Is Exhibit 201 a complete and accurate copy of all of the case log notes that your office kept about Ms. Melissa's autopsy?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I also want to show you Exhibit 380. And while we're pulling up Exhibit 380 for you, as part of your autopsy of Ms. Mullis, did you measure the depths of the wounds in her back that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Did you, and we've talked that you photographed the outside of those wounds, is that right?
Yes.
Did you photograph, did you or your staff take any photographs during Ms. Mullis's autopsy that would capture or reflect the wound paths inside Ms. Mullis's body?
Not of the organs or as they entered into the back of the body, no.
Do you agree with me that you and your staff took only 2 photographs of the inside of Ms. Mullis's chest during this autopsy?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that those 2 photographs don't really show the wound path inside Ms. Mullis's chest?
Correct.
They're just in the way that her body was autopsied. There's some portions of her body that are really obscuring her chest in those photographs. Do you agree?
Yes, her ribs.
All right. I'm going to now show you Exhibit 380. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
And if you need to have us scroll down, we'll do so. But do you recognize Exhibit 380 to be a true and accurate copy of the postmortem examination notes for your autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 3. Does page 3 have some exemplars of the human body on which you've taken notes?
Yes.
Is this your handwriting on page 3?
Yes.
And
oh, I'm sorry. At the top with her name, that's not my handwriting, but everything around the body is.
I appreciate that clarification. Page 3 is page 3 your notations at the autopsy of things of note that you observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
And does page 3 capture all of the defects in Ms. Mullis's body that you appreciated during autopsy?
No.
Is it your testimony that there's some defects that well, let me ask you this question. I'm going to have you turn to page 4. What is different between page 3 and page 4 in terms of what you were noting at autopsy?
Page 3 describes defining characteristics and other noteworthy features on Ms. Mullis that would belong in my report outside of injury. So it had her hair color, her eye color, if she had medical therapy, jewelry, things like that. I used a separate body diagram, as you called it, page 4, to document her injuries.
Does page 4 capture all of the defects on Ms. Mullis's body that you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
And do you see a little chart at the bottom of page 4? And if you need us to zoom this, we can. Do you see a little chart sort of at the very bottom of page 4 that has some, what I would call little carrots and some numbers next to it?
Yes.
What is that little section of page 4?
That section of page 4 has each of the 6 puncture wounds. In between each puncture wound is a measurement of distance.
Looking at page 4 and that area, here on page 4, you've measured the depths of the wounds in Miss Melissa's back. Is that right?
Yes, I see depths here. Sometimes I'll notate it on the other page with internal injuries.
Well, do you agree with me, and if you need to look at some other paperwork to answer this, I can show this to you, but do you agree with me that some of the penetrating injuries that we've been talking about on Miss Mullis on her back, some of those penetrating injuries were not very deep?
Similar to the injury to her lip, I think that's kind of a matter of opinion. Some were deeper than others, absolutely.
Which one of the penetrating injuries to her back were deep?
The deepest of the penetrating injuries, she had 2 that had an approximate depth of 6.5 inches. In terms of my autopsy report, those were puncture wounds B and E.
You're saying B as in boy?
B as in boy.
And E. Wound A is the wound that is to the furthest right of Miss Melissa's back, is that right?
Yes, really on the side of her chest.
More underneath her armpit, is that right?
Yes.
Did wound A go all the way through Miss Melissa's body?
It did.
Was there one of the wounds on Miss Melissa's back that was just 2 inches deep?
Yes.
Which one was that?
That was wound D. It was the inferior most wound.
You have described the wounds in her back that we've been talking about as sharp force injuries, is that right?
Yes.
Is it more accurate to call these injuries blunt injuries from a puncturing device?
No, I would prefer to say sharp force injuries. Blunt force injuries, as I indicated, have a flat surface that can abrade or contuse the skin, potentially cause a laceration with impact. A sharp object will cut and divide tissue as it enters the skin. Obviously, it's a unique object for someone to be impaled with. In my opinion, sharp made the most sense.
Are there different characteristics for injuries that are caused by a blunt object being forced through someone's skin, like as a penetrating injury?
It's more difficult to penetrate the body with a blunt object versus a sharp one.
Is it true that you don't know, as you sit here today, how much more difficult it is?
It depends on the type of object, if you're comparing to.
Is there any difference in your mind between how, other than that it would be more difficult to penetrate the body, between how a blunt object being through some mechanism forced into someone's body, is there any difference in terms of how wounds caused by the blunt force object being forced through would appear or would operate in the body from a sharp object being forced into the body through some mechanism?
So the impact of a blunt object with the body like I said, can cause abrasions, scrapes on the skin, bruising. If it's a significant impact, you can cause a laceration or a tearing of the skin, which I suppose would allow the blunt object to further enter into the body. Lacerations are irregular, and we have what's called tissue bridging, so little pieces of tissue may still connect each side of the wound. This is in contrast to a sharp object, which, as I said, cuts and divides tissue. You shouldn't have that tissue bridging. It should be a cleaner looking wound.
Besides what you just identified, are you aware of any other differences in how a blunt object being forced through some mechanism through someone's body would operate versus a sharp object being forced through someone's body?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. It's vague when you say a blunt object through some mechanism. I don't know what object you're talking about or what mechanism, so I don't know what conclusions I can draw.
Well, when you examined the corn rake at issue in this case, were the tines on this corn rake blunt?
They were pointed, and both pointed and slightly rounded. So I suppose you're trying to characterize it as a blunt object.
To be clear, I'm asking you your characterization. I'm not trying to characterize it as anything.
Oh, I characterized it as a sharp object. It cut and divided the skin as it entered into it, as characterized by the well-formed round holes in Miss Mullis's back after she was impaled with it.
Well, if I hit my head on the edge of this table, that could cut and divide my skin and enter to some extent into my body, right?
That would cause a laceration, which is an irregular tearing of your skin.
But that could also enter my skin.
If a blunt object impacts your skin, that force would cause the tearing of the skin. I suppose if you were to remain in that same spot for a period of time, say the edge of the table could slightly enter into the laceration, sure. Entering in your body is, I think, misleading.
Is it true, as of your deposition testimony in this case in 2023, that in providing professional opinions about cause and manner of death, that you tend to shy away from saying that something is a possible defensive wound?
I do, and you can go back to my previous testimony today where blunt force injuries are hard to interpret. There are injuries that are considered defensive type wounds, but at the end of the day, they're simply blunt force injuries.
Have you become shyer over the course of your career in characterizing wounds as defensive wounds?
I maintain my same position on that. Some wounds are considered defensive in nature due to their position on the body, but at the end of the day, they're blunt force injuries. And without a pattern, I can't say definitively how the injuries occurred.
Has it been your experience that sometimes in your career, people who might be calling you to testify at a trial might be pushing you to identify certain blunt force injuries as possible defensive wounds?
Yes.
And is that because identifying something as a defensive wound could have an impact on what people perceive about what the cause or manner of someone's death was?
So I determine cause and manner of death. I don't use these so-called defensive type wounds in my determination of cause and manner of death. How they're perceived in legal proceedings, I do understand that that may have an impact on a jury for them, but I do not use it for my determination of cause and manner of death.
Have you gotten better over the course of your career at pushing back on attorneys who might be asking you to characterize certain wounds as defensive wounds when, in your opinion, there's really no way to tell?
I suppose potentially we all become stronger as we get older.
And at the time you performed Miss Mullis's autopsy, you were newer in your career.
Yes.
I mean, did you start your job as a medical examiner here in Iowa in July of 2018?
Yes.
And is it true that your autopsy of Miss Mullis was a few months after you started?
Yes.
Was your job as a medical examiner in Iowa your first full-time job since you finished your fellowship?
Yes.
And I'm not asking for personal details of your life, so without identifying anything about where specifically you've lived in your life. You did not grow up in a farming community, did you?
No.
Do you have limited experience with farming?
Yes.
Did you testify in Mr. Mullis's trial in about a year after you performed the autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
Yes.
And at the time you testified at trial, had you performed about 600 autopsies?
If that's what I said, then that would be accurate. I don't recall now.
Do you know, as you sit here today, how many autopsies you performed in your career that were unsupervised before you performed the autopsy in Ms. Mullis's case?
Before I did, no, I can't recall.
Had you performed about half the autopsies in your career before you performed the autopsy of Ms. Mullis?
In my career as I sit here now?
I'm saying that as of the time of your testimony at Mr. Mullis's trial, you performed about 600, correct?
If that's what I said, then yes.
All right, and as of the time of performing Ms. Mullis's autopsy about a year earlier, how many of the 600 had you done at that point?
Well, if I performed about 300 or so with my training, then I see what you're saying, then about half of that.
Okay. Was there a time in Mr. Mullis's case where counsel for Mr. Mullis sent a letter to your office requesting to meet with you about Mr. Mullis's case?
I know we were sent a letter. I don't recall if it said meet. There was information about some expert opinions that they had gathered, and there was a question as to if I wanted more information, but to meet, I would have to look again.
Did that letter ask if you'd be willing to communicate with counsel in some way, whether in person or on the phone or through some method?
I think I have a similar answer to that. I don't recall that. I'm not saying that's not what it said. There was a part of it where they said I could ask for more information. So if that's inviting a conversation, then that's along those lines, yes.
Did you decline to speak with counsel in response to that letter?
I did not.
Don't object as irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer will remain in the record.
Well, is there a process in forensic pathology where a forensic pathologist can change their medical opinion?
In all of medicine, you can change your medical opinion.
Is there an ethical obligation for forensic pathologists to change their opinion if they learn information that should change their opinion?
An opinion should always reflect the pathologist's true opinion. So sure, if your opinion changes, then it should be reflected in the death certificate reports, et cetera.
Is there a process to change a death certificate?
Yes.
When you became aware of the letter that counsel had sent to your office about communicating with you about information related to Mr. Mullis's case, was there any moment where you considered potentially talking with them about the information that was provided in the letter?
I did read the letter, and due to its contents, no.
Did that letter include some excerpts of what was represented in the letter as being additional expert opinions about Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And at the time of your deposition in 2023, was the information that was provided in the letter, those excerpts, the only information you had about whatever additional experts might be saying about Mr. Mullis's case?
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe so.
And was it based on those excerpts and the content of the letter that you determined that you were not going to communicate further with Mr. Mullis's counsel about this case?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that that letter offered to provide you with some additional information. Is that your memory?
Yes.
Did you take counsel up on that offer of providing you with some new information that you hadn't had previously?
No.
have you at some point since your testimony at Mr. Mullis's criminal trial sent text messages to Deputy Hemaseth about Mr. Mullis's case?
Yes.
And in those text messages, have you expressed some disdain for Mr. Mullis's efforts to seek post-conviction relief?
I would have to look at them. I don't know.
I can show them to you.
That'd be great.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 230. If you need to look through more of 230, I will show it to you, but it does Exhibit 230 screenshots of text messages between your cell phone and Deputy Hemaseth's cell phone?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer you to page 11 of the exhibit. Let me have you read page 11 and let me know when you've done that.
I'm done.
Does reviewing page 11 refresh your memory about whether you've ever expressed some disdain for Mr. Mullis's efforts to get post-conviction relief to Deputy Hemaseth?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I would characterize it as I expressed disdain for the manner in which the case was being revisited, specifically some pretty nasty things said about me by your co-counsel.
Did you share in text messages with Deputy Hemaseth a video that purported to recreate sort of what had happened in Ms. Mullis's case?
He shared with me a video.
Did you watch that video?
I did.
And did you express some disdain for the sort of way in which that video was produced in your messages with Deputy Hemaseth?
I would characterize it more as I found it amusing. It's by an individual who was harassing me, and I wasn't quite sure what it was showing, so it was an interesting thing to see.
I want to come back to that topic, but I want to ask you about one more topic, and I'm almost done with my exam here, Dr. Cruz. At the time of your deposition in 2023, am I right that you did not know at that time the order that the 6 wounds on Ms. Mullis's back occurred?
Correct.
At that time, did you know which, if any, of these injuries happened together, meaning that more than one tine of the corn rake went into her body at the same time?
I do not.
And at the time of your 2023 deposition, did you have in your mind's eye any particular idea of how exactly someone put the corn rake into Miss Mullis's body, other than that in some way that occurred?
I don't know exactly how she was impaled with it. I just know someone else impaled her with it.
And I appreciate, and I don't want to belabor this point, that you've said multiple times now in this testimony and elsewhere that you do not believe it is possible for Miss Mullis to have fallen on this rake more than once. So understanding that that is your opinion, you do believe that a person could be impaled by this corn rake by falling on it one time?
I do think someone could fall on it once.
I mean, it is your belief that falling on this rake once could generate the necessary force for someone to be impaled on it?
I think it's possible, yes, for someone to be injured by a corn rake by falling on it.
And for you, is the issue with determining whether Miss Mullis fell on this corn rake then that while it is possible for someone to fall on a corn rake once, it is not possible, in your view, for someone to have fallen on this corn rake more than once?
Not just fallen on it more than once, fall on it, pull it out of your entire torso, fall it in again, likely pull it out, and then fall on it again with enough force to generate puncture wounds.
Can you envision a mechanism as you sit here? Well, I want to ask you a different question. At the time of your deposition in 2023, could you envision a mechanism where someone fell on a corn rake, impaled themselves on all 4 tines of the corn rake, were able to extract some of the tines, but not all of them, from their back, and then fell back on the corn rake for the tines that had come out to re-impale into their body?
I do not think that's possible. I think significant force is required to generate those wounds. And then you're suggesting that the second fall is from a very short distance.
Did you testify? Well, I want to understand this. At the time that you testified at your deposition in 2023, did you believe it was possible for someone to have pulled some or all of the tines of the corn rake out of their body one time?
I would have to look at my deposition if I was asked that. It's hard to go back in time.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your deposition?
Sure.
And I'm going to have your 2023 deposition pulled up for you. We're going to come back to that issue because I want to pull a page for you to ask if it would refresh your recollection. But while we're doing that, as you sit here today, do you know the force that would be necessary for an object like a corn rake to penetrate just the clothing on someone's body?
No.
Have you, as of the time of your deposition in 2023, were you aware of any scientific sources that you could consult to answer the question of how much force would be necessary to penetrate the clothing on someone's body?
I don't know of any specific people who would tell me that, but I suppose I could look.
And to be clear, when I'm asking about any source, I'm not asking just about people, but any type of source that scientists would use, including reference materials or any other type of academic source. As of the time of your deposition in 2023, did you know any source that you could consult to answer that question?
Not that I recall.
All right. I want to then go back to your deposition as to my prior question. And I'm going to show you for your 2023 deposition, page 19. I'm going to have you read page 19, line 6 through line 13, just to yourself. And I'm going to ask you if that's refreshed your memory after you've done so. Yes, sorry. Page 19. This is 2023. Page 19. 6 through 13. Line 6 through 13. Yeah, the deposition.
And this is exhibit 322, right?
Thank you very much. Yes, exhibit 322. Have you had a chance to review that portion of your deposition?
Yes.
Did reading your deposition, that portion of your deposition, refresh your memory about whether in 2023 you believed it was possible for Ms. Mullis to have pulled the rake out of her back one time?
Yes.
And what was your opinion about that at the time of your deposition?
I said that it is possible, but would likely be incredibly difficult and unlikely.
And again, as with the idea of being impaled on the rake, was it your belief in 2023 that while it was possible for someone to remove some or all of the tines of a corn rake from their own back one time, you did not believe it was possible to do that more than once?
Correct.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor. Dr. Cruz, as we've been discussing at length today, you're a forensic pathologist, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any expertise in the field of biomechanics?
No.
Do you have any expertise in the field of biomedical engineering?
No.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you ever consulted a biomechanical expert on a case?
No.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you ever consulted an incident reconstructionist on a case?
No.
As of 2023, was it your opinion that the field of biomechanical engineering is a scientific discipline?
I'm not incredibly familiar with it, but that sounds like it would be true.
I mean, do you believe, as you sit here today, that qualified biomechanical engineers are scientists and have scientific expertise?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with them, but I would agree that they probably consider themselves scientists.
At the time that you were deposed in this case in 2023, did you have any opinion on whether a biomechanical engineer could contribute to the understanding of what happened to Ms. Mullis?
It's not something that I considered in terms of needing it for my cause and manner of death.
And as of the time of your 2023 deposition, did you maintain your opinions about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death without reading the full reports of any of the experts that Mr. Mullis had consulted in his post-conviction case?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
Sure. As of the time that you were deposed in 2023, did you maintain your opinions about the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death without having read the full reports of any of the experts that Mr. Mullis had consulted in this case?
Yes.
Just one moment. One additional issue, Dr. Cruz. At your trial testimony in Mr. Mullis's criminal case, were you asked to identify a photograph of the corn rake in this case as part of your testimony?
I would have to review, but if the record shows that, that sounds fine with me. I think that sounds appropriate. Hang on a second.
We have Exhibit 62 from the underlying criminal trial, which we're going to show the witness. That is not, we have a photograph of it from EDMS, which I think we'll show to the state, Erica, if you want to do that we'd like to approach the witness with.
Yeah, counsel, if you can just show it to the state before you bring it to the witness, but then you can certainly approach the witness whenever you're ready.
I know which.
It's
Sorry, Jen.
Thanks for your patience, Dr. Cruz. This is the last question we have for you.
Thank you.
We've shown you, as best we could, a copy of State's Exhibit number 62 for Mr. Melissa's criminal trial. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
Do you see that photograph?
Yes.
What is depicted in this photograph?
This appears to be the handle portion of the corn rake. In it, there's a ruler with our state medical examiner number indicating that the photograph was taken at autopsy.
Do you agree that this photograph does not depict the tines of the corn rake?
Correct.
From looking at Exhibit 62, can you tell anything about whether the tines of the corn rake are sharp or not?
No.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I'm gonna try to be done by 4:30.
Okay.
If you give me a chance, I'll try to get, Dr. Cruz, I don't think came planning to stay this evening. Yeah,
No.
I didn't think so. So, yeah, I'll try to get through this. If I may approach the witness, I'm gonna do this the old fashioned way.
You may.
I'm gonna show you 3 exhibits, A, B, and C. You can just take a look at those for me. What is A?
A is my CV.
Is that up to date?
I've since earned a certificate at Drake University in the education portion that I recently updated it with, but other than that, it's appropriate.
What is B?
B is, it starts with that letter to Deputy Hemstaff about his request for photographs and then continues into my autopsy report.
Is B the entirety of your autopsy report?
Yes.
And then what is C?
C is a quality assurance paper as part of our standard protocol at my office. All cases that are deemed homicide are formally reviewed by another pathologist in our office.
Is that a record that's normally maintained in your office as part of your certification?
Yes.
Okay. In as much as they're not admitted, we'd offer A, B, and C.
Any objection? They will be admitted.
All right, Dr. Cruz, you were asked about a deposition where it was page 19. Do you recall? It was just a minute ago.
Yes.
All right, and On the page, do you have that page in front of you?
No.
You guys have that on? Please, I'm not connected. Page 19.
Would you mind if we just showed this copy just to
Curiosity.
Page 19.
Disclosure, please.
her testimony.
Thank you.
See page 19 of the deposition?
Yes.
All right, and then was lines, I think, 8 through 11 you were asked to review.
Yes.
And lines 8 through 11, you said that she could have pulled it out of her once, meaning the rake, correct?
Yes.
All right, the next sentence is the difficulty of that in someone's back with the depth of the tines to me seems incredibly unlikely. True?
Yes.
All right, then what's the last line? I don't believe that was mentioned. What was the last comment that you made in that deposition on page 19?
I say, and then the thought that she fell on it again, pulled it out, and again, it's just not a feasible possibility.
Okay. Any of those opinions or characterizations, have those changed for you at all over this course of time?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to talk a bit about the process that you follow at the medical examiner's office. Where is the medical examiner's office?
Ankeny, Iowa?
And are there other forensic pathologists that work there?
Yes.
How many?
At the time, there were 3 other forensic pathologists.
Okay, and currently there's also 3 others other than you, is that right?
There are 4 others now.
Sorry, I missed one. And who is the state medical examiner?
Dr. Dennis Klein?
And would Dr. Klein have been the doctor that hired you?
Yes.
All right. And as you have other assistants at the medical examiner's office, can you just briefly describe that for the court?
Sure. So in terms of our office, we have Dr. Dennis Klein. He is the chief state medical examiner. We have Dr. Jonathan Thompson. He's the deputy state medical examiner. He's also the one who formally reviewed my report. At the time, Dr. Michelle Catalier was the other associate state medical examiner with me. Currently, the associate state medical examiners are Dr. Jacob Smith and Dr. Allison Hade.
And as part of your work and routine in examining cases, do you frequently consult with one another?
Yes.
Okay, does that happen on a daily basis?
Yes.
Anytime you might have a difficult case or something that might be confusing to you, can you rely on them to help you?
Yes.
And in this case, whenever you did the autopsy of Amy Mullis, would that same support system have been in place for you?
Yes.
Do you also have the use of investigators in your office?
Yes.
What does an investigator in the medical examiner's office do?
Our medico-legal death investigators are each assigned one person to a case. They will communicate with law enforcement. They gather law enforcement reports, medical records. They talk to family and gather any other information that we may need for a determination of cause and manner of death.
And would you have had that resource available to you in the investigation and the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
Yes.
Is there a quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
Part of our regular quality control is for any case for both cause and manner are undetermined, or where manner is homicide, the case is formally reviewed by one of the other pathologists. They fill out a form where they say if photographs, documentation, our ultimate opinion are all correct, and if they agree, and then they sign that form. We also review random reports throughout the year per name guidelines on cases that are natural, suicide, and accident.
You had mentioned earlier in your direct that you were performing more than one autopsy at the same time as Amy Mullis. Is that right?
To the best of my recollection, yes, that's standard.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. Is that a standard practice?
Yes.
Is there any concern in your mind that cases get confused or that creates any type of issue with either one of those cases?
Never. That's my normal day.
And do the other pathologists, the forensic pathologists in your office, do the same thing?
Yes.
And at those autopsies, even though you're doing more than one, do you have the resources available to you that you just described?
Yes.
Now, from beginning to end on autopsy, you were asked that the physical autopsy that you do was about 2 to 3 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the whole process takes much longer than that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the court, please?
The physical autopsy itself is really the shortest portion of the whole process. The autopsy examination is performed with the photographs and the collection of evidence and other items. I then write my report. I review photographs as part of that report writing process, and then I wait for the results of any ancillary testing to return, such as toxicology, histology, looking at things under the microscope. That takes time, can take a matter of weeks. During that time, law enforcement reports, medical record reports, any other information is gathered as well and then reviewed by me. Once everything is back, everything is re-reviewed by me. My report is edited and then ultimately finalized. Since, for example, in this case, since it was a homicide, before the report was officially finalized, it received a QA by Dr. Thompson.
All right. So what date did this case present to you? What was the first day you would have started working on it?
The autopsy was performed on November 12th of 2018.
And when did you sign out the final report?
The final report was signed on December 17th of 2018.
So nearly a month.
Yes.
And at any point in that time frame, if you would have received other information that would have either contradicted your findings or caused you to change your opinions, would you have done that?
Yes.
Since the autopsy report has been finalized, you've been provided a lot of other information, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to the issue raised about cabining her opinions to her 2023 deposition.
I think you opened the door on that, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Brown, do you want to respond?
Well, yeah, I mean, they want to sit here and complain about Dr. Cruz's opinions. They keep pigeonholing her to only go to the 2023. Clearly, they have other information that they're going to offer that criticizes Dr. Cruz's opinions. She has reviewed that information, and I expect her testimony to be that she has not changed her opinion, even based upon that. That's what I'm getting at. They cannot open this door and then close it on us. This is clearly admissible.
This has to do with the court's pretrial ruling about the purposes for which she was designated in this case, and her designations not designating her as a cross-expert to respond on the applicant's experts, Your Honor. I mean, if the court determines I opened the door in my exam, while I might disagree, I would respect that, but this was the court's pretrial ruling.
And I agree, which is why I was surprised by some of your questions that we were going there. I'm just looking back at my notes, but I understood some of your questions to be quite broad and to open the door. So I think this question at least is fair. So the objection's going to be overruled. Do you remember the question at this point?
I would ask that it be read back.
Well, and there was an objection, so it'll have to be, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've reviewed a report that essentially has criticized your findings. Is that the
May I continue with that, Judge?
You may.
Okay, you've reviewed a report that has essentially criticized your findings in this case, correct?
Yes,
And you've done a thorough review of that report?
yes,
Is that from Dr. Hammers?
yes.
And has that review caused you to change any of the opinions that you've given in this case?
No,
During an autopsy, there was some questions that you were asked concerning law enforcement being present.
yes.
How often does that happen in autopsies that you perform?
On a pretty regular basis, I imagine potentially weekly.
And is that something your office invites?
Yes,
That you want that assistance?
yes.
What's the purpose of a law enforcement officer being at the autopsy?
Law enforcement officers can learn a lot from the autopsy. We encourage them to come. They interact a lot with family and may learn how to better investigate a case. It's not disturb the body in a certain way that might affect us at autopsy. We think they benefit greatly from it. Also in terms of, wound interpretation or any other sort of questions, if they're available at time of autopsy, that's beneficial to us.
And other than Deputy Hemus South, was there any other law enforcement that you consulted during the autopsy of Amy Mullis?
No.
Okay. And concerning how Amy Mullis was found, you've been provided a description of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the source of that information?
It's my understanding the source is her family, her son, and her husband.
Okay. Is there any, as far as you know, any law enforcement that made those observations?
No.
Did you read these? I can't see your screen. You gotta open the document.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, there were some notes that were reviewed with you by counsel that related to a conversation you had with John Turbot.
Yes.
There was a comment in there concerning injuries being consistent with the fall.
Yes.
What was that? What were you referencing?
Well, those are his notes. And as we established earlier today, the blunt force injury she sustained have been from a fall.
So the blunt force being what? The injury to the chin?
Correct. Her abrasions and her contusion.
You are not meaning to reference the injuries from the tines of the rake?
No.
Okay. Dr. Thompson is the local, or was the local medical examiner at the time of Amy Mullis's death?
Yes, he's a county medical examiner who I believe was covering for Delaware County while the regular medical examiner was out of town.
Just to put this into context, every county has its own county medical examiner, is that right?
Yes.
And this is usually just a local doctor that goes through some basic training.
Yes, they have to be a physician, and experience and training vary.
Right, and that training is provided by your office.
Yes.
Dr. Thompson would not be qualified to perform the examination that you perform, correct?
Correct.
All right. They're just local boots on the ground, so to speak.
Yes, who have medical training to assist them with their judgment.
Prior to November of 2023, did you know Dr. Thompson personally?
No.
Had you ever worked with him before, as long as you know? Had you ever worked with him at all?
No.
Was he the first person that brought this information to your attention that there were injuries that he thought were suspicious?
We have a morgue attendant who answers our phone at the office, who would have connected me with Dr. Thompson. The only other person who would say that beforehand would be just someone letting me know Dr. Thompson called. He has concerns, give him a call back. But direct concerns came from him.
And you would certainly consider that, at least initially in your examination of Amy Mullis, correct?
I respect his medical opinion.
As you would if any other autopsy where the county medical examiner would provide you some information, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the toxicology panel?
Yes.
All right. I get a couple questions with that. I'm just about done. You were asked whether or not you looked for prescription medications.
Yes.
All right. You said no.
Some were included on that basic panel, but outside of prescription medications of abuse.
I don't think you were asked why you didn't do that. So why wouldn't you have expanded that panel with the toxicology lab that you work with?
Expanded toxicology panels are ordered when the drugs in a person's system may have contributed to their death or directly caused a person's death. In a case where someone has an injury that caused their death, drugs within their system are usually irrelevant. In this case, I deemed them non-contributory to Ms. Mullis's death. We order toxicology routinely, so I ordered the basic panel. The expanded panel, which would be, in addition to most cases, was not appropriate at all in this case. I knew her cause and manner of death at the end of autopsy.
And you would have access to even consulting with a forensic toxicologist if needed, is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel that was necessary in this case at all?
No.
And context, you were asked about the context of how the body was found and where it was found. I believe you said that you did not consider that at all, or that didn't factor into your opinions?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us why not?
I am able to interpret wounds on a person's body. Information about how a person was found needs to be considered carefully. I did not know those things to be true. The way the handle was sticking out of Miss Mullis has no bearing on the fact that she was impaled with a corn rake more than once. It doesn't change my cause of death. It doesn't change my manner of death.
And whenever you say she was impaled with a corn rake theoretically could have been swung, correct?
Yes.
Could have been pushed into her?
Yes.
Like a knife?
Yes.
Right? Or in some other way, correct?
Yes.
You know that the rake was, the rake was what caused the injuries that caused her death, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Extremely briefly, Your Honor. You've described the quality control process at the medical examiner's office, Dr. Cruz. Did the quality control process at the medical examiner's office catch this error that you described in your opinion section that was I think you used the word, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, but an obvious error or a glaring error?
Yeah, I don't remember if I used those words either, but no, it did not catch the error.
That's an error that you immediately recognized in re-reviewing your report. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. Is it your belief that the the quality control process in place at the medical examiner's office is consistent with other quality control practices across forensic pathology?
It's in keeping with requirements by the National Association of Medical Examiners. I don't know what other offices do.
You testified that you later learned some information about how Miss Mullis was found, and I think it was your testimony that the source of that information was members of the Mullis family. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anyone ever provide to you recorded interviews of Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis talking about this issue?
Not that I remember.
As of your deposition in 2023, did you have any idea what Todd Mullis and Tristan Mullis had said to law enforcement about this issue? In terms of directly from them?
Not that I recall.
And you described that you had resources at the medical examiner's office that were at your disposal to conduct a further investigation into this case. Is that right?
We have investigators who can help me gather information about the case.
You told me earlier in your exam, which might feel like a long time ago to both of us, that there was no requirement after the physical examination portion of your autopsy for you to make your findings at that time. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that that's the shortest part of the process, correct?
The autopsy itself is, yes.
The physical autopsy isn't even really the end of your basic process for collecting information about an investigation. Is that right?
Correct. I gather information after the autopsy and consider all that information before finalizing my report. In this case, my opinion always stayed the same.
In this case, you made your determination after the physical examination and did not change it after that.
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor. One moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are seeking to admit the exhibits from today, which I think if the parties are in agreement, this doesn't require more foundation or authentication. I think we can address that tomorrow potentially. I just don't want to lose my chance to solve that problem, but I don't believe there is an issue with anything we offered.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. I think the parties had talked informally during the break, and we came to an agreement on all the exhibits that were referenced, I believe. If there's a specific exhibit you want to clarify, otherwise.
I don't want to waste the court's time with this at 4:40, so I think the parties are in agreement. They've conferred, and we can address that tomorrow with the court's permission.
That's fine with me, as long as you guys are comfortable that we won't have any hiccups with it.
I think we're fine, Your Honor. We've conferred, Your Honor.
Okay. Any recross, Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Cruz, you may step down. Thank you. It is time to recess for the day. We'll
You could take the rake if you wanted to do it and push it into
of the admitted exhibit. And then with regard to the state's identified exhibits, those will be admitted as well. Any other preliminary matters that we need to address before getting back into evidence on behalf of the applicant?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you may call your first witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Jennifer Hammers.
Good morning, doctor. Take your time, come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left. Yep, go ahead and have a seat. If you'd raise your right hand, you've been called as a witness. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Okay, and then there's a microphone in front of you, a bottom button in the center. Perfect. And then you can adjust the chair and the microphone so that you can sit comfortably.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Thompson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hammers.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Hammers, Jennifer Hammers.
Were you retained as an expert by attorneys for Todd Mullis in this case?
Yes, I was.
And are you here this morning to offer opinions about your evaluation and work in this case?
Yes, I am.
We'll get to that in a minute, but I want to start by asking you about your background and experience. What is your current profession, Dr. Hammers?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Briefly, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology, which is a specialized area of medicine that specifically focuses on the investigation and determination of cause and manner of death, primarily for decedents who die suddenly or unexpectedly.
Where is your practice based out of?
It's based out of Western Pennsylvania, so in the Pittsburgh area.
Do you currently work as a forensic pathologist for any governmental entities?
My business holds contracts with different counties, which are governmental entities, to perform autopsies for their counties.
Why do those counties have contracts with you to perform those autopsies?
So they're small counties that aren't large enough to have their own medical examiner system, like there are in many larger cities and states. And so those small counties will contract with forensic pathologists to perform their autopsies, because the coroners who are responsible for the investigation are not typically physicians or even are not typically forensic pathologists or even physicians.
Do you perform the same services for those counties that a medical examiner would in a larger county?
Yes, I do.
In your capacity with your contracts with those counties, do you work with police and law enforcement at all?
I do.
And what do you do in that capacity with law enforcement?
I get information from law enforcement about their investigation. I'll get reconstruction reports if the police do accident reconstruction. And depending on the county, there will be detectives or police who will show up to observe the autopsy, take photos from the autopsy, or collect evidence.
I want to come back to your current employment in a minute, but let's talk briefly about your education. Are you a medical school graduate?
I am.
What degree do you have?
I have a DO, or a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine.
Is that different from an MD?
The medical training is the same. There's some additional training in osteopathic manipulation that osteopathic physicians get, but essentially the basics of the medical education and the time that it takes to become a physician and the training is the same.
After graduation, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
For 4 years.
And after your residency, did you do a fellowship?
Yes.
Where?
I did my forensic fellowship at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office based in Manhattan. And I stayed there for a second year of fellowship, specifically focused on forensic neuropathology and cardiac pathology.
What did you do during your fellowship?
So I performed autopsies primarily. I testified in court to my findings. And in my second year, I served on the consultant service to examine hearts and brains of that were saved from our forensic cases. During that year, I also continued to perform autopsies.
While you were performing your fellowship in New York, were the autopsies that you were performing only on people who had been residents of New York City before they died?
No, the jurisdiction, the law indicates that anybody who dies within the city, it's the responsibility of the medical examiner to investigate and determine the cause and manner of death. So that included tourists, people who were brought into hospitals in New York City from other states or other counties. Those all fell under our jurisdiction.
In addition to things that for you would be typical autopsies, did you perform any autopsies involving atypical deaths?
Yes, certainly.
Can you give me some examples?
Sure. We had deaths that were unusual because of being in a city. We had people who jumped off of buildings and bridges and would be injured by objects on the ground or close to the ground. We had, because of the nature of the medical centers there, we had people from rural areas that either had work-related accidents, industrial accidents that would be brought into the city.
When your fellowship was over in New York City, where did you go?
I took a job as a medical examiner in Boston, Massachusetts, working for the Commonwealth.
And what geographic area did your work in that office cover?
So we covered all the cases from the Boston area, but we also received cases from the entire Commonwealth, so all the way to the western border.
And just like in New York City, what kinds of cases did you see while you were there that might be different from more typical cases?
So certainly a lot of water-related deaths. We had an increase in rural deaths, so vehicular accidents, farming accidents, accidents, in the woods while skiing on a mountain, those types of things.
After your time in Boston, where did you go next?
I moved back to New York City. I was invited to come back and work there, so I went back to the New York City Medical Examiner's office and worked for 4 years.
Did you have any particular responsibilities during those 4 years in New York?
So in addition to doing autopsies again, for the first 2 years, I was the fellowship program director for the 2 programs that I had graduated from. And so that meant that I was responsible for training and helping maintain the accreditation for that program. So I did a lot of teaching of the fellows during those 2 years that I was in Manhattan. The second 2 years I moved to Brooklyn and I was the deputy chief medical examiner of the Kings County facility, which covered cases for Staten Island and Brooklyn. And in that role, I basically was in charge of running that office, the day-to-day operations. There were 7 other medical examiners that worked with me. The fellows rotated. We had medical students from primarily from Downstate University. And then a staff of about 40 people. So I ran that office and then was part of the City Medical Examiner's executive team, which made decisions about hiring, budgets, running the DNA lab, running all of the offices and the training programs.
For those jobs that you had in Boston and New York, did you testify in court?
Yes, I did.
And did you testify in cases where your conclusion was that the death involved was a homicide?
Yes.
Did you testify in cases where you drew other conclusions?
Yes.
What did you do after your time in New York?
So I was looking for a job or evaluating jobs as a chief medical examiner, and ultimately was offered a position in a private practice in Pittsburgh with Dr. Cyril Wecht. So I accepted that position and moved to Pittsburgh to work with him in his private practice to help him perform autopsies.
Is Dr. Wecht still alive?
No, unfortunately, he passed away just about a year ago.
And what was your job with Dr. Wecht?
So my job was to work for his practice. I primarily performed autopsies, completed autopsy reports, and testified in court to those findings.
Did you ultimately leave Dr. Weck's practice?
I did.
When did you do that?
In November of 2022.
And what did you do next?
So in November of 2022, I started working for myself full-time. And so I had already been performing per diem autopsies for other counties that needed help or when people were on vacation. And I had my own medical legal consulting cases that I worked on. So I just transitioned into doing that full-time.
And why did you do that?
I felt like after, almost 10 years working for the government and 5 years of working for Dr. Wecht at 15 years of experience, I had always wanted to either run an office or work for myself. And I felt like that was a good time for me to do that.
How many employees does your business have now?
We have between full-time and part-time people who work with us, 14 people.
You told us earlier that you hold contracts to perform autopsies for various counties in Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Yes.
What percentage of your time in your current practice is spent doing work for those counties?
I would say probably about 60 to 70%.
And in terms of the demographics of those counties, are they rural or urban or suburban, or what is their makeup?
They're primarily rural, with one county having some small areas that are, I would consider, a little more suburban.
For the autopsies that you've performed for those rural counties, what kinds of injuries are you seeing at autopsy?
The whole variety. We see the typical cases that medical examiners see, like, motor vehicle crashes and gunshot wounds. But we see a lot of deaths in more rural areas, like people on dirt bikes or ATVs, farms, people at work who are passing away, those types of cases.
In your current practice, do you testify in court?
I do.
And have you testified on cases in your current practice where your opinion has been that the manner of death was a homicide?
Yes.
All right, you said that I think you said 60 to 70% of your current practice is with those counties, is that right?
Yes.
What else are you doing with the rest of your professional time currently?
So I participate in medical legal consultations, like I've done on this case. And a large amount of that other time is spent teaching and as the pathology division chief at the Duquesne University College of Osteopathic Medicine.
I want to come back to your teaching in a minute, but you mentioned that you do consulting work. Can you explain what a consulting forensic pathologist does?
Sure. So primarily we're asked to review records. Typically it's cases where either a living or decedent person has had evaluations, and I'm given either medical records, autopsy reports, photographs, investigative information, and I'm asked to review that, analyze that, and offer independent opinions based off of my review.
Who are the clients that retain you for those consultations?
Attorneys do.
In what kinds of cases?
All kinds of cases. I've consulted in civil cases. I've consulted in criminal cases, both for the prosecution and the defense, Title IX cases, on college campuses, arbitrations, living victims of things like strangulation. So a whole variety.
And are you retained more often for one side or the other in those consults?
I would say for the consultations, it's probably about 50-50.
And have you been called to consult on criminals cases as well as civil cases?
Yes, I have.
In some of those consults, are you performing an autopsy?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Sure. For some of the cases that you're consulting on, have you been asked to perform an autopsy?
Oh, occasionally. It's uncommon, but yes.
And for those cases where you're not performing an autopsy, but you're consulting, do you follow a different procedure in terms of the way that you evaluate the case?
No, I follow the same procedure.
Well, if you're not performing an autopsy, how are you able to get information to aid in your evaluation?
Well, I'm using the autopsy and the information that's documented in the report, in the photos, in their investigative reports, and reviewing that and drawing my own conclusions from that, and then placing that autopsy into the context of all of the other information that's available, just like I would do if I performed the autopsy.
As a consulting pathologist, do you have clients who retain you to provide opinions in a case who elect ultimately not to use those opinions?
Yes. So my opinions are my opinions. If they choose to use them, they may. If not, then they may not.
Is it a concern for you if a client elects not to use your opinions?
No, it's not.
All right. You mentioned that you teach, and in addition to your work with Duquesne University, are you teaching anywhere else currently?
I teach at Duquesne University in 2 other programs other than the medical school, in the Masters of Forensic Science and Law program, and at the law school at Duquesne. And then I teach a course at Boston University in their Masters of Anthropology program.
Have you presented and published on topics in forensic pathology?
Yes.
Are you a licensed physician?
I am.
In what states?
Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, and California.
Are you board certified in any subjects?
Yes.
What subjects?
Anatomic and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
Are you a member of any forensic pathology professional societies?
I am.
What societies?
I'm a member of our 2 national societies, the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Do you hold any leadership or committee positions in forensic pathology?
I do.
And can you tell me about any of those?
Sure. So I am part of the American Board of Pathology's test development review committee for our continuing certification, which are questions that we have to answer quarterly in order to maintain our license. So on that committee, we review questions, we edit them, we update them, make sure they're current, look at feedback from the test takers, and consider that. I also am part of the ACGME, which is the Graduate Medical Education Council, which certifies our training programs in pathology. So both in primary pathology, anatomic and clinical, and all of the subspecialties. So we review those programs annually and issue citations if programs are non-compliant with the requirements.
In total, Dr. Hammers, at this point in your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably just under about 6,000.
Have you been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Has a court ever determined that you were not qualified as a forensic pathologist?
No, it is not.
In your career with teaching, have you been involved in running any teachings or trainings for law enforcement?
I have.
And can you tell me what that has been?
Sure. So for the last probably 5 or so years, I've taught for the Pennsylvania State Police, who put on a basic homicide, advanced homicide, and cold case lecture series or educational series. There's probably about a total of 5 of those trainings a year between the 3 of them, and I lecture in all 3 of them.
At this point, Your Honor, we're seeking to qualify Dr. Hammers as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state desire any additional record?
No, Your Honor, I don't think this is necessary under Iowa law. She's qualified by her testimony, her opinions. There's no requirement that the court make that finding.
I agree. Certainly, I agree that this witness qualifies as an expert.
I'll proceed, Your Honor. Thank you. Are the opinions that you're going to offer in your testimony today, Dr. Hammers, opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, they are.
And the opinions that you're going to testify about today, are those opinions you reached using techniques that are generally accepted in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 276. And just so the court's aware while that's being pulled up, Your Honor, I don't think for this exhibit, but for other exhibits that have been admitted today, we do intend to publish those to the gallery today.
Just let me know, I guess, counsel, if there's one that you would like.
Thank
put
you.
up on the big screen.
Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 276 in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
And if you need to look through it to answer this question, please let us know. But is this a true and accurate copy of your CV and the report that you issued about your opinions in this case?
I only see the cover sheet of my CV.
If you'll look, we'll move through that for you.
Can you go just a little bit slower because it's all gray? That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 276?
Yes, sorry, it came back to the CV again. So
All right.
yes, I see.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report in this case and your CV?
It does appear to be, yes.
All right, and Your Honor, at this point, we're seeking to admit into evidence Exhibit 276.
Judge, I may, sorry.
Yep, any objection?
276 and the CV, we have no objection to that portion of it. The report that Dr. Hammers authored, which I think is dated March 10th of 2023, correct?
I believe so.
Is hearsay, since it was prepared in preparation for litigation, is not admissible. I believe there's also some affidavits that are attached to it that are likewise hearsay as well. So that's our objection.
The court will take those objections under advisement, and we'll move forward since this is a bench trial. You may continue.
And I have a binder for the witness of Exhibit 276 and two other reports that I think we've conferred about and may seek to offer into evidence, but not at this time. I just want the witness to have them available for her testimony. So we'll provide that notebook to her.
Okay, Mr. Brown, did you want to review whatever this is that the witness is going to have available?
So I was provided a copy of that before we came in, and I know we've already discussed this issue back in chambers. We are going to have an objection to the two other reports that are contained in that binder for the reasons we stated in chambers. And just for the record, this is in the two cases that we gave the court, or three, was In re Stencil, 827 Northwest 2nd, 690, 2013 Iowa Supreme Court case, which also references two other cases, State versus Barrett, 445 Northwest 2nd, 749, an Iowa Supreme Court case from 1989, and Bruner versus Brown, 480 Northwest 2nd, 33, Iowa Supreme Court case from 1992. Our objection would be to those reports and the consideration of those by the witness, in as much as they're going to use them in this way, just to alert the court to this. The expert here is, as State versus Barrett says, did not empower one expert witness to state other experts also subscribe to the same conclusion. Essentially, what we believe this is going to be is vouching. It also is the same 5.703, which is the rule of evidence. I believe that they're going to be relying on is not intended to be a mechanism for experts to self-bolster their own opinions with the opinions of other experts. That's Bruner versus Brown, the case I just cited. So I realize the court may take all of this information subject to that objection, but in as much as she relies on that, where it crosses this line that clearly Iowa's case law indicates that she cannot cross, we would ask the court to certainly consider our objection under those circumstances.
Ms. Thompson, did you wish to make any additional record on this point at this time?
I was going to say I'd like to reserve argument on this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's fine. Obviously, I don't know how the testimony is going to come in yet. I understand that this may be an issue as it does, and certainly I'll allow both parties an opportunity to make any additional arguments that they wish. You may proceed at this point, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hammers, you mentioned earlier that you were retained by Mr. Mullis's counsel to review materials related to this case and offer your opinions. What specifically were you asked to do?
I was asked to review multiple pieces of information, review them, analyze them, and offer opinions concerning my review based off of my education, training, and experience.
All right, now, you did not conduct an autopsy of Ms. Mullis in this case, is that right?
That's correct, I did not.
All right, did the fact that you are not a person who conducted an autopsy in this case limit your ability to reach opinions about her death or about the pattern of her injuries?
It does not.
Why not?
I'm able to review Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, the photographs that she had taken, the toxicology report, the medical records, EMS records, and the photographs that Dr. Thompson had taken at the hospital, and analyze all of those just like I would if I was doing the autopsy and preparing to sign a death certificate, and be able to issue opinions based off of that.
Did your process in evaluating Ms. Mullis's death differ from the process you'd follow in cases where you did perform the autopsy?
My process did not, no.
In general terms, what sources of information did you rely on to evaluate Ms. Mullis's death?
So I had the autopsy report, photographs, toxicology report. I had medical records from Ms. Mullis's hospital visit on the 6th of November, as well as when she came to the hospital the day that she passed away. I had the investigative reports from the police documenting the events the day that she passed away. I had Dr. Thompson's information from the hospital, as well as his photographs. I additionally received a report that Dr. Wecht had issued, and a report that Dr. Boley had issued regarding their review of the case as well.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Mullis had gone to the hospital on November 6th. How close in time was that to her going to the hospital related to her injuries in this case?
So it was about 4 days.
What was your understanding of why she went to the hospital that day?
She had a medical procedure that was like a same-day procedure that she underwent on that day.
What was that procedure?
It was what's called a DNC, or dilatation and curettage. It's a procedure on the uterus that can assist if someone is having continued uterine bleeding.
Was Ms. Mullis having that problem?
Yes, that's why she presented.
Why did you want to review records related to that procedure in this case?
Well, especially with it being so close in time to her passing away, I noticed that there had been some reports that the day that she passed away, that she had some complaints of feeling tired, maybe being kind of dizzy, and she had just kind of started back to working on the farm that day after the procedure because she hadn't been feeling well. And so it's best practice to have a person's medical information in general, but certainly if they have a procedure or some kind of change in their medical history around the time that they die, it's good to know what procedure they had, any medications they were on, and anything that was documented at the hospital during that time.
As part of your the records that you reviewed in this case, did you review any records from the emergency medical services staff who provided assistance to Ms. Mullis on her way to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
did you review the Greeley Fire Department pre-hospital care report?
Yes.
Why did you look at the EMS records?
So my standard practice and everywhere that I've worked is that when I know that there are pre-hospital records from EMS or fire first responders, is to get information from those records, either to have an investigator gather that information and have it in our report prior to autopsy, or to gather just the records themselves and be able to review them to understand what medical procedures were done and what their observations were, because findings and observations can change over the course of time prior to autopsy. So it's nice to have those different steps to be able to analyze each person's view of what they saw and what they did along the way.
And you said that you also reviewed medical records from Miss Mullis being brought to the hospital where she passed away?
Yes, I did.
And why did you review those records?
So to understand, was her condition the same when EMS saw her as when she came to the hospital? Did anything change? Did they do any kind of additional testing that would help understand why she's passing away? Did they make any observations that either weren't present at autopsy or were different than autopsy and different than what Dr. Thompson, his photographs and his report showed?
Reviewing these categories of records, prior medical care, EMS records, medical care from the day that she passed, is review of those kinds of records part of the general practices of forensic pathologists reaching cause and manner of death determinations?
Yes. So in my training, in every place I've worked, and in all of my understanding of forensic pathology practice, that is part of the process and is the beginning part of the process even prior to autopsy.
And is it the general practice of forensic pathologists to review those records before reaching opinions about cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Did you review any records or photographs from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office in this case?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
There were some, I think, two specific accounts of deputies. I think they're deputies. I'm sorry if I'm misstating that, but who had been the responders at the scene and had gone back to the farm and looked in the shed and taken some photographs.
Did you rely only on those materials to gain an understanding of the shed or issues related to the Mullis farm?
No, not just those.
What else did you do?
So I went and visited the farm and the shed to see the space for myself.
Is that a common practice for forensic pathologists?
I would say that it's not common for a forensic pathologist to go to every scene, but certainly we can choose to go to any scene that we would like to. And in cases where there's a question of in my experience, it tends to be a question of determining the manner of death that I've gone to scenes, but it could be the cause of death as well. And if you just don't have sort of what you need from the photos or the investigative report, or you need to kind of see, could this happen in the way that it's being posed to me or the way that I think it may have happened from the autopsy, it can be helpful to go to the scene.
Is gaining an understanding of the scene, whether through records review or a forensic pathologist's own investigation, is that a generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology?
It is. Typically, the only time that there isn't a scene investigation is if somebody dies at the hospital, but that would tend to be like if they're dying under natural causes. If there are unnatural causes, then certainly going back to the scene, depending on the circumstances, would be something that would be quite common for the investigators at the office, at least, to go and do.
Now, you referenced as part of your evaluation in this case, reaching determinations about the cause and manner of Miss Mullis's death.
Yes.
Is that a determination you've made in this case?
Yes.
Before we get to what your determinations are, What process did you follow to reach your opinions in this case?
So I would say that in this case and every case, I follow sort of a standard like scientific method to the process that I undergo in order to evaluate a death.
What is that process generally?
So basically it is gathering the beginning information that we've talked about, like the circumstances of death, the first responders, some medical information prior to the autopsy, at the autopsy performing the external exam or looking at the outside of the body, and collecting any evidence or pictures, things like that that we need. And from there, formulating some ideas or hypothesis about what the cause and manner of death likely is. And then taking those into the autopsy, performing the autopsy, collecting additional samples like for toxicology or to look under the microscope at different tissues and kind of testing those hypotheses of what we believe may be the likely cause and manner of death, and then waiting for the additional testing to come back, like the toxicology report, and then reevaluating those hypotheses of the cause and manner of death, and then ultimately, if we need more information at that point, going back and asking for it in order to make sure that we have everything we need to issue the cause and manner of death, and that there isn't anything outstanding that could be an important factor to that. And so when we get to that point, that's when we're going to issue the cause and manner of death and issue the death certificate.
All right, and Dr. Hammers, you described at the point where you've conducted the external exam and an autopsy, that being the point where you develop your hypotheses. In your practice of developing cause and manner of death determinations, are there cases where after the external examination of the body at autopsy, you make a determination of your opinions about cause and manner of death?
So after my external exam, I often have depending on the case, I can have a pretty good idea of what is happening depending on what injuries I see on the body or what I don't see. But I always need the internal examination to be able to definitively examine those tissues inside and understand. So a good example would be, I might see a gunshot wound that's in the chest. I can tell that it went in and it went out, but I won't know how much bleeding is inside the chest. I won't know what organs necessarily that it struck without doing the internal exam. So knowing basic anatomy, I could come up with some presumptions of what likely happened, but I wouldn't know until I actually did the autopsy. And the autopsy is typically what allows you to better understand the mechanism of somebody's death or the physiologic changes that are happening to them.
All right. So as part of your review of this case, did you have materials in front of you that would let you conduct an external review of Miss Mullis's injuries?
Yes.
And just before we start to talk about this, do people in your field sometimes use the word defect in talking about injuries?
Yes.
What does defect mean in that context?
Defect tends to be used as like an injury or a hole that you can see in either the skin or an organ. And typically it's used when you're not really sure what it's from. So you may say, this is a defect, and then ultimately you come to a more specific conclusion that it's a gunshot wound defect or a stab wound defect. And you may call it then an injury. So defect tends to be a general term when we're not sure or we're not yet sure more specifically what caused it.
All right. In your review of Miss Mullis's body in this case, did you determine that areas of her body had injuries?
Yes.
Where were her injuries?
So she had puncture types of injuries on her back and extending over to her back right side. And then she had blunt type of injuries on different parts of her body.
And we're going to talk about both of those injuries, or both of those types of injuries, but just in general, thinking about in your evaluation of both the injuries to her back and the injuries to other areas of her body, did you consider both of those categories of injuries in reaching your opinion?
I did.
Was there one category that was more significant than another?
Yes.
And which was more significant?
So the puncture defects that were on her back and extending to her right side were ultimately the significant injuries that she had.
Your Honor, at this point, I want to show the witness and publish to the gallery Exhibit 573, which has been admitted into evidence. And this is a version of that exhibit which has been cropped somewhat for privacy reasons, which I think the state saw yesterday.
Kelly, do you see the remotes for the big TVs anywhere?
I don't see them.
Oh, it's on. Just needed to wake up, I guess.
Do you have the exhibit in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
I do.
What are we looking at here in Exhibit 573?
So this is a photograph of Miss Mollis's back, particularly looking at it from the right side. In the upper right, you can see the back of her, where her arm meets her shoulder, so like the back of the armpit area. And there are 6 puncture defects that are on her right backside, extending across her back. And amongst some of those, there's one abrasion or scraping type of injury to the skin.
Are you familiar with a term, wound pattern analysis?
Yes.
What is that?
That's essentially when you look at each individual wound and look at any specific features like the size, the shape, the orientation, and the features around the wound. And then when you take all of the wounds that you have and look at them for any kind of patterns that they might have, or similarities or differences that they might have, to try to group some or all of the injuries together to understand how someone may have sustained those injuries.
Did you do that type of analysis on the injuries that on Miss Mollis's body?
Yes, I did.
And first of all, in general terms, how would you describe the injuries that we're seeing in Exhibit 573?
So all of the injuries, but that small scrape to the skin, are all puncture types of defects or penetrating defects, meaning that the injury is going deeper into the body than it is large on the surface of the skin.
Can you give me an example of something that would be a penetrating defect?
So common things that we see that are penetrating defects would be things like gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
Right. Those aren't the only types of penetrating defects, I take it?
No, there's multiple other types of objects that can cause penetrating defects, but those are the most common that we see.
Right. In this case, you've reviewed Dr. Cruz's reports, and you reviewed prior testimony from Dr. Cruz as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In Dr. Cruz's analysis or Dr. Cruz's testimony about this case, did she assign letters to various of these wounds?
Yes, she did.
All right. And have you adopted those letters in your analysis?
Yes.
Which letters have been assigned to which of these wounds in this case?
So she labeled them letters A through F. 6 wounds, letter A through F, and she started on the right side, which is the right side of this picture, with A, and then moving across the body, B and C. And then D she labeled as the lowest wound, and then E and F traveling upward.
To make sure that I understand, wound A is on the right side of the picture under her armpit, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you see a wound that is up from the ruler, but sort of at the end of the ruler?
Yes.
What is that B?
That is B, correct.
All right, then in the middle of the photograph, I get, well, more on the left side of the photograph, but in line with B, do you see 3 injuries and a line?
Yes,
Okay, so the injury that has the line, that's what you described as an abrasion, is that right?
that's correct.
The injury that is below that abrasion, which number or which letter is that?
That was wound D.
All right, and then above wound D, there are 2 injuries right there?
Yes.
And which is on the right?
C is on the right and D or E is on the left.
All right, and then there's another injury that's more to the top left-hand corner of the photo?
Yes.
What's that?
That Dr. Cruz labeled as F.
Right. Are any of these wounds, A through F, different from other wounds in the pattern?
They all are penetrating injuries, but some of them are just looking at them without adjusting them or moving the skin or examining them further. Some of them are larger than other ones, and some of them are a little bit smaller.
Which are larger?
Wounds A and B are the largest, with wound A being the larger of the 2. And then wounds E and F are slightly larger than C and D.
And when you're talking about being larger or smaller in this context, are you talking about depth or circumference, or what are you referencing?
So just looking at the skin here, the differences that you can see are going to be in the somewhat the size and shape of the actual like defect in the skin or the hole in the skin, and then the skin around that defect that has some changes where you can see discoloration, which is abrasion and contusion or scraping and bleeding.
Looking at wound, well, in general with these wounds, did any of them have exit wounds on Miss Melissa's body that were associated with them?
So wound A had an injury on the front right breast that was in line with all of the injury path that was ultimately described on the internal examination, and was the endpoint of that injury path.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that it's important to that part of your analysis is to look at medical records or records of treatment from different periods of time to gain an understanding of treatment over time. In that context, can the appearance of injuries on someone's body change over time?
Yes, they can.
And can you explain why that's the case?
Sure. So anytime the skin is broken or damaged, it makes the skin go from dry to having moisture. And anytime there's moisture on the skin or on an injury, that area is subject to drying, and that can change the color, the extent, and some of the features of the wounds.
I think we've identified which of these wounds have which letter. And I think it's your testimony that these wounds had different depths. Is that right?
I did not testify to that, but they did have different depths, yes.
And sorry, I want to go through and talk about the depths of these wounds. So let's start there. So for wound A, the wound on the right, how deep was that wound?
Off the top of my head, my recollection was that was about 6.5 inches deep.
And what about wound B, the next wound over?
That one was not quite as deep. I believe it was about 6 inches. And I don't know if you want me to look at the autopsy report or not, just to make sure that I'm giving you the accurate measurements.
Let me ask you this. Did you review records from Dr. Cruz where she noted measurements of the depths of these wounds at the autopsy?
Yes, in her notes and at the autopsy, she had these documented, the size, the features surrounding the wounds, the depths of the wounds, and the measurements between the wounds and the orientation of them.
And before we talk a little more about depth, let me ask you this. Just looking at the external appearance of these wounds, the way that you see them in Exhibit 573, for you as a forensic pathologist, can you draw any conclusions about a situation where you have a pattern of wounds where some of them have different appearance than the others?
Yes, I mean, I can come up with possibilities.
And what are some possibilities for why that might be the case?
So it could be that there is movement of an object while it's in the body, which can extend the size and change some of the features around of the surrounding skin. And it can be that there are more shallow or deeper depths of penetration with an object, which can change the appearance slightly. So if you presume that it's the same object causing all of the injuries, you could explain differences in them based off of movement and the depth of the penetration.
All right, and you mentioned that you think that the concept of movement is relevant to considering the pattern of injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
How does it impact your analysis of injuries to think about the body as something that moves?
So it can change two things. So if an object, thinking about an object penetrating the body and being in the body while there's movement, that can change the size and features of the wound itself. But then looking at the body as a whole and knowing that particularly this part of the body, the torso or the chest, back, and abdomen is highly movable, it allows me to know that there can be a movement of the location of the body either closer together or further apart based off of the position that the person's body is in at the time that they're sustaining the injuries.
You mentioned earlier that having access to the measurements of the depths would aid in your testimony. And let me ask you first, in addition to looking at measurements from Dr. Cruz of the depths of these wounds, did you have access to measurements that Dr. Cruz took of the distance between the wounds?
Yes, she had those in her notes, and she had, I think, all but one of them from her notes were in her autopsy report as well.
And was that information you took into account in your analysis?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because understanding that information aids in understanding and coming to conclusions about how this set of injuries might have been sustained.
Would looking at a demonstrative of the photographs of Miss Mullis's wounds with some of those distances noted on it, would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness a demonstrative, which we provided to the state to aid in the witness's testimony.
And as I understand it, that's been reviewed and there's no objection. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Judge. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Are you able to see the demonstrative in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes, I am.
And what is the demonstrative that you're looking at show?
So this shows the injuries that we just saw in the previous picture, similar orientation and view, but has added colored lines and measurements between the wounds, kind of in a order from A to B, B to C, C to D, etc. And it shows the measurements that Dr. Cruz made and documented of the distances between those wounds that are the actual numbers in inches.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show the witness a slightly different demonstrative, which I believe the state has also seen. Dr. Hammers, what does the demonstrative in front of you show?
So this is an image that shows wounds B through F, as well as that small abrasion. You're not able to see wound A on this picture because it's a little more toward the right side. But this is a more straight on picture of Miss Mollis's back, showing 5 of the 6 injuries, showing those lines again between the injuries with the measurements that Dr. Cruz took. But this time it also next to the large black letter that is the wound that Dr. Cruz designated and that we've kept for this discussion. It shows the size of the wound as she measured it in parenthesis, and then the depth of the wound, meaning how far or long into the body that she measured the path of the injury going.
And so does looking at this diagram help you tell us, help you review for us what the depths of these various wounds were?
Yes.
Can you, I understand we can't see wound A on here and we'll get to that in a minute, but can you tell us what the relative depths of wounds B through F were on Miss Melissa's back?
Sure. So wound B went 6.5 inches deep. Wound C went 3 3/4 of an inch deep. Wound D went 2 inches deep, and wound E was 6 1/2 inches deep, and wound F was 3 3/4 of an inch deep.
So B and E are the deepest wounds?
Of these 5, yes, those are the 2 deepest wounds.
Right, and which is the shallowest wound?
Wound D at 2 inches was the most shallow.
As an aside, I mean, looking at the measurements here between the wounds, for instance, did Dr. Cruz mention that the distance between wound B and wound C was 3 inches?
Yes, she did.
Does that mean that if wounds B and C were sustained at the same time, that they were 3 inches apart at the time an injury was sustained?
They may have been, but not necessarily based off of the position of Miss Mollis's body.
And can you explain why the position would impact that?
Sure. So with the torso and specifically the back, a person is able to either hyperflex or hyperextend. So in hyperflexion, they would be kind of like pulled forward with their shoulders forward, maybe bent forward, and hyperextended, they would be back, like with their shoulders back, their back arched, maybe their neck back, or even twisted, bent to the side or rotated to the side. And so those positions are going to change the distance, the actual distance at the time of the injury between those 2 injuries. So it could be that the injuries were sustained with the body at 3 inches apart, or it could have been closer or further away.
Does the fact that someone's back, as you've described, can move and twist, does that mean that it's not possible to draw conclusions about the pattern of the wound, given that those distances might change?
No, you can still make some hypothesis or draw similarities from the wounds, both from all of the measurements that we've talked about so far.
All right, I'm going to show you an additional diagram. I'm going to show you an additional diagram that adds in wound A to these measurements. Would that aid in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Is what you're looking at in this demonstrative, the picture we've been looking at with measurements of wounds B through F, with some measurements between wound A and B added?
Yes.
And where wound A on the left side would be under Miss Melissa's armpit in an area that's between her side and her armpit, correct?
Correct.
And that's what's depicted on the other photo?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the depth of wound A was?
So the depth of wound A was 6 inches.
All right. And what was the relative distance between wound A and wound B?
It was 4.5 inches.
And and I want to make sure that what I said was clear. I think I may have said that wound A was on the left side. Would wound A have been to the right of wound B on this picture we're looking at on the left side of the left of the two photographs?
Yes, in the left of the two photographs, the wound A would have been toward the right, kind of between the side of the body and the arm.
As part of your, as a forensic pathologist, as part of your evaluation of injuries, are you trying to think through the position that a body might have been at the time that a certain pattern of injuries occurred?
Yes, so part of my analysis, if I have no indication of what may have caused these injuries, would be to think of them individually or as a group or groups to try to come up with an idea of what type of object or instrument could have caused this. And then if an instrument is posed to me as either known to or likely to have caused those injuries, I would then analyze the injuries with that object in mind, trying to understand if it's possible to have this injury, set of injuries caused by that object.
All right, in this case, the materials you've been provided indicate that there was an object called a corn rake that was involved in these injuries?
Yes.
Did you, as part of your analysis, have an opportunity to examine the corn rake at issue in this case?
I saw photographs of the corn rake.
In your mind, based on everything that you reviewed, is there any question that wounds A through F were caused by Miss Mullis's body coming in contact with that corn rake in some way?
From looking at the injuries and from all of the information that I reviewed, the injuries are consistent with that, and I did not see anything where that was debated that was the object that caused these injuries.
Thinking about the corn rake that we're talking about, do you know what the distance between the tines of that corn rake are?
So the distance between the tines is just shy of 3 inches, so it's almost 3 inches.
How do you have that number?
From a photograph.
Given, so in your analysis, understanding that the object at issue here is this corn rake and that you have these injuries on Miss Mullis's back, in your opinion, is there a pattern to the injuries on Miss Mullis's back that we're looking at?
There is, yes.
And what is your opinion about what that pattern is?
My opinion is that there's 3 injuries that you can cluster together that have similar features, which is A, B, and C. There's 2 injuries that have similar features, E and F, that you can cluster together. And then there is wound D, which is kind of on its own and a little bit separate in its orientation and features.
How are you able to determine that A, B, and C are sort of one set of connected injuries?
So looking at the spacing between them, so the wounds B and C has a 3-inch length between them, and wounds A and B is 4.5 inches. That 4.5 inches is over a curved part of the body, however. So in reality, a more narrow object could make both of those injuries at the same time if it's penetrating the body, particularly at an angle. And they also have a similar orientation of the wounds themselves if you face them on like the face of a clock. So they're all going in, all 3 of them are in the same orientation that way.
And so when you say they're in the same orientation, explain to me what you mean by that.
So when we describe injuries, we can describe them using the face of a clock. So if something is straight up and down, so in orientation with the head and the feet would be straight up and down, that's vertical. You could describe that as vertical, or you could describe it as 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. If something is across the body from left to right, like straight across, you could describe that as transverse or horizontal. But putting it on the face of the clock, you could use 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. And then anything else would be oblique. And you could place it on the face of a clock using, 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock, for example. And so looking at these 3 injuries, they had a similar oblique orientation on the face of a clock that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Is your opinion about the orientation of Miss Melissa's wounds different from Dr. Cruz's opinion about the orientation of any of these 6 wounds, A through F?
No, it is not.
You also said that E and F are wounds that you would group together, is that right?
Yes.
And why is that your opinion?
So they're 3 3/4 of an inch apart, which is, again, pretty similar to what A and B and C are, but they have a different orientation. When you put it on the face of the clock, they're both the same, E and F, but they're different from A, B, and C, and they're different than D.
What is their orientation?
These were at, my recollection is 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock is how they were described.
All right, and you said that D is in a different group?
Yes, so D had an orientation that was just one basically number off of A, B, and C. So it was just slightly differently oriented than A, B, and C.
I want to take you back to Exhibit 573. Sorry, don't lose it. All right, we're showing you Exhibit 573 again. Now, Exhibit 573, is that the same image that appears on the left 2 of the photos that you were looking at a moment ago that is marked?
The ones that we just looked at that was a straight on of the back. This is from an angle.
All right, and let me go back and show you the last photo, the second to last photo that we looked at.
Okay.
While we're doing that, let me actually ask you, well, let me show you this exhibit first. I want to ask you a different question, and we'll come back to this. You mentioned that wounds A and B looked different than the other wounds on the back. Can you explain why those, or how those wounds had a different appearance?
Sure. So wound A, even more so than wound B, had a much larger overall size. And around the wound, so the skin around wounds A and B had additional abrasion and contusion of the surrounding skin. So in addition to the wound being larger, there was also injury to the skin around the wounds that was different than the rest of the injuries.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 561. What does Exhibit 561 depict?
So this is wound A on the right side of the body. This shows the medical therapy at the top, which is the chest tube that was inserted at the hospital. And then,
just to interrupt you, the chest tube is not wound A.
Correct. That's the medical therapy. And then below that is wound A. So there's a hole in the skin, and then there's a sort of pink to red to kind of dark, maybe purplish color around the skin around that wound A, and that is the abrasion and contusion of the skin around that wound.
So is the appearance of wound A different from the appearances of wounds C through F?
Yes.
And
Here's what I found.
what specifically about the appearance of wound A in this picture was different than wounds C through F?
So rather than just having a little bit of injury around the actual wound in the skin, there was this enlarged area of abrasion and contusion around the wound. So that discoloration of the skin is different than the other wounds.
All right, I want to go back and show you one more time Exhibit 573. All right, do you see wound B in this picture?
Yes.
How was the appearance of wound B different from wound C through F?
So wound B also has that injury of the skin, that's abrasion and contusion. And this time it's above the injury, so more toward the top of the picture. And it has, from here, has kind of like a pinkish to purple coloration. And the wound itself is actually at the bottom of that. And then that discoloration and injury of the skin is above.
Did you take into account the characteristics of the corn rake in this case in thinking through how to group these injuries?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So thinking about the spacing of the tines of the corn rake being just about 3 inches, and trying to look at on the body, the knowing that the body can move some, or even extensively, and then looking at the features of the tines. The ends of the tines are kind of flattened, and they then sort of expand to a more rounded part of the tine. And so when I looked at the injuries and looked at Dr. Cruz's measurements, she measured all of them ultimately when she kind of reapproximated the edges of the injuries at 1/16 of an inch, which is consistent with the tines on the rake penetrating the skin, and allowed for that orientation of those tines, since they're flattened, into the body.
All right, and I want to understand what you just said. When you talk about reapproximating the edges of the injury, explain to me what that process entails.
Sure. So when a body is injured, there are invisible lines that are elastic forces in the skin, that everybody has. And so when the skin is damaged, those elastic lines can pull on the wound, and they can cause them to what we call gape, or to kind of be kind of open. So if we take our hands and we remove some of that tension, we can actually make a much more accurate measurement of the wound. And so that's what Dr. Cruz did. So she reapproximated, or took the edges of the wound and kind of pushed them back together to see where there was a piece of tissue that was actually lost from the puncture of that tine. And so when she did that, each of the wounds were 1/16 of an inch. That was the size of all 6 of them. So being able to push that back together, you got that approximation. So those were all the same, which made it consistent with one object also. But when you push that back together, that also allows, so you basically have this 1/16 of an inch, and then it was angled, right, or obliquely oriented like we described before. And so looking at the size and the fact that you can tell an orientation, as opposed to it being just like a circle, basically, you can then look at the ends of those tines, which are flattened, and see that flattened end of the tine is consistent with what we're seeing on the body when you reapproximate the wounds.
All right, Dr. Hammers, I'm not a doctor, but is it your testimony that the holes in Ms. Mullis's back are not round?
When you reapproximate them, they're not round.
All right, and is the end of the corn rake round?
No, they're flattened to, I don't want to say it's rectangular, but they're flattened to that type of shape.
And does the fact that the wounds have an oblique shape, as you've described, and the corn rake has an oblique shape, does that allow you to determine, as you've described, the orientation of the wound and the orientation of the rake at the time that the rake made any of these wounds?
Yes. So because all 4 of the tines are flattened, if you have 3 wounds that have a similar orientation, and that would indicate that 3 tines are going in likely at the same time in that similar orientation.
All right, and with all of those factors in mind, and those factors in your analysis that you've testified about, do you have an opinion on which, if any, of wounds A through F were caused at the same time?
So looking at just the body, from the pattern of the injuries and the individual features of each injury, it appears that wounds A, B, and C occurred at a similar time. Wounds E and F at a similar time, and wound D at a somewhat different time.
And are you basing that opinion just on their orientation?
So it's the orientation and the features of the wounds.
In thinking through that, well, let me ask you this first. Do you have an opinion on the order of wounds A through F being caused?
Well, my opinion is that wounds A and B, given the features around them, is that those likely occurred in the first set of injuries and then remained in the body while other injuries occurred, given the fact that they're distorted and they have injury of the skin beyond what the other injuries have.
I want to go back to Exhibit 561 briefly. Looking at Exhibit 561 and wound A that's depicted in 561, what about this wound leads you to conclude that a tine went into wound A and remained there?
So if you take a long blunt object and it's penetrates into the skin and then there's movement, it's going to cause bruising and abrasion of that surrounding skin. So if it goes straight in and straight out, we would, without any movement, we would not expect there to be this larger area of injury of the skin. So the fact that the wound is larger and has this area on the surface of the skin is very consistent with movement. And then ultimately putting that into the context of what was seen on the internal examination, that's also very supportive of that as well. So I'm talking right now about the skin itself, but my conclusions are made using the internal exam as well.
And we'll get to the internal exam in a moment, but just looking, thinking about your evaluation of wound A, how do you know, for instance, for wound A, that the features of the wound that you're describing, which you attribute to a tine being in wound A and being moved around, how do you know that those features aren't caused by a tine of the corn rake coming all the way out of wound A and then going back into wound A?
So first of all, the statistical probability of a tine coming out and going back into the same spot is very low. Second of all, I would expect that the features of the wound would not have that pattern when you reapproximate them, that it would be 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of the injuries, that it would be more extended beyond that or more irregular. So the fact that we can reapproximate to that 1/16 of an inch is highly indicative of one penetrating injury.
And what is that issue in terms of reapproximating the size of the wound? What is your determination about the size of wound B in that respect?
Wound B also, when you approximate it, is 1/16 of an inch, just like the rest of them. So all of the wounds are consistent with the tine penetrating the body one time, and then A and B are consistent with movement of the tines while they're in the body from that one penetrating defect.
All right.
Ms. Thompson, would this be a good place for a morning break?
I think it would, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Doctor, you may step down.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes. We'll plan on picking up at about 10 after. Court's in recess until then.
Your Honor, I'm just going to instruct the witness not to talk to anyone. I'm not going to confirm.
You can go ahead and be seated, Doctor, and I would just remind you that you remain under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Dr. Hammers, before we broke, you were discussing wounds A, B, and C with us. It's your opinion that wounds A, B, and C were wounds that Ms. Millis experienced first?
Certainly A and B, and then wound C has the similar orientation, so it makes sense from looking at those features that those may have occurred in the same process.
All right, and you've also put wounds E and F in one group and wound D in another, is that right?
Correct.
As between wounds E and F and wound D, do you have an opinion on which of those groupings were caused next?
Just from the features on the skin, I'm not able to make any determination regarding that.
Now, you described in your opinion, you described your process of reaching your opinions earlier, and I think one of the things you told us is that as a forensic pathologist, you do an external examination, you then do an internal examination. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to do any internal examination of Ms. Mullis's wounds here?
So I was able to review Dr. Cruz's findings and the photographs that she had taken of the internal exam, including the measurements that she had made of the wounds, some of the wounds along the wound paths, and to look at that internal process.
Did you have a narrative description from her as well about those wound paths?
Yes, so I had her autopsy report, the photos, and her notes.
Did you have testimony from Dr. Cruz as well?
Yes, I was here yesterday and I reviewed her deposition and trial testimony.
All right, what did your, well, let me ask you this first. How many photos of the internal area of Miss Mullis's torso did Dr. Cruz, what were taken at autopsy?
There were 2 photos, both were of the chest area. The skin was reflected, so the autopsy had been started, but the rib cage and the chest plate were still intact.
Was that a sufficient amount of photos, of visual evidence for you to reach your determinations in this case?
Well, just from photos alone, it would not have been, but I had her documentation in the autopsy reports with measurements that she had taken along the some of the wound paths.
Did your review of the records related to the internal condition of Ms. Mullis's torso contribute to your opinions in this case?
Yes.
What did you note about the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso?
So particularly with wounds A and B.
And let me stop you for 1 second. Let me just show you again some of the exhibits that we were looking at before. So if you could pull up one of the demonstratives we were looking at, Your Honor, just for the record, was exhibits 573 and 574 that had some additional demonstrative markings on them. Can you show me that exhibit? Here, I think the screen is still.
We'll see if it pops up here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 1. 73 and 74. Your Honor, I think the exhibit we're going to show is a demonstrative of 572 and 574.
And the witness does have it.
All right, I'm happy to proceed. I just wasn't sure if it was showing, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, is the court able to see the?
And I can see it.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I think you were explaining for us, Dr. Hammers, what you were able to determine from your evaluation of the internal area of Ms. Mullis's torso.
Sure. So particularly with wounds A and B, the internal injuries were large in comparison to the surface of the skin, but also to the other wound paths. So Dr. Cruz captured a picture of the front of the chest plate where she had tracked the path of the injury to come out of, and it was very large. The area of muscle that was damaged. She also tracked through wound path B injuries through the right lung and measured them an inch, which is also very large in comparison to the tines on the rake, and also to the injuries on the surface of the skin.
And when you're talking about large, are you talking about the depth of the wound, or are you talking about the circumference of the?
So the size of the wound. So the depth is, I'm not talking about the depth, I'm talking about the actual like diameter or size of the wound itself.
So inside Miss Melissa's torso, were wounds A and B larger than the tine of than any of the tines of the rake?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there other wounds of the wounds between A and F that were larger than the tines of the rake?
It was really only the injuries along the pathway associated with A and B that were enlarged like that.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from that?
So that supported the findings on the surface of the skin indicating movement of the tine within the body. So again, if the tine had gone straight in and straight out without any movement, we would expect the size of the injuries through the body to be about the size of the tine. So having them significantly larger and extended is supportive of movement of that tine within the body. And then my conclusion of those two tines remaining in the body and moving while other injuries occurred.
So taking into account your external assessment and your internal assessment, from these assessments, were you able to determine as between E and F and as between D, which injuries Ms. Mullis experienced next?
So not just from the internal and the surface of the skin, there were also markings on the clothing and I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer.
I was going to say, in absence of a defect on the clothing where wound D would be. And so by putting those three things together, the external exam, the internal exam, and the clothing, I think there is some conclusions to potentially draw from the clothing analysis.
And I do want to talk to you about the clothing. You had access to information about the clothing that Ms. Mullis was wearing at the time she was brought into the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
What information about that clothing did you have access to review?
So I had photographs of the clothing, and those photographs showed the defects in the clothes.
All right. In your process as a forensic pathologist, do you rely on clothing as part of your analysis of injuries in cases that you evaluate?
I do. So evaluation of the clothing is typically part of the external examination process. As long as the clothing comes to the autopsy, occasionally it will come later.
And how do you evaluate clothing in trying to conduct an analysis of wounds?
So what we're looking for with the clothing is, are there defects that are consistent with what we're seeing on the body, meaning in location and in size and in distribution? Are there any less defects on any of the layers of clothing than what we see on the body? Or are there any more defects on any layers of the clothing that we see on the body? And then comparing the differences in the layers of clothing, which can help understand how many times each of those pieces of clothing were damaged by the object.
Setting aside layers of clothing and just talking about situations where someone only has one layer of clothes on, you mentioned that there's situations where you might see more holes in someone's shirt, for instance, than they have holes on their body. Is that right?
Occasionally, yes.
And what can be explanations for there being more holes on an item of clothing than there are wounds in that area?
Sure. So it could be either that the clothing was damaged, but the body wasn't in a certain area. In some areas, that's more common. Or it could be that the clothing could have been folded. And so one penetration of that clothing actually causes a small cluster of holes together in around the same place.
And what about situations where, again, setting aside the layers question and just talking about somebody who's wearing one layer of clothing, are there situations where there are fewer holes in someone's shirt than there are wounds in that area?
It's less common, but that can happen, yes.
And what are circumstances in which that could occur?
Well, in those circumstances, it would mean that the body is injured by the object, but the object did not come completely out of the clothing. So it penetrated through the clothing one time, but then caused one or more injuries to the skin without coming completely out of the clothing.
Now, you described situations where people are wearing layers of clothing. When you have a situation where a person who's passed was wearing layers of clothing, what process do you use to evaluate the layers?
So I look at all of the layers and document what I see because there definitely is valuable information in those. But ultimately, when I'm making my conclusions, I would say probably the most important layer is going to be the layer that's closest to the body, because you can have more discrepancies with the number of holes as you go out in the different layers. And depending on the quality of the clothing or the type of the clothing, it can be more challenging to evaluate that clothing and see defects.
Did you evaluate the clothing that was brought in with Miss Mullis?
I looked at the photographs that were taken of the clothing.
All right. Now, in this case, were there photographs that you had of Miss Mullis's clothing at autopsy?
Yes.
And were there photos of her clothing from the hospital as well?
Yes, there were.
Did you also have photos of her clothing that were taken during a later review of her clothing?
Yes.
Was that a review that you were present for?
I was not.
Did you rely on those photos in reaching your opinions in this case?
I would say that in part I did, but I also relied on the other photos, which were consistent with, both sets of photos were consistent with each other.
I want to show the witness exhibit 890. Yes.
What's the source of the photo? Hang on just a second, Jeff.
I think we're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, may do so.
All right, do you see a photograph in front of you, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What do you recognize what's depicted in photograph 890?
Yes, this is the gray t-shirt that, from my understanding, was the innermost layer of clothing that Miss Mullis was wearing.
Is this the same gray t-shirt that you saw depicted in other photographs that you reviewed as part of your analysis here?
Yes.
And was there anything that you took into account? Let me just make a record, because the state's asked me to, that this exhibit 890, I think the parties agree, was a photograph taken by Dr. Valentina Nye during a review of evidence in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding that 890 is an article of clothing that would have been on Amy Mullis's body at the time that she was killed. And that this comes from Dr. Nye's review. Is that correct?
I'll represent that to be the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you offering 890 at this time? Or are we just referring to it? I guess
let me ask the witness, Dr. Hammers, does Exhibit 890, is Exhibit 890 a true and accurate depiction of the T-shirt that you reviewed and considered as part of your reaching your opinions in this case?
Yes, it is.
I would offer Exhibit 890 into evidence then, Your Honor.
Just one more question, please.
Sure.
The photo that, or the item of clothing that is in 890 was taken by Dr. Nye, correct?
I don't know who took this photo.
Okay, do you know when it was taken? Was it taken sometime later?
That's my understanding, but I don't know when.
Taken later than the autopsy of Dr. Cruz, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, I'm going to show the witness a different photo.
Mr. Brown, are you objecting to 890 then at this time?
With subject to those limitations, no. At this point in time, no, I'm not.
Okay. So I guess 890 is admitted with the understanding that it, well, was taken at a later time by some unidentified person for a different doctor.
All right. Dr. Hammers, have you seen other photographs of this T-shirt where it has substantially more blood on it?
I wouldn't say substantially more blood. It just was a different color, slightly. This looks more like brown than the other photos that I saw.
All right. Does that coloring difference impact your evaluation of what's on the shirt that's depicted in Exhibit 890?
No.
All right. What, if any, conclusions did you draw from reviewing photographs of the T-shirt that Ms. Millis was wearing in this case?
So, excuse me, the photographs of the T-shirt show defects that are consistent with wounds A, B, and C, and then wounds E and F, but there's not a defect that corresponds to wound D. Wound F has a cluster of 3 defects, kind of all combined in one area.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from the fact that there are fewer defects in the T-shirt in that area than the injuries, as you've just described?
So that is, to me, that is indicative of the skin being penetrated a second time and also scraped, because there's also a scrape on the skin in between these areas without the tine exiting the clothing.
For your assessment, how important was the number of holes in the T-shirt in the area of these injuries in comparison to the number of injuries in Ms. Millis's back?
I would say that it's just as important as all of the other information that I evaluated. It helps understand from my perspective the movement of the rake, and it supports the tines associated with wounds A and B likely staying in the body.
I want to show you one more time the demonstrative that we've been looking at that shows the pictures of Ms. Millis's back with the measurements that we've been looking at. I don't have a screen, so just let me know when you're seeing that, Dr. Hammers.
I can see it.
All right. In general, all of these wounds A through F, did you note in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report that these injuries were referred to as sharp force injuries?
I did.
Is it your opinion that these injuries are sharp force injuries? And when I say these injuries, I'm talking about the wounds A through F that we've been discussing.
In my opinion, they are not sharp force injuries.
What are they?
They are penetrating blunt force injuries.
And what is the difference between a penetrating blunt force injury and a sharp force injury?
So a sharp force injury cuts and divides the skin and typically does not leave any irregular edges on the skin like we have in these injuries. And it's made by a sharp object like a knife, a scalpel, a sharp piece of glass. Blunt injuries tear the skin. When they penetrate, they tear the skin, and they tend to cause a small amount of abrasion injury around the penetrating area, and then can cause injury, especially if there's movement, in a bigger radius or diameter around the injury. So it's a different type of wound category that we use, and it has pretty specific criteria in order to categorize them.
In a forensic pathology context, is the corn rake that you examined in this case, is that a sharp object?
It is not.
Why not?
Because the ends of the corn rake, or the different aspects of the corn rake, they're not going to cut and divide the tissue, they're going to tear the tissue. And so tearing of the tissue is a blunt injury, not a sharp injury.
Does this difference between injuries caused by a sharp force object and injuries caused by a blunt force, does that distinction matter in terms of your evaluation of this case?
I would say it doesn't change the fact that they're penetrating injuries and that this is why Miss Mollis died, but it certainly puts the features of the injuries, both the external and internal, into a more clear context when evaluating the specifics of the pattern of injuries and the dynamics of how those injuries were sustained.
All right. If there's an exhibit in front of you, I think we can take that down. I want to talk about briefly about some other injuries on Miss Mollis's body. You said that you considered these injuries we've been talking about that were on her back, and I want to talk about some other areas as well. Did you notice any injuries on Miss Mollis's chest?
So she did have some injuries on her chest, yes.
And in general, what did you observe those injuries to be?
She had one defect on her right breast that was at the end of the wound path associated with wound A. And then she had bruising that was over the midline of her chest, like over her sternum, which from my review was apparent from CPR and related to that. And then she had like a small bruise that or two that were kind of on some various other areas of her torso.
Were those injuries something you determined to be blunt force injuries?
Those all fit into the category of blunt force, yes.
Does that mean those were injuries that were inflicted by another person?
No, so the one injury is from CPR. So that was inflicted essentially by trying to save Miss Mollis's life.
Did you see any other injuries on Miss Mollis's chest other than the injury you associated with CPR and the injury you associated with the wound path from her back that you found significant?
No.
All right. Did you look at some photographs and description from Dr. Cruz of injuries that were on Miss Mollis's head and face?
Yes.
Was there anything that you observed on Miss Mollis's head and face that was significant to your analysis of this case and to your opinions about the cause and manner of her death?
I would say that it was significant to my analysis of the case. In the overall context of the case, they weren't significant in the sense that they didn't cause Miss Mollis to die and weren't a significant factor in the reason that she died.
You were here yesterday for some testimony from Kelly Cruz about this injury on Miss Mollis's chin that we've been discussing.
Yes.
I want to show you an exhibit that we showed to Dr. Cruz yesterday. Which is two side-by-side photos, Your Honor, of Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570, and these have been cropped for privacy reasons. Do you have those exhibits in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's depicted on Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570?
I do.
And what is it?
These are photographs. The one on the left is a photograph that was taken at the hospital, I believe by Dr. Thompson, and the one on the right is a photograph that was taken at the time of autopsy.
How would you describe this injury? What is it?
So to me, this is like a red to purple area on the chin that ultimately, when it's photographed at the time of autopsy, has a very dark, dry coloration to it and has a somewhat translucent quality to it as well. And it is larger and more prominent at the time of autopsy than it was at the hospital.
Is that relevant to you that it looked different at autopsy than it did at the hospital earlier?
It is.
Why?
Because if you look at this just at autopsy, it appears just from the look of it and the size of it to be much more significant than it did at the hospital. It also doesn't have all of the properties of that translucent quality to it, which has a very particular kind of force that's associated with it, and can give you an indication of how that marking came to be on the body.
How did this marking come to be on Ms. Mullis's body?
So in my opinion, this the qualities of this on her chin are very consistent with a pressure area where her chin was pressed up against a hard surface. And because your jaw is hard and you don't have very thick skin in this area, that compression will basically press the tissues together and cause an area that will become red to purple and will become dark and translucent over a period of time.
Is this injury something that must be caused by striking a surface?
It is not. It tends to be from pressure against a hard object.
How much pressure?
The pressure typically of a person's body. We see these markings in people who are pressed up against a hard object when they're not responsive, quite commonly.
Can you give an example of where you've seen this type of injury in other cases?
Sure. So we will see this in people who have strokes and can't move and are in one position without being able to move, and also commonly in people who experience drug overdoses, particularly with opiates. They'll become unconscious, and if they're pressed up against a hard surface, they'll develop pressure marks like this.
How long would someone's body need to be pressed up against a hard surface to experience this kind of injury?
It doesn't actually take a very long time. It could be a matter of just a couple of minutes in order to cause that. It really depends on how hard the surface is, how firmly the skin is pressed up against it, and then how thick the tissue is between either like the underlying surfaces that are either bone or soft tissue.
Is this injury that's depicted in Exhibit 621 and Exhibit 570 the result of somebody striking Ms. Mullis in the face?
So there are no features of that I would expect. If somebody struck her in the face, we would expect her to have swelling, more extensive bruising. I don't see any of that and didn't see any documentation of that in the records.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Cruz yesterday about Ms. Mullis's ear having some bruising on it?
Yes.
Did you see that bruising in the materials you observed?
I did.
Can you determine what might have caused that bruising?
Yes.
What?
So she has multiple earrings that are in the area of that bruising and are very consistent. They're small bruises that are right in the area of those earrings. So either from, some hard like pressure against that area or the EMT who testified talked about log rolling Miss Mullis to get her on the sheet to put her in the ambulance. So certainly that process could do that with just pressure of the ear against the ground.
Did you see any, well, let me ask you this. Dr. Cruz testified yesterday about a cut on Miss Mullis's lip. Did you see that cut when you were conducting your review of this case?
I did. I believe that she documented it and testified that it was an abrasion.
Thanks for clarifying that. I'm marking on her mouth.
Sure, yes.
And could you determine what the cause of that abrasion was?
No, there's nothing specific about that that indicates like what caused it. It was small and somewhat dry to even a little bit like reddish brown on her upper lip.
Did you, in any of the materials that you reviewed, observe any swelling on Miss Mullis's face?
Her eye looked like it was kind of swollen or a little bit larger than the other side. So the left was a little larger than the right side, but there was no change in color to it under the surface of the skin.
Was that swelling an indication of blunt force trauma?
It was not. It was actually the result of the medical interventions that she underwent.
And how's that?
So she experienced something called subcutaneous emphysema. That's basically where through the process of CPR, whether it's through trying to get air into a person's body through a King tube or an endotracheal tube, or because she had injuries that involved her chest wall, air will get under the surface of the skin and travel through the fatty tissues, and it will cause basically the air to get trapped in there, and areas of the body will become they can look almost swollen. And so she had that on her left eye, and it was also documented that it was traveling down her chest all the way down to the area of like her hips.
I want to now show you an exhibit that is exhibits 566 and 634 combined. And there's been, just for the record, some slight cropping of one of these photographs just for privacy reasons.
I can see it.
Can you see those exhibits?
Yes.
What is depicted in exhibit 566 and 634 in front of you?
So this is an area of the left knee. In the right-hand picture, you can see a yellow object beneath that discoloration. That's medical intervention, as well as a small piece of tubing. That's also part of the medical intervention. Just at like the lower part of the knee, there's an area of a reddish purple contusion or bruising to the skin with some overlying scrapes or abrasions to the skin involving the knee.
Were any of the bruising that you observed or saw described in materials that you reviewed signs of a struggle with another person?
There's nothing specific about these that indicate that they're from a struggle, and also like the location and the features of them, they're not even highly likely to be from a struggle. They could be from a vast number of happenings.
I'm going to show the witness now an exhibit that is just exhibits 513 and 517 next to one another. Do you have those photos in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in exhibits 513 and 517?
So these are the back surfaces of Miss Mullis's hands. The right hand is on the bottom and the left hand is on the top, and these were taken at the time of autopsy.
Are there any injuries to Miss Mullis's hands that you can see in this picture?
There are.
And can you draw any conclusions from the injuries that you see on her hands?
I can say that they're abrasions and contusions, that they're small, and they're over, most of them are over somewhat prominent surfaces of her hands, meaning some of the like knuckle areas, and they are nondescript, so they don't let you know specifically what they're caused from.
Are these injuries signs of Miss Mullis having struggled with another person?
The number, the distribution, the pattern of them are not indicative of that. They're not even highly suggestive of that. They are, again, sort of too general to draw any specific conclusion from.
I'm going to just show the witness what we've marked as Exhibit 275. me just show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 275. Do you recognize what Exhibit 275, or do you know what Exhibit 275 is?
I do.
Are the injuries that you see on Miss Mullis's hands consistent with someone whose hands could fit into Exhibit 275, putting their hand inside of it to wash the inside of it or to touch the inside of it in some way?
I'm object to speculation.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen Exhibit 275 before?
I don't know if I saw that exact one, but I have seen similar objects like that before.
Where have you seen similar objects to Exhibit 275?
When I visited the farm, I saw that those were covering like lights and being used as like a protector for light bulbs.
Are the injuries that you observed on Miss Mullis's hands consistent with her knuckles or the outside of her hands being abraded on a rough surface?
Yes.
All right. In general, well, have you described all of the external injuries on Miss Mullis's body, not just on her back, but on other areas of her body that you took into account in evaluating or in reaching your opinions in this case?
There's a couple of more like bruises that were on her legs that were documented in different places, but again, they were small, nondescript, and there was nothing about the location, pattern, or features of any individual wound together or alone that indicated any specific event or type of trauma that would have caused them.
Have you had cases as a forensic pathologist where the overall number of blunt force trauma injuries on someone's body was an indicator to you of the cause and manner of their death?
Yes, I have.
And is this such a case?
This is not.
Why not?
Looking at the blunt injuries in total, putting them into the context of the penetrating injuries, and then putting them into the context of what we know about how Miss Mullis was found, how she was transported to the hospital, and how she was treated at the hospital, and what she was doing prior to her being found unresponsive. The blunt injuries, again, alone and combined, really don't have, in my opinion, any significance to why she died.
Are there explanations in the process you just described, from your understanding, the things she was doing that day, the way that she was brought to the hospital, the medical intervention that would explain the markings on her body, excepting the wounds A through F that we've been discussing?
Yes, and I would add in addition, like the way that she was reported to have been found, in addition to those things.
And how would the way that she was reported to have been found how would that impact that analysis as well?
So she was reported that her arms were under her and her face was on the ground. And so, or at least face down. So, that would help explain the marking on her jaw, being pressed against a hard surface of the barn, and potentially explain some of the injuries on her hands from her either moving around on the ground or collapsing.
Would her being carried to a vehicle to be brought to the hospital explain some of her bruising?
It's certain.
I'm going to object as speculation as well.
Sustained.
You've told us that you reviewed records in this case, and you've explained to us your opinion and analysis about the injuries on Miss Mullis's back, the wounds A through F that we've been discussing. Taking into account everything that you reviewed in this case, Dr. Hammers, do you have an opinion on the cause of Miss Mullis's death?
I do.
What's your opinion?
So my opinion is that Miss Mullis died as a result of her left-sided pneumothorax from the penetrating injuries of her torso.
And can you explain how a pneumothorax would have caused her penetrating injuries and caused her death?
So the penetrating injuries caused her pneumothorax. And so what happens is if you have an injury that penetrates into your chest cavity, and especially if it's small, air can go into the chest cavity around the lung and put pressure on the lung, and it can't escape. So each time you breathe, air moves into that space, but it gets trapped and can't come back out. If the defect or injury is large, air is going to be able to go in and out of that injury or set of injuries. So to develop a pneumothorax, you need the air to be able to move in and become trapped, which is what was identified at the hospital, shown in the x-ray, and also documented on the right side that there was not a significant pneumothorax, if any. And so it was very clear on the x-rays that she had a pneumothorax, and that would have been caused by the 2 penetrating defects from wounds E and F that Dr. Cruz documented in her autopsy report.
Did Ms. Millis have a pneumothorax on her right side?
So she did not. So when the chest tube was inserted at the hospital, they documented that there was a small amount of blood and a small amount of air. That together with the size of the injuries that she had on her chest wall, particularly the one that I described on the front of her chest between her muscles of her ribs, and then the larger size of that injuries A and B, the size of those injuries would allow air to move in and out of the lung and not become trapped. And that placement of the chest tube supports that fact that air was not becoming entrapped around the right lung. The other things that supports that is that the right lung was pretty well aerated or filled with air, which is not what happens when you get a pneumothorax. It presses on the lung and collapses it, like what happened on the left-hand side. And then it will also press all of your structures in the midline of your body toward the opposite side, which is what they saw very clearly on the x-ray at the hospital.
Can someone with a collapsed lung yell or scream?
They may be able to try, but it's going to be challenging for them to get any amount of air to push out of their lungs that can move across their vocal cords to give them a voice, basically, because that's what we're relying on when we talk, is the air movement out of our body across our vocal cords to be able to make our vocalizations.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about her opinion that Ms. Millis, with her injuries, would have been alive for a few minutes potentially?
Yes.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I do agree with that, yes.
After Ms. Millis experienced the injuries that are reflected in wounds A through F, would she have been able to get up and walk around?
Yes, she would have been. So her becoming unconscious and then ultimately dying would have been a process. So when you get a pneumothorax, you don't get it all at one time. It builds up each time that you breathe. So each time you breathe, you would get more and more air into your lungs. But during that time period, you would still be conscious and be able to have willful activity.
Were you here for Dr. Cruz's testimony yesterday about the mechanism of Ms. Millis's death?
Yes.
Do you agree with her testimony?
I do not.
And what do you disagree with?
So Ms. Millis, her mechanism of death, which is the physiologic process that happens to you when you're dying, her cause of death was basically respiratory depression occurring because of the pneumothorax. That was the primary mechanism that was happening in her body. So she was having decreased oxygen available to get into her body because of that happened because of a respiratory depression from the pneumothorax. So she wasn't dying because of anything on the right side, which Dr. Cruz did say that she may have been able to live with medical treatment on the right side, and it really was the left side.
Does Dr. Cruz's autopsy report reflect the correct mechanism of Miss Mullis's death?
Well, I don't believe that Dr. Cruz listed a mechanism of death in the autopsy report.
Is it a generally accepted practice in forensic pathology for the autopsy report not to reflect that?
Typically, the autopsy report does not reflect that, neither does the death certificate. That usually is something that is either answered in a conversation about what happened, or if I would go and, let's say, testify, I often am asked about the mechanism.
Did you review Dr. Cruz's trial testimony from Mr. Mullis's trial in 2019?
Yes.
Did Dr. Cruz identify the correct mechanism of death in that testimony?
She did not.
You described earlier in your testimony that you use the scientific method as part of in order to evaluate the manner of someone's death. Is that right?
So determining the manner of death and the cause of death is part of that process, yes.
All right, and did you apply the scientific method in your evaluation of Ms. Mullis's, the cause and manner of Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
Did you test some hypotheses as part of your use of the scientific method about how to evaluate how Ms. Mullis would have received the injuries, the wounds A through F that we've been talking about in her back?
I did.
What hypotheses did you test to evaluate how Ms. Mullis received those injuries?
So when we have a penetrating injury can basically fit any category of manner of death outside of a natural death. So it could be an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or an undetermined death. So starting with all four of those is where when you have an injury is kind of the hypothesis that you're testing. And the manner of death primarily comes from the investigative information. So the autopsy alone typically does not answer the manner of death. So you can get information about the manner of death from the autopsy, but really the manner is putting the investigative information, all of the records that you have, and any kind of additional information that you have into the context of those injuries to then determine the manner of death. So the manner of death typically is not often unique or completely known just from the autopsy.
And in Ms. Mullis's case, could the manner of her death be determined just from the information that was learned at autopsy?
In my opinion, no. Dr. Cruz testified that she was aware that it was a corn rake and aware that the corn rake had been found at least partially in Miss Mullis's body, and she had the autopsy findings. She didn't have the medical records. She didn't have the EMS information. She didn't have her toxicology back. And from her testimony, it sounds like she made that determination without the other information.
In your experience as a professor of pathology and a person who's been responsible for training other pathologists, is that the kind of mistake that inexperienced pathologists sometimes make?
It can be. I mean, we all learn throughout our career, and we're trained, but that's not where your learning stops. So we continue to learn, to understand, to grow, and we may look back on the cases that we've done or the decisions that we've made and view them differently in light of new experiences and new training that we may undergo or more cases that we've seen.
So in evaluating the manner of Ms. Mullis's death, I think it's your testimony that this is not a natural death. So in considering those other four options, did you test the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back by someone swinging the corn rake into her back? I did. And how did you test that hypothesis?
So I tested that by observing the pictures of the corn rake, understanding the size of the corn rake, the spacing of the tines, the distribution and orientation of the tines, looking at the photos of the shed, going there and seeing that area to try to understand if somebody could swing a corn rake in that area, and also looking to see what was around that area, and then putting that into what's kind of known in my training and education, what's in the literature of other types of injuries that may occur from similar objects, and then in the information that we had, both from what Miss Mollis's husband and son reported, to what was observed through the treatment and from Dr. Cruz.
What was your conclusion about whether or not that hypothesis was possible, that she received these injuries by somebody swinging this corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion was that that was not consistent with what was on her body, both in the directions that the pathways traveled in her body, and the difference in the pathways in her body, and in the context of the spacing at the shed itself.
I want to show you a demonstrative exhibit. In just one moment, Your Honor, let me explain to the state what we're going to show.
Judge, I think we're gonna have some more things, more issues. I know it's afternoon, so.
Sure. If this is a good time to take our lunch break so that you have some time to visit, let's do that. We'll plan on trying to pick back up about 1:15. Court is in recess until then. Doctor, you can step down. Thank you. Then, Doctor, you can step down. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back on the record. Doctor, I would just remind you that you remain under oath. Ms. Thompson, are you ready to pick back up with your direct?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. And I think the parties had conferred about a demonstrative exhibit right before the break, and I think we've resolved that issue.
Wonderful,
Your Honor.
thank you.
All right. Dr. Hammers, before we broke for lunch, you were starting to talk about some of the hypotheses that you tested in this case. Before we get to that, I want to go back to one thing that we discussed earlier in your testimony, which is the groupings of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back, wounds A through F that we were discussing earlier. And I'm going to show you an exhibit that we looked at earlier, which shows the wounds and the measurements. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
Not quite yet.
Okay, thank you. It's
This one?
it's the one with the measuring phone.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
That's that.
I got you.
Do you have the phone in front of you?
I do
Dr.
now.
Hammers. Now, in your review of Dr. Cruz's materials from the autopsy, did she document the trajectory that these wounds took within Ms. Mullis's body?
She did.
And going through the wounds from A to F, can you tell us what those trajectories were?
Sure. So wound A was from the back of the body toward the front, from the right of the body to the left, and slightly downward.
What about wound B?
B was the same, right to left, forward and slightly downward.
What about C?
It was also the same, front to back, right to left and slightly downward.
And D?
And that was the same, front to back, or back to front, sorry, back to front, right to left and slightly downward.
What about E?
E was back to front, right to left and sharply upward.
And what about F?
Back to front, right to left and sharply upward.
Were you able to determine from Dr. Cruz's documentation the specific path that any of these wounds took through Ms. Mullis's chest?
So she did document like rib spaces that they went through, and the injuries with A and B, she documented specifically the organs that they struck.
Does documentation of the rib spaces help you determine with some specificity the path that certain wounds took through her chest?
Yes, it gives you either an ending point or a point along the way that you can tell if it's going slightly downward, upward, or sharply upward or downward.
Is there something with people's rib cages called an intercostal space?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so you have 12 ribs, and in between your ribs, that's called the intercostal space. And so you have your first rib, and then your second rib, and your first intercostal space is between the first and second rib, and so on as you go down the rib cage.
And every person has 12 ribs?
Yes, in general, yes.
So for everyone, though, the numbering of those intercostal spaces is the same?
Correct, it's the same. It's always the space below it is the number of the rib above it.
And so for which of these wounds were you able to determine, because of the other things in Ms. Mullis's body that they passed through, what their more precise path was?
So A and B went through rib spaces, and E and F went through rib spaces. C and D only went into the soft tissue and muscle of the back.
I'm going to show you another demonstrative, which we conferred with the state about before the break. This is purely a demonstrative exhibit, Your Honor. It's not being offered into evidence. We've referred to it as demonstrative A. Do you see the demonstrative in front of you?
I do.
Would using demonstrative A assist you in describing your testimony, Dr. Hammers?
Yes.
What is depicted in demonstrative A?
So demonstrative A has the wounds A through F. It is a look at from the side of the body. So looking basically like from the right to the left side. So it's two-dimensional, but it has all the wounds A through F. It has their relative location on the body, and then the direction with an arrow that the pathway travels based off of the locations that Dr. Cruz had documented in her autopsy report.
And does figure A depict the trajectories and the relative depths of wounds A through F based on your understanding of Dr. Cruz's documentation?
Yes, it does.
Did any of this, the information that's depicted in the demonstrative in front of you, the trajectories, the relative depths, the directions of the wounds, did that assist you in your understanding of which wounds you consider to be grouped together in some way?
I would say yes.
And how?
So it allowed me to understand that A through D had a similar, essentially a similar pathway in the body, and that E and F had a very different and distinct pathway in the body. It also explained and confirmed my suspicion about wounds A and B being caused from the time staying in the body and being much deeper than wound C. And also confirmed that wound D, where it did not come out of the clothing, it also only went into the body a very shallow depth.
Now, from what you told us before the break, it's your opinion that Ms. Mullis experienced wound D at a different time from A, B, and C. Is that right?
Well, different from, I guess, the grouping of A, B, and C. But what I've testified to is that from my review, A and B did not leave the body. So then C would have been at a different time than D, essentially.
And is your understanding of the trajectories of these wounds, is that inconsistent with your understanding of, is anything about the trajectories of these wounds inconsistent with your opinions about when and in what order Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds?
No.
All right. In thinking about the trajectories of these wounds, what were the trajectories of wounds A through F relative to Ms. Mullis's body?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if we think of and I understand that we're not talking in terms of the actual position that Ms. Mullis's body was in when she experienced these injuries, whether she's laying down or standing up. I'm not asking you about that, but treating her body as a vertical object, where were the wounds relative in terms of the trajectory? What was the trajectory relative to her body?
I'm still not 100% sure that I understand what you mean. Or I don't know, are you asking about the anatomic position and how we measure them, or are you asking about something else?
I appreciate that question. If we treat the axis of the body as a vertical axis, how would you describe the trajectory of these wounds relative to that axis?
Oh, I think I understand now. Okay, so they're all going from the back of the body toward the front. They are all going from the right side of the body toward the left, and then A through D are going slightly downward, and E and F are so toward her feet essentially, but only very slightly, and then E and F are going up toward her head.
And those wounds A to C, when you say they're going slightly downward, are those near horizontal?
Very close to horizontal, yes.
Okay. Before we broke, I think we were starting to talk about your hypotheses in this case. And I think the hypothesis that you were discussing before we broke was the hypothesis that someone swung this corn rake into Ms. Mullis's back. And I apologize because I don't remember. Did you tell us what your conclusion was about this hypothesis?
I honestly don't remember.
Well, what was your hypothesis? What was your hypothesis, or what was your conclusion about the hypothesis that Ms. Mullis experienced these wounds in her back from someone swinging the corn rake into her back?
So my conclusion is that the pathway is not consistent with the features of the corn rake and the space within the shed to be able to cause this set of injuries in these pathways.
So leaving the position of the shed out of your analysis for a minute, were you able to determine without knowing anything about the shed on the Mullis farm, whether this hypothesis was true or not?
The swinging
Yes.
hypothesis? Well, with swinging, that can't describe, if you sort of have swinging in any sort of way, shape, or form, it can't describe the entire set of injuries that have occurred.
Why not?
Because there's 4 tines to the rake, there's 6 injuries plus the scrape to her back, and they are in different directions.
Is it possible or were you able to disprove the hypothesis that someone caused these injuries in Miss Mullis's back by someone swinging the rake into her back more than once?
I was.
And what's your determination about that hypothesis?
That is not true because the clothing does not support that.
How does the clothing not support that?
So the outer coat of the clothing has even fewer holes than what we saw on the inner clothing, indicating that at least some of the tines of the rake did not exit the clothing in total at all.
Now, is it your testimony that the physical characteristics of the shed on the Mullis property contributed to your determination that someone could not have swung this rake into Miss Mullis's back to cause these injuries?
Yes, that's part of it.
And you said that you visited the shed on the property, is that right?
I did.
What was it about the shed on the property that contributed to your opinions that this is not possible?
So the openings in the shed are very narrow and leave little room to either side in order to swing a rake. And that would mean swinging from overhead would be necessary, and that does not add up with the direction of the wounds and the number of the wounds.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as 731. Do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 731?
Yes.
What is it?
This is one of the walkways in the shed.
Does Exhibit 731 truly and accurately depict the interior of the Mullis shed at the time that you visited it?
To the best of my recollection, yes, it does.
All right, we'll seek to admit Exhibit 731, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
731 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any understanding of where in this shed Ms. Mullis might have? Let me ask you a better question. What the hypotheses that you were considering about Ms. Mullis having someone swing the rake into her back in the shed, what areas of the shed did you consider in that hypothesis?
So basically the only open areas of the shed where you could walk, which were all very narrow within the shed. And then there was an area in the shed where it was reported that she was going to get a carrier. And that was in an area in one of those narrow walkways.
From your review of photographs and descriptions of the shed and from your own visit to the shed, did you determine any area inside of the shed that would allow for the hypothesis that someone swung a corn rake into Miss Mullis's back in that area of the shed?
I did not.
Did you test a hypothesis that Miss Mullis received wounds A through F from someone pushing the corn rake into her back?
I did consider that, yes.
And what was your conclusion about that hypothesis?
So my conclusion was, from my experience and training, I've not seen any kind of injuries like that with having multiple tines of any type of object able to push into somebody, and comparing that to other cases that I have, which have not been from a corn rake, but from different weapons, that not being ever reported to me, ever seen by me, or anything that I've witnessed any of my colleagues having, where someone has been able to push an object like that through somebody's clothes and into their body one time, let alone multiple times.
Did you test a hypothesis that Ms. Mullis received these injuries by falling onto this corn rake one or more times?
Yes.
And what did you determine about that hypothesis?
So from considering that hypothesis, based off of all of the information that I reviewed, that was the most likely and reasonable hypothesis, given the location, the distribution of the injuries, the features of the injuries, the features of the corn rake, and my experience in training.
We agree that if Ms. Mullis experienced these injuries by falling, she had to have fallen on this corn rake more than once. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Why does the hypothesis that she fell on this corn rake fit with the evidence as you understand it?
So the fact that it appears that she received wounds A, B, and C clustered together, and that wound D is in a similar area to C, but is much more shallow, and there's movement of wounds A and B, and all of those injuries are in a similar distribution. I would expect that there could be more shallow injuries from her falling, even potentially from different heights or different distances above the ground. And then the change in that orientation with wounds, tines A and B staying inside those wounds, and then her sustaining the other two injuries. So to me, when I look at all the features of the wounds consistent with coming from the same object, and then the similarities in their orientation, that to me is the most likely and reasonable scenario for how those injuries occurred. And it fits with the differences of the features that I saw inside and outside of the body with wounds A and B.
Did you get any information from Ms. Mullis's medical history about prescription medications that she was taking around the time of her death?
Yes.
From the medical records, what were you able to determine about that?
So she had 5 medications that were listed as her current medications. 3 of them were medications that can sort of have a similar effect on the body, and in my training and experience were the more significant of the 3 medications that she was on that were listed in her medical record. 2 of them appeared to be medication she was on typically, and then 1 of them was a medication she was given post-operatively after her procedure.
And what would have been the consequences of those medications?
So those medications all can have similar effects of dizziness, somnolence, meaning sleepiness, and kind of like, those are like the 2 main, dizziness and tiredness.
Did the toxicology report that accompanied the autopsy in this case reveal those medications?
Can you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Did the toxicology report that was conducted as part of Dr. Cruz's autopsy in this case, did it reveal those medications?
It did not.
And is there a reason why?
So the toxicology panel that was tested for does not include those medications in what is tested for. So you have to have a panel of medications that you're testing for, and you're only going to potentially get positive results from the medications that are being looked for.
What is the generally accepted practice in the field of forensic pathology with respect to autopsies for seeking more than a basic toxicology panel in a case?
So the recommendation from the National Association of Medical Examiners is that you know the medication somebody is potentially taking, weigh them in your evaluation, and order testing that is appropriate for the information that you have.
And in this situation, given the information that was available with respect to the autopsy, was this a situation that where a generally accepted practice would be to seek more than a basic panel for the toxicology testing?
So in my training and experience, yes, this panel is, in my experience, and using this same lab, so I'm familiar with the panel, is a limited panel and misses medications that a very high number of the population actually take routinely. So it's really looking for substances of abuse or medications that are commonly abused.
You talked earlier before the break and in your testimony just now about seeking contextual information as part of your determinations, seeking information about medical history and the area where someone's injuries might have occurred, and looking at investigative records. Is there any concern for you as a forensic pathologist that that contextual information could bias you in some way to information that you're seeing at autopsy?
I would say no. Our job and the recommendation of all of our national organizations is that the job of the forensic pathologist is to be trained and have experience to weigh all of those items and balance out what is in them with what we have at autopsy, and to ultimately make a decision about cause and manner of death. So that's the whole reason that we're trained, is to gather that information, assess it, and form opinions.
Do you need that contextual information in certain cases to reach your determinations?
I would say that we need it in the vast majority of cases, but certainly cases that are more complicated, but we never know sort of how a case is going to turn out and the complexities that will come with it. So best practices are to have the information that's available through the steps that we described, if it's available and accessible.
Did you reach an opinion in this case, Dr. Hammers, about how you would classify the manner of Miss Melissa's death?
I did.
And what is your conclusion after consideration of all of the background evidence and the evaluation of the hypotheses that you considered in this case?
My opinion is that the manner of death is best classified as an accident.
Why is that?
All of the information that I had available to me to review, it fits with the injuries that were seen. It makes logical sense. There was, witness statements, there was medical information that all came together to add up to what was seen on the body. So there wasn't anything about the injuries and how Miss Mollis was described as being found, or the implement that was found in her, the way it was reported, the way her body was reported, that made this inconsistent with anything but an accident. I'm sorry, consistent with anything but an accident. I apologize.
For a forensic pathologist to determine that the manner of death in a case is a homicide, what is the generally accepted practice in forensic pathology about the level of proof that a forensic pathologist needs to have to make that determination?
So typically we use to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but another way to say that would be that it's far more likely than not. So it's not just 51% that this is a homicide. It's that all of the information that you have far outweighs this being a homicide than anything else.
Is your determination that that the manner of Miss Melissa's death was an accident, is that dependent on an understanding that her death must have occurred in the shed?
I would say no. It's not dependent on that, although I haven't seen any information that indicates that that this occurred at any other location.
Is there a process as a medical examiner for a medical examiner to reconsider the official cause of death that they identified in a death certificate or in other documentation about a case?
Yes.
What is that process?
So it's, there's no sort of formal name for it, but basically any case that you have, someone can always come and ask you to reconsider it. The death certificate is always subject to being able to be changed with new information that changes your cause or manner of death. And so anytime somebody poses new information, you can take that information, review the case in light of that new information, and then decide if you will or will not change the death certificate.
Are there any situations in your career where someone has come to you with new information about a case where you've made an official determination about cause or manner of death?
Yes, there have been.
And under generally accepted practices in forensic pathology, what is the response of a forensic, what should the response of a forensic pathologist be in that situation?
Well, in every case that I've had or other people have had where I've worked, the information that comes is taken seriously. It's reviewed. Typically, it's reviewed with someone who is a superior to you. So I would review it, then I would sit down with my boss and discuss it, and we would come to an understanding of, you know, what that material, how that material that was new weighed into what we already had, and if that changed the ultimate opinions or not.
Are you familiar with a concept called implicit bias?
Yes.
What is that?
I'll not object. It's outside the scope of this witness's knowledge.
I agree. Sustained.
Do you understand, are you familiar with a field of science called biomechanical engineering?
Yes.
And in general terms, what's your understanding of what that field is?
Again, I'm not same objection.
Did you want to respond?
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt the court. This is in Dr. Hammers's report that she considered this field and that she consulted with an expert in this field in reaching her opinions. I don't intend to go into the details of this field. That's not my purpose, but just to, that's the purpose for these questions, Your Honor.
I believe they have a biomechanical expert that is the next witness. I don't know why we have to rehash this. It's outside our scope.
Very, very, let's keep it very, very limited.
Understood, Your Honor.
Very limited. And again, I'll read the report. Obvious, you know, this isn't a jury trial. Let's try to move this along, please, Ms. Thompson.
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor. Do forensic, let me ask you this question, Dr. Hammers. Do forensic scientists consult in some cases with biomechanical experts in reaching their opinions?
Yes.
Is that a generally accepted practice in your field?
Yes, it is.
Did you consult with a biomechanical expert in considering your opinions in this case?
I certainly read their report, but I had my own opinions separate from what the biomechanical expert had to say. It happened that their opinion supported what I already believed to be the case, which was this was an accident. But my opinions and my conclusions were made outside of that.
The opinions that you've offered in your testimony here today, are any of those opinions based on new developments in the field of forensic pathology since 2019?
No.
Are these opinions that you could have offered in 2019?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Is the report that you referenced reading in the field of biomechanical engineering, in this case, a report from someone named Dr. Susan Boley?
Yes.
And did you consider the information in Dr. Boley's opinion, the report that you read in reaching your opinions in this case?
I did consider it, yes.
Your Honor, on that basis, we are seeking to admit Dr. Boley's report in this case, and I think that we could take up the issue of its admissibility at another time, but we are at this point making a proffer that we seek to admit it based on this testimony.
And for the reasons we've already stated early on in testimony earlier this morning, we have the same objection to that based upon the same cases that I cited.
Okay, sure. And we'll save that argument for another time so we can keep moving forward.
I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Hammers, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You agree the wounds that caused Amy Mullis's death, as they've been described by Kelly Cruz, you agree with that, correct?
That the set of puncture wounds caused her death?
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And there were other injuries to her body that were observed at autopsy, these blunt force injuries that you've described?
Yes, there were blunt force injuries, correct.
So you agree with Cruz on what she calls them sharp force injuries, you call them something else, but this the stab wounds that caused her death, correct?
I wouldn't call them stab wounds, but the penetrating wounds, yes.
So penetrating wounds, as observed at autopsy, you agree with Dr. Cruz that those caused Amy Mullis's death, correct?
They caused her death, correct.
Right. And the number of injuries Kelly Cruz counted correctly, would that be true?
A through F, yes.
Okay. And you agree that A through F were the injuries that were observed at autopsy?
Correct.
You don't have any contrary information or anything that you observed from the autopsy of Kelly Cruz that would contradict that, correct?
In regard to the number of injuries, if we're just talking to the ones on her back, yes, I agree with that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You agree with Cruz on the orientation of the injuries on the back, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any dispute with the measurements that she made with regard to the distance between the injuries, correct?
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with her measurements.
Or the depth of the injuries?
I'm not disagreeing with her depth measurements.
4 of the injuries, A through D, were downward, and the other 2, E and F, were upward?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I asked you this already about all the blunt force injuries. You agree those were all documented correctly. Is that right?
As far as I would say the location and the general description.
And the photographs that you were able to observe.
Yes.
I think the only thing you really, maybe were critical of Dr. Cruz on was that she should have taken more photos of the internal injuries. Is that true?
I mean, if we're just talking about the autopsy process, I would say yes, she could have taken more internal photographs.
So what it really boils down to is your disagreement with Dr. Cruz is that she with Dr. Cruz is that she ruled this a homicide and you would have ruled it an accident, right? Is that what this really comes down to?
I mean, I would say that's the final statement, but I think there's other things in between that I don't agree with the I don't agree with the way that she's described them or testified to them.
You may have done the autopsy differently, correct? You may have done different things if you would have done the autopsy to Amy Mullis.
True, maybe.
And that differs from pathologist to pathologist, isn't that true?
I mean, yes, there's going to be some variation.
I mean, the core of what you do is basically the same, but there may be some variations there, correct?
True.
All right. Now, I know that you discussed these hypotheses here, but swinging the rake could cause the injuries that we see on her back, correct?
I don't know that they could. Actually.
Not at all? Can completely exclude it?
I believe that I testified that I did exclude that as a possibility.
Okay. You could push the rake into Amy Mullis's back, correct?
I believe I disagreed with that as well.
Okay. So an attacker, let's assume there's an attacker, okay, that's not an accident. They could take the rake and use it as a weapon and push it into Amy Mullis's back, right? They could do that.
I believe I just testified just a little while ago that I've never seen that, I've never read that, and I've never read any report of somebody pushing a corn rake into somebody's back.
I'm not sure there is another murder with a corn rake out there.
Objection.
Would you agree?
Your objection is? I apologize. I'm not trying to get animated, Your Honor, but that really assumes obviously the exact issue that we're here to talk about, whether there's another murder with a corn rake. Because the issue here is whether this was a murder, Your Honor. That's why we're here.
Okay, well. Kelly, can you read me the question again?
I'm not sure that there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Your Honor, I have a set of text messages along with
But another way to say that would be that it's far more likely than not. So it's not just 51% that this is a homicide. It's that all of the information that you have far outweighs this being a homicide than anything else.
Is your determination that that the manner of Miss Mullis's death was an accident, is that dependent on an understanding that her death must have occurred in the shed?
I would say no. It's not dependent on that, although I haven't seen any information that indicates that this occurred at any other location.
Is there a process as a medical examiner for a medical examiner to reconsider the official cause of death that they identified in a death certificate or in other documentation about a case?
Yes.
What is that process?
So it's, there's no sort of formal name for it, but basically.
Cross-examination.
Dr. Hammers, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You agree the wounds that caused Amy Mullis's death, as they've been described by Kelly Cruz, you agree with that, correct?
That the set of puncture wounds caused her death?
Right.
Yes, that's
Right.
correct.
And there are other injuries to her body that were observed at autopsy, these blunt force injuries that you've described?
Yes, there were blunt force injuries, correct.
So you agree with Cruz on what she calls them sharp force injuries, you call them something else, but this the stab wounds that caused her death, correct?
I wouldn't call them stab wounds, but the penetrating wounds, yes.
So penetrating wounds, as observed at autopsy, you agree with the Dr. Cruz that those caused Amy Mullis's death, correct?
They caused her death, correct.
Right. And the number of injuries Kelly Cruz counted correctly, would that be true?
A through F, yes.
Okay. And you agree that A through F were the injuries that were observed at autopsy?
Correct.
You don't have any contrary information or anything that you observed from the autopsy of Kelly Cruz that would contradict that, correct?
In regard to the number of injuries, if we're just talking to the ones on her back, yes, I agree with that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You agree with Cruz on the orientation of the injuries on the back, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any dispute with the measurements that she made with regard to the distance between the injuries, correct?
Correct. I'm not disagreeing with her measurements.
Or the depth of the injuries?
I'm not disagreeing with her depth measurements.
4 of the injuries, A through D, were downward, and the other 2, E and F, were upward?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I asked you this already about all the blunt force injuries. You agree those were all documented correctly. Is that right?
As far as I would say the location and the general description.
And the photographs that you were able to observe.
Yes.
I think the only thing you really, maybe were critical of Dr. Cruz on was that she should have taken more photos of the internal injuries. Is that true?
I mean, if we're just talking about the autopsy process, I would say yes, she could have taken more internal photographs.
So what it really boils down to is your disagreement with Dr. Cruz is that she ruled this a homicide and you would have ruled it an accident, right? Is that what this really comes down to?
I mean, I would say that's the final statement, but I think there's other things in between that I don't agree with the way that she's described them or testified to them.
You may have done the autopsy differently, correct? You may have done different things if you would have done the autopsy to Amy Mullis.
True, maybe.
And that differs from pathologist to pathologist, isn't that true?
I mean, yes, there's going to be some variation.
I mean, the core of what you do is basically the same, but there may be some variations there, correct?
True.
All right. Now, I know that you discussed these hypotheses here, but swinging the rake could cause the injuries that we see on her back, correct?
I don't know that they could actually.
Not at all? Can completely exclude it?
I believe that I testified that I did exclude that as a possibility.
Okay. You could push the rake into Amy Mullis's back, correct?
I believe I disagreed with that as well.
Okay. So an attacker, let's assume there's an attacker, okay, that's not an accident. They could take the rake and use it as a weapon and push it into Amy Mullis's back, right? They could do that.
I believe I just testified just a little while ago that I've never seen that, I've never read that, and I've never read any report of somebody pushing a corn rake into somebody's back.
I'm not sure there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Your objection is?
I apologize, I'm not trying to get animated, Your Honor, but that really assumes, obviously, the exact issue that we're here to talk about, whether there's another murder with a corn rake. Because the issue here is whether this was a murder, Your Honor, that's why we're here.
Okay, well. Kelly, can you read me the question again?
I'm not sure that there is another murder with a corn rake out there. Would you agree?
Mr. Brown, I guess, maybe can you just ask a new question?
So I will. So I think we both can agree that the death by corn rake is something unique. Would that be true?
I would say it's unique in the specific implement, but there certainly have been cases of people dying with other farming type of implements that are in the category of a rake.
Or other instruments that are sharp enough to penetrate the body, correct?
Yes.
You see that all the time.
I wouldn't say all the time, but we see it
But like a knife wound.
enough.
Right?
Right, but this is very different than a knife wound.
Understand, but it's something that penetrates the body that causes death. You have seen that before.
Yes, correct.
Okay. We can both agree that the corn rake specifically as an implement to do that is unique. True?
Yes, that's true.
There are 6 injuries to the back of Amy Mullis that are penetrating injuries, correct?
Yes.
4 times on the corn rake.
Yes.
That means it penetrated her body more than 1 time, correct?
Yes.
All right. There has been a suggestion by Dr. Cruz that it was 2, very likely 3 times, and I assume you would agree with that.
The only thing that I would say is I think there had to be more than 1 episode of her being penetrated, but that doesn't imply that it was like that there was no contact with the body or no times in the body when those additional penetrations occurred.
All right. So there's 4 times on the corn rake, correct?
Yes.
We have 4 wounds that are in the same orientation in that you're nodding, so you agree with me, correct?
No.
No?
They're in the same direction, but they do not have the same orientation on the surface of the skin.
Okay, my apologies. But they're in the same direction, correct? And there are 4 of those, A, B, C, and D?
The path through the body is the same, yes, or similar.
And then there are 2 others that you have identified that would have happened at a different time, correct?
I don't know that I would say a different time, but
How would you say it? How did you say it?
they're traveling in a different direction. So they likely happened together, but I wouldn't specify the time.
So you've classified this as an accident in your opinion, correct?
Yes.
So that means that the corn rake would have to be in a position where Amy Mullis could fall on it, correct?
Correct.
So it would have to be laying presumably on the ground, right?
I don't know that I would draw that conclusion because I'm not a biomechanical engineer. So I can't speak to the exact forces, but she would have to have enough acceleration of her body to generate enough force for that to pierce her clothing and her body.
Putting the rake on the ground, that would probably be the place furthest away from her where enough force could be generated to cause the injuries that you see, correct?
So again, I think it's very plausible that the rake could be on the ground, but I can't speak to the specific forces that it would take because I haven't done those calculations and don't have that expertise.
She would have to lose consciousness or strength, right, in order to fall. Would that be right?
She would have to do what?
She'd have to like pass out,
In order to fall?
correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound like alarmed. I'm sorry. No, I mean, you can trip and fall. You could step on equipment and fall. Like, I don't think that consciousness is inferred from her falling.
But it would have to be with enough force that the tines of the rake could penetrate her body, correct?
Correct.
And that this happened multiple times, correct?
Some of the tines had to have penetrated her body more than one time.
So she fell on the rake more than once.
Correct.
Fell on it more than twice, very likely, correct?
Based off of what I've described, I think it's likely that it is more than twice.
You provided some testimony as to the location of this incident, and I believe you called it, you correct me if I'm wrong, some sort of barn or outbuilding?
I think I called it a shed.
A shed, okay. So are you presuming that Amy Mullis was killed in the shed?
I'm not presuming that she was killed, number one, because I told you that my opinion is it's an accident. But number two, I haven't seen any information that suggests or indicates that this happened anywhere but in the shed.
Who provided the information that it would have happened in the shed?
Well, the information that I've reviewed has no information that this likely happened anywhere else. There's blood droplets
I'm
in the
asking you
shed.
who provided it? Who provided the information? Todd Mullis, right? He's the one that provided the information that she was in the shed? Isn't that right?
That is not what my opinion is. If I can complete my answer, then I can explain to you where I got the
Go ahead.
information from. Okay. So yes, there is statements from Mr. Mullis and his son about finding her in the shed. There are pictures from the deputies that went to the shed where there are blood droplets in the shed. There's no blood droplets anywhere else that are identified, and nobody, even the police reports that I read, indicated that they suspected that this happened anywhere else.
So Todd Mullis removed Amy Mullis from the scene, correct? You know that.
My understanding is that he and his son did.
And they would have put her in a car or vehicle, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Traveled for a distance,
That's my understanding, yes.
pulled over because he was told to do so by EMTs. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So the ambulance and whoever was sent out to help her could meet on the roadside to assist, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So there's no 911 call that happens from the farm. You never reviewed that, correct?
My understanding is that it happened like on the way to the, toward the hospital.
Right, en route to the hospital, correct? Or
Correct.
en route to wherever he was taking you?
Correct.
To get back to the information that you're relying on that came from Todd Mullis, he provided information as to Amy Mullis being in the barn or the shed, correct?
So I just want to be clear. Are you saying that Mr. Mullis gave me materials to review?
No.
Is that what you're asking me?
Well, you told us that you reviewed the investigation in this case, right? And that he provided statements?
Okay, that's what I just want to be clear on. So what you're asking me is his statements to the police or to the hospital or to
Right,
first
or wherever
responders,
they
whoever.
were, whatever source.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So how would you answer that
I'm
question?
sorry, what are you asking me about
I
them?
said the only person that provided information as to where Amy Mullis was located was Todd Mullis and possibly Tristan, correct? They're the only other two that were at the farm.
That's my understanding, yes.
So only those two people. So there's no independent confirmation of that by law enforcement or anybody else that you know of, correct?
As far as specifically finding her the way that they did, it was the two of them, correct?
And his description of Amy Mullis being in the barn with the rake in her back, that is his and his alone, correct?
I believe his son also stated that.
Okay, those two. but nobody else?
That's my understanding, yes.
Did you factor into any of your opinions, any information that Amy Mullis was unsteady on the day that she died?
I mean, I would say that I factored in the complaints that she had that were reported and the medications that she had and the complaints she had prior to her procedure and the fact that she had a procedure just about 4 days before that.
So what's the answer to that, that she was unsteady or that you had information that she was?
I'm saying I took all of that into consideration.
Todd Mullis also describes her that way, is that right?
I believe he described her as just coming back to helping on the farm that day because she had been staying, not working because of her procedure, and that she had complained about not feeling well in some way and was going back inside to rest.
So with regard to the amount of force that it would be needed to observe the injuries that you saw or that you also observed from Cruz's autopsy, you're claiming that those all came from an accidental fall, is that right?
Well, my determination is that the manner of death is an accident.
Maybe okay. So you were asked about pushing the rake into her back. Your testimony is that you've not seen those kinds of injuries before.
No, my testimony was that my training and experience has not identified situations where something with multiple objects on it have been able to be pushed in. That's what you were describing, right? Somebody standing and pushing into somebody's back multiple times into somebody's body at the same time.
You've seen the rake, correct?
I've seen pictures of it.
Or photos of it. You could take the rake, if you wanted to do it, and push it into somebody's back and stab them, right?
So what I said was, I do not, in my experience, you cannot do that with
I'm
multiple
asking
times
you
on a rake.
now about the rake itself that you've seen pictures of. You could take the rake and push it into somebody's back and use it as a weapon. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is asked and answered.
Overruled.
In my experience and in my opinion, you cannot do that.
You can't do that, but you can fall on the rake. You can't push the rake into somebody. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm saying in my experience and my training, no, you can't. But again, I am not a biomechanical engineer, so I can't answer that for you with.
Oh, go ahead. I'll finish.
I cannot answer that for you with calculations, but I'm telling you from my training and experience, I've not seen that, and I have not read, I have not experienced that. And
Okay.
I do not believe that you could take multiple times and just push them into somebody intentionally.
But you can fall on the rake and that could happen.
Correct, because you're getting enough force to fall on the rake.
How about kick the rake into her back or stomp on it if they put the rake against her skin or put the rake against her back? That could happen.
So theoretically that could happen. I can't answer about the forces on that, but I've also not been presented with any information that suggests that that's what happened.
Okay. Dr. Hammers, you indicated that you take into account the investigation, correct?
Yes.
That would include all information that's been provided to you.
Yes.
I assume if you were missing some information, or you thought you were, you would request that?
If I felt like there was something out there that would help me with my analysis, I would ask for it, yes.
And information that, particularly since Todd Mullis was the suspect here, statements from him would be potentially relevant to your determination. Isn't that true?
Are you asking the ones that I had or
No,
something?
I'm just
beyond
asking you in general terms. I mean, statements that he would have made about what happened would be relevant to your determination.
They could be, yes.
His motive might be part of that.
Again, it could be.
If he had a reason to kill Amy Mullis, that would be something you would factor in.
It would be, it would be something I would factor in. It would, I would take it with the other information.
I mean, if a defendant confesses to a shooting, you might call that a homicide, or at least factor in a statement if they confessed to that type of crime. Is that right?
I would say I wouldn't necessarily call it a homicide just because of their statement. And if it didn't make sense that it could be a homicide from my autopsy, then I wouldn't call it a homicide just because somebody told me it was a homicide. I would use that as a piece of information with the rest of my examination.
And if a defendant would confess to a stabbing, that might contribute to your finding that it's a homicide. Is that correct?
Again, I wouldn't make that determination off of somebody's confession. I would make it off of the entire amount of information that I have. Again, if it didn't make sense that someone could stab that person based off of the circumstances and the set of injuries, then I wouldn't call it a homicide just because somebody was confessing to it.
And if Todd Mullis in this case made the statement that Amy was a cheating whore, or that she needed to,
I'm sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
or that she needed to go to hell because she was a cheating whore, would you factor that in?
Objection, Your Honor.
This is evidence that was at the trial.
This is I guess the question is if. So with that understanding, I'll withdraw my question or my objection, Your Honor.
The witness may answer.
So again, I would take that into consideration as information that I would have.
Did you factor that in this case?
To my knowledge, I did not have that information.
Does that change your opinion
It
if you
does
made
not.
those statements?
It does not.
Yep, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Wounds A through F are not stab wounds in your opinion, is that right?
Correct.
And are your opinions in this case dependent on whether Ms. Mullis experienced the injuries that we're talking about in this case in the shed of the Mullis farm or somewhere else?
No, they're not dependent on her being in the shed.
Have you received any information that there's been any confession in this case by Todd Mullis?
I have not been given any information that indicates that Mr. Mullis stated that he intentionally harmed Amy.
Is it your understanding there's any statement by Mr. Mullis that he intentionally or otherwise harmed her?
No, to my knowledge, I have not reviewed anything to that end.
You were asked some questions about the sort of the nature of your disagreement with Dr. Cruz and whether there's things you agree on and things you disagree on. Do you disagree with the sort of objective measurements and objective data that Dr. Cruz developed from the autopsy?
I do not.
Do you disagree with her interpretation of this autopsy?
I do.
Do you disagree with the cause and manner of death that Dr. Cruz ascribed to this autopsy? Or ascribed to Ms. Mullis's death, excuse me.
Yes, I do.
Do you is your conclusion that this was an accident, does that necessarily exclude the possibility that this was a homicide?
I mean, in the realm of all things possible, anything is possible, but we are asked and tasked with the job of reviewing all of the information information and making an opinion decision about the manner of death, and what is reasonable, what is likely, and what is most likely, and matches with all of the and is consistent with all of the information that we have available.
One moment, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Nothing else.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Judge, while we're waiting on schedule, I have a 3:30 matter I need to take up, so I may need to leave. I think I mentioned this maybe yesterday. Even if we don't have a break, I may just get up and leave. Is that okay with you?
It's okay with me unless you would like us to.
No, the next witness is not mine, so I'm good. So I just don't want to delay things, please. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Thompson, did you want to start your next witness, or do you want to take a short break before we do that?
What's the first part?
Kelly, what do you want to do? Keep going? Okay, right. We can get started, it sounds like.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. We call Dr. Valentina Nye, Your Honor.
Dr. Nye, you can take your time, come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
You can have a seat. You can turn that microphone on in front of you there once you're seated. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Nye.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, I am Valentina Nye, VALENTINANGAI.
Dr. Nye, were you retained by Mr. Mullis's counsel to provide opinions in this case?
No, the firm I work for was retained and I was assigned to the case.
Thank you, and we'll get into that in a minute. Can you tell the court what your profession is?
Yes, I am a biomedical biomechanical engineer.
In brief terms, what is a biomedical and biomechanical engineer?
So biomedical is the overarching heading that it's called, and essentially it is the application of scientific and engineering principles to biological systems to solve problems. And biomechanical engineering is a subset under biomedical engineering that specifically studies the response of biological tissues to applied forces and motions.
Do you hold any degrees in the field of biomedical or biomechanical engineering?
Yes, well, I have 3 engineering degrees.
What are those degrees?
I have an undergraduate in civil engineering. I have a master's in mechanical engineering, specializing in biomechanics, one of my specialties. And I have a PhD in biomedical engineering. Again, one of my specialties is biomechanical.
You're not a medical doctor, Dr. Nye.
That is correct. I am not a medical doctor.
How is biomedical engineering different from being a medical doctor?
Medical doctors are trained to diagnose and treat injuries. That is not what I do. I do not diagnose and treat. My job as an engineer is to consider the forces and motions and how the body responds to those forces and motions.
You mentioned it was your company that was retained by Mr. Mullis's counsel. Where is it that you currently work?
I work for Robson Forensic.
And what kind of company is that?
It's a consulting firm that employs multidisciplinary expertise, and we basically run investigations.
How is biomedical or biomechanical engineering used in the field of forensics?
Well, oftentimes I've been a forensic biomechanical engineer for almost 15 years. And my role is essentially if there is a person that has some sort of diagnosed injuries due to mechanical forces. It's my role oftentimes is to determine the cause, mechanical cause of that injury, and how and if it relates to the subject event.
What does your work with Robson Forensics entail?
I run scientific investigations. So again, I'm one of the biomechanical engineers on staff. I'm a full-timer. I'm the head of the biomechanical engineering group. I'm the head of the medical device group, and I'm also the director of engineering there.
You said that your company conducts investigations. Who do you conduct those investigations for?
It depends.
What kinds of clients does your company have?
Oftentimes our clients are for litigation, but we are a neutral third-party firm, so we conduct investigations for both. If you're talking about civil, it's going to be plaintiff or defense, and for criminal, prosecution and defense. And we also do, non-litigation type investigations as well.
Is there a type of client that is, for the cases that you work on, is there one side or the other that your firm predominantly works for?
No, we're probably pretty even. I know for myself, I'm probably in civil cases 60%, 40% plaintiff defense, but my testimony is probably about equal, 50-50.
You've explained to us what biomedical engineering is. Is that a subspecialty within the more general field of engineering?
Yes, if you think about the classical disciplines, you have civil, mechanical, electrical. Biomedical is, again, one of those classifications under the overarching heading of engineering.
And is this a field that graduate students study specifically in school?
Oh, yes. Undergraduate, graduate, professors, industry, medical, biomechanical engineers are everywhere.
Are there biomechanical engineering university programs here in Iowa?
Yes, University of Iowa has a very renowned biomedical engineering program. Actually, the president of our firm is a graduate of that program.
Now, you talked about your degrees. What kinds of courses have you taken in the context of your study that has related specifically to the medical aspects of biomechanical engineering?
So I am the interface between engineering and the human body. Therefore, I have to understand not only engineering and physics concepts, I need to understand the anatomy of the human body. So I take the same anatomy courses as medical doctors do. Cadaver labs, I've held human body parts in my hands, not only for schooling, but for my actual work in my studies, part of my theses and contract work as a research scientist.
Are you familiar with the field of injury biomechanics?
Yes.
What is that?
So injuries are specifically defined in biomedical engineering as a failure of biological tissue. As an engineer, it's also my job to understand how tissues fail, so material science aspects. Because part of engineering is understanding and developing and designing using materials. Therefore, we have to understand how they fail.
Have you worked in your career on issues that involve injury biomechanics?
Absolutely, yes.
And can you give us some examples of situations that involve an investigation into injury biomechanics?
Well, just in my forensic career alone, aside from my research scientist years as in my graduate program and as well as consulting projects, in my career at Robson as a forensic engineer, as I said, oftentimes somebody's got some sort of claimed or diagnosed injury, and there's either competing scenarios of how it happened, or you find a body and there's injuries to it and somebody needs to know what happened to it. What kind of forces and motions did that body sustain, experience to get those injuries? That's where I come in.
Do you have research experience in the field of injury biomechanics also?
Yes.
And briefly, what has your research into that field entailed?
Well, a lot of my research had to do with, again, it's about the human body and how it functions, but also how to make it better, right? So when you're learning and part of the evaluation process for, say, joint prostheses, you have to understand how the tissues respond and how they failed in the first place, and how they will respond with the devices that we're developing.
Have you done research specifically on issues that have involved lower extremity biomechanics?
Yes.
Are there any differences in lower extremity biomechanics as opposed to other types of injury biomechanics?
So if you look at my CV, predominantly my publications are in, they're all engineering related. I have eyes, I have lower extremities, I have, hips, knees. But the fact is a human tissue, right? So human tissues being materials failure have a specific type of failure generation when it's applied to particular sets of loading. And even though you publish in one area, doesn't mean that that's the only area you work on. I've written a grant for spine research. I'm part of the Orthopedic Research Society, a member of the spine section, a member of the orthopedic implant group, as well as other memberships in other societies. And this is all in addition to my work as a forensic engineer for almost 15 years.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 285. And let me know when that's in front of you, Doctor.
Yes.
If you need us to scroll through this, let us know. But is Exhibit 285 a true and accurate copy of your CV and your reports in this case?
Well, I only see the first page.
Let me show you just a paper copy of that, if I could.
Thank you.
The top document in what's been handed to you should be a copy of Exhibit 285. And if you could just look at that and let me know if that's a true and accurate copy of your CV and your reports from this case. Have you finished looking at Exhibit 285?
Yes, just briefing over it. It appears to be, that is my current CV. It needs to be updated, but that's what I have right now.
What is not contained in the copy in your CV? What is not updated about your CV that's reflected in Exhibit 285?
I've been meaning to do it. I just haven't had time. I've had numerous guest lectures since then. I've had presentations to medical facilities. I present to medical facilities, to fellows, to surgeons, to medical staff. So I definitely know that I did a presentation for Grand Rounds and Didactics for the Scripps La Jolla in San Diego. I've had multiple guest lectures, and I've also recently just ran a one-day workshop for a large sports manufacturing company talking about injury biomechanics.
Now, you mentioned that you work for this company, Robson Forensics. Is that your only current employment?
That's my full-time employment. I work at a gym for fun one day a week.
That sounds like a passion project, not something you do for money.
I mean, not for money, but I do get paid.
Is there anything else you're doing for employment currently?
No. That is, so it depends. Depends on guest lectures. Some facilities will pay me to do guest lectures. That sports manufacturing company paid me to conduct a one-day workshop. So do I have constant, but I have these employment opportunities.
Does your salary with Robson Forensics depend on the outcome of any of the cases that your company consults on?
No, regardless of the cases I have, the number of cases or the outcome, my salary stays the same.
All right. Do you work on any, or have you worked on any cases where ultimately after the work that you've performed, the client elects not to use your opinions?
Yes, that is not unusual.
Is that a concern for you or your company when that happens?
No, not at all, because we are third-party investigators. So whatever the science and the investigation yields, that's the findings. Whether it's, say, good or not favorable for the client that retained us, that is our answer.
Have you been qualified by courts in the field of biomechanical and biomedical engineering?
Yes, by federal as well as numerous state courts. Yes.
Have you ever had a court determine you were not qualified as an expert?
Not that I know of, and that recently came up at a trial I was at, and they actually ran my name through all the databases that attorneys have access to, and in almost 15 years, they did not find one motion that was ever successful in disqualifying my qualifications or my opinions.
Your Honor, obviously I'm a pro hoc attorney here, so I'm less familiar with the Iowa procedures. This is the point where I would tender the witness as an expert, but I understand that's not the court's practice here. But I don't know if this is the point at which the court would offer a voir dire.
Any additional record that the state wishes to make at this point?
Your Honor, the state stands by its prior objections as it related to the use of specifically Dr. Nye's first report as it would qualify as vouching. I believe that shouldn't be considered here. We do have a question as to what would be included in that binder. There's portions of it that are not appended to Exhibit 285. So I think now would be potentially an opportune time to take our afternoon break.
Okay, and I think at this point, we were just taking up the expert witness issue. And I was just asking if there was any additional record you wanted to make.
No additional record other than our prior rules. Obviously, as Mr. Brown noted earlier, we're not a Daubert state, so.
Yep, okay. And again, certainly the court believes that the witness is qualified, so I don't think we have any problems there. I understand we might have some issues with regard to Exhibit 285, and it sounds like the state wants to clarify that. Why don't we go ahead and take about 15 minutes for our afternoon break at this point. Doctor, you may step down. We'll plan on picking back up hopefully about 2:45. Court is in recess until then.
About Exhibit 285, and we are seeking to offer Exhibit 285 into evidence, which is Dr. Nye's CV and her report.
Any objections to 285?
Yes, based on hearsay grounds, Your Honor, and for the reasons stated earlier during our off-the-record discussion in chambers.
I will take those objections under advisement. We'll continue for purposes of this examination so that we can keep moving. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
And Your Honor, we have a binder of materials if the witness needs to reference them, which the state has looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Knight, you were present in court for Dr. Cruz's and Dr. Hammer's testimony, is that right?
Yes.
And you've heard some testimony over the course of the last 2 days about the scientific method?
Yes.
Is the scientific method a process that you apply in your work?
Absolutely. Sorry, I heard about the description more so today from Dr. Hammer's testimony.
Now, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called a biomechanical investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
What is that?
It's a scientific investigation to often determine the mechanical cause of an injury and if and how it relates to a specific event.
Do you apply the scientific method when you perform a biomechanical investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
And I don't want to, without going into detail, can you just tell us briefly what the steps are that you follow when you perform a biomechanical investigation?
Sure, yes. Just like all of us have taken in elementary school, if you remember back to your days of science, the scientific method is a foundational methodology to ensure that experiments and investigations are run so that they're repeatable and reliable. The first step is to have a hypothesis, a purpose. The next step is to develop a hypothesis or hypotheses. You can have more than one. The next step is to have materials and methods, right? So reviewing materials, gathering information, and then conducting necessary analyses to test those hypotheses. And based on the results of your analyses, then you can arrive at conclusions that then address the hypotheses that you set forth and specifically the purpose.
Dr. Nye, are you going to testify to opinions that you hold as to Mr. Melissa's case?
Yes.
And are the opinions that you're going to provide in this testimony opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of biomechanical certainty?
Yes.
How did you first become involved in Mr. Melissa's case?
I believe that one of the attorneys for Mr. Mullis contacted Robson Forensics.
And without discussing any conclusions that you reached, what was your initial, what was the initial purpose that you were, what was the initial work that you were asked to do in this case?
Sorry, I didn't finish. Once they contacted Robson Forensic, the inquiry came in, and then I was assigned to the case.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
I was just going to ask what you were assigned to do initially.
Okay, so so after that, we typically speak to the person that called us to determine whether or not I have the expertise that is necessary for their specific investigation. So in this case, my purpose was basically at that time to determine the mechanism of specific diagnosed injuries in Ms. Mullis.
Were you originally contacted to act as a peer reviewer for another biomechanical expert?
Initially, that's how it turned out.
Right. And did you issue a report at that stage of your involvement in this case?
Yes.
At some point, did your work in this case change?
Yes.
And how did it change?
So initially, as a peer reviewer, I'm reviewing someone else's investigation to make sure that it is technically sound, following all the steps of the scientific method, and applying the engineering and scientific principles appropriately. I don't conduct the investigation myself. I'm just overseeing, essentially, the technical aspects. When that changed was when I was asked to conduct my own independent investigation.
Is the report that you originally provided peer review on a report for someone named Dr. Susan Bully?
Yes.
And Your Honor, based on the testimony, again, we'd seek to admit Dr. Bully's report, but we would ask to defer argument on that issue, Your Honor.
Understood.
For your investigation, so not talking about the stage of this case where you were a peer reviewer, talking now about when your work in this case changed. Did you conduct a biomechanical investigation with respect to Ms. Mullis's injuries in this case?
Yes.
And you described earlier your process of conducting a biomechanical investigation. Did you follow that process in your work in this case?
Yes.
You told us step one is to identify a purpose. What was your purpose?
My purpose initially with reviewing some basic information was to determine whether the mechanism or generally the forces necessary to cause Ms. Mullis's diagnosed injuries were generated due to a swinging stabbing event as was presented in the criminal trial transcripts that I reviewed, or whether it was due to a falling incident, which multiple records indicate, such as the 911 call.
Is a biomechanical investigation something that you can do on the spot?
No.
What does that process entail in terms of time?
Oh, it depends case to case. This is a very complicated case. It requires a lot of consideration and steps in reviewing case materials, the physical evidence, looking at 3D dimensional analyses, everything involved, the people, the diagnosed injuries, the implement, consideration of the spaces, the space involved, the mechanism of the injuries, scientific and medical literature review, calculations, applying scientific principles such as conservation of energy and laws of physics. It is a very arduous investigation sometimes.
I understood that from your description of your purpose that you were evaluating competing hypotheses in this case.
They weren't competing necessarily, they're just different.
But multiple possible hypotheses is what I meant.
Multiple proffered hypotheses, yes.
Understood. And I know that's step 2 of your process as you described. I want to come back to that, and I want to start with what case materials you reviewed in this case. You mentioned that you reviewed a report from Dr. Susan Boley, is that right?
Yes.
What else did you review in terms of case materials other than Dr. Boley's report?
When I conduct my own investigation, I have to review all the case materials myself. So that includes all incident information, specifically the police department documentation, photos, records, reports, interviews. As we established, I'm not a medical doctor. Therefore, I rely on the medical diagnoses set forth in the medical records. And of course, when I talk about all incident information, I'm referring to photos and documentation. So I'm looking at information that tells me what has happened in the incident because I wasn't there and what the claims are.
Did you rely on medical materials from Dr. Kelly Cruz and Dr. Thompson in Region Medical Center?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you rely or did you review any accounts from Tristan Mullis or Todd Mullis in conducting your investigation?
Sure, I reviewed, like I said, I reviewed the police documentation and there are multiple interviews in there.
Right. Did you, in order to reach your determinations, assume that those accounts from Tristan Mullis and Todd Mullis were true or false? Or did you depend on a determination that those accounts were true or false?
No, I don't rely on that. That's why science is fundamentally based in science. It's based on physical evidence, application of physics and engineering principles, and not based on subjective accounts. Now, there's always competing witness testimony. I might do my analyses and go back and compare to what was said or stated, but I don't use that as the basis for a starting point.
Did you rely on any photos or documents from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What did you look at?
They had information regarding the shed, the rake, the clothing. They also had photos of Ms. Mullis's body, and they had, dimensions. They had dimensions of the shed as well.
Did you conduct your own inspection of Ms. Mullis's clothing?
Yes.
Meaning you yourself physically looked at it?
I myself physically looked at it, yes.
Did you yourself physically look at the rake in this case?
Yes.
Did you yourself go to inspect the shed or any other buildings on the Mullis farm?
Yes, I went to visit the farm and the shed.
Did you rely on any opinions of Dr. Jennifer Hammers in reaching your conclusions?
Partly, again, a lot of her, again, the diagnosis of injuries, as we heard today, her and Dr. Cruz agree on the injury pattern.
Did you rely on any other opinions of any other experts in reaching your opinions in this case?
No, not that I can think of, no.
All right, and you said that you relied on the injury pattern in this case from Dr. Cruz and from Dr. Hammers, is that right?
Yes.
And you've heard the testimony from both of those witnesses so far about what that injury pattern was?
The testimony as well as the autopsy report, yes.
Understood. And from the testimony from Dr. Jennifer Hammers today, was the testimony that she gave today about the injury pattern on Ms. Mullis's back, did that comport with your understanding of what that injury pattern was?
Yes, it comported with what Dr. Cruz reported in her autopsy report and prior testimony.
All right.
Now, you heard Dr. Hammers give some testimony about other injuries to Miss Mullis besides these 6 wounds, wounds A to F on her back. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you consider evidence about any of those other injuries on her body in reaching your opinions?
Yes, I mean, I look at all the injuries that are diagnosed on a person. However, the information provided were there are already explanations for the other injuries. So I was asked to focus on the penetration wounds.
Are you offering any opinions one way or another about any injuries on Miss Mullis's body besides wounds A to F?
I specifically was asked to focus on the penetration wounds. So that's where I spent my investigation time.
Okay. I'm going to show you, and there's been testimony about this, but so I want to briefly show you figure A, which we've talked about earlier in these proceedings. Do you have a figure in front of you?
I do.
All right. What do you understand figure A to represent?
Figure A is a profile view, so a side view of the basically the human torso. It doesn't have a head, doesn't have legs, doesn't have arms, and what it demonstrates is wounds A to F, the penetration, relative penetration depth relative to each other, as well as the orientation. When I say orientation, I mean the trajectories through the body.
And I want to also show you, just for my colleague, A8208. I think we'll just call this demonstrative B for the record. It's A8208. We'll 208. And we'll just refer to this as demonstrative B. Is there another document in front of you? Did you hear testimony about this demonstrative earlier today?
Yes.
Does the information reflected on demonstrative B reflect your understanding of the measurements of the injuries on Miss Mullis's back?
Yes. Well, part of them, only injuries A to B, yes. A and B.
All right. I'm also going to show you what I guess we'll call demonstrative C, which is A8207. Is that in front of you?
Yes.
And does this reflect your understanding of the measurements of wounds B through F?
Basically the linear distances between each wound.
I'm also going to show you here what we're going to call demonstrative D.
I have a figure up.
All right. Does demonstrative D, third time's a charm, show you the measurements and the depths of wounds B through F?
It is a picture of the back, and it shows me B, C, D, E, and F. It shows me the relative depths of each wound, the linear distances between each of those wounds, and essentially the size of one.
And does that reflect your understanding of those aspects of the injury pattern on Miss Mullis's back?
Yes, based on Dr. Cruz's autopsy report. It also shows the abrasion above wound D.
All right, and we've had a lot of testimony about these wounds, so I want to ask you about what aspects of these injuries, I want to ask you about some specific aspects of these injuries. What characteristics of the wounds A through F that we've been talking about are important for your biomechanical analysis?
So we can start superficially, more on top of the skin. And as Dr. Hammers testified today, that we heard also reported in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, each of the wounds have a specific orientation on the wound. So A, B, and C are oriented 10 to 4 o'clock. D has an orientation that's different, about 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And E and F are oriented 11 to 5 o'clock. Additionally, the information about the wounds around each puncture, showing that A and B look more diffuse as Dr. Hammers described today. And then and then the spacing between each wound. Now we go internally, then the trajectories are important to understand where they start and how they move through the body gives an indication about the path that they traveled. And understanding that A to D, again, has a trajectory that's through the body that's near horizontal to the long axis of the body, so perpendicular to the long axis of the body, though slightly downward, and E and F are sharp upward.
Are there any other aspects or characteristics of those wounds that's important to understand for that was important for you to understand for your biomechanical analysis in this case?
Well, the abrasion as well is something that I consider.
And why is that?
It's just another piece of information.
You heard testimony from Dr. Hammers that in terms of the orientation of these wounds, that she grouped them into wounds that have different orientations. Is that right?
Yes, they self-group. Yeah,
Right.
10 to 4 o'clock, A to C, D's on its own, and E and F.
All right. So in general, and considering your testimony about your biomechanical investigation, you're discussing and considering human anatomy and reaching your decisions in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you're not a doctor, how are you able to do that?
As we discussed, I'm the bridge between engineering and medical, the biological tissue. So I, again, take the same anatomy classes as medical doctors. I take cadaver lab. I've taken cadaver lab, have access to cadavers through my work at hospitals, held human body parts in my hand. I mean, that's part of my job, is to understand the human body and how it fails.
Did you hear some testimony from Dr. Hammers that these injuries, these penetrating injuries, are from blunt penetrating forces?
Yes.
And is that important to your analysis?
Yes.
Why is it?
Because the mechanism, when I talk about mechanism of injury, I'm talking about the type and direction of forces necessary to cause an injury. We're not talking about magnitude anymore. Oftentimes when I say force, people just think it's a number, but it's much more complicated than that. So type and direction designates a mechanism of injury. And blunt force injuries have different mechanisms than sharp force injuries. So blunt force injuries fail, the tissue fails due to tensile loading. Essentially, you add tension to the tissue and it overloads past its failure point.
Before we go through the possible hypotheses that you considered in this case, I want to talk to you about your investigation of the rake and the clothing in this case. So I think it was your testimony a minute ago that you examined yourself, the actual rake, and that's connected with this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take your own photographs and your own measurements of the corn rake?
Yes.
I'm going to show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 929.
It's up.
All right. Do you recognize Exhibit 929?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo I took when I went to inspect the rake.
And is that a true and accurate copy of how the rake looked when you examined it?
Yes, it appears to be.
All right, Your Honor, we'd offer Exhibit 929 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
929 is admitted.
You understand that the investigation into this case suggested that this corn rake caused the injuries in Miss Mullis's back. Is that right?
Yes.
Did anything about your investigation suggest that wasn't true?
No.
All right. You measured the corn rake when you looked at it?
Yes.
And what was it, what, if anything, did you note about this corn rake that was important for your analysis in this case?
It's important for me to understand the geometric, dimensional, and intrinsic properties of the rake. It has a specific shape, right? So if you stand the rake on its wooden handle on the very end. The tines themselves essentially point sideways, so not quite 90 degrees, a little bit lower than 90 degrees, so closer to the ground. And the spacing between the tines, there's 4 tines, as we've all heard, is a little less than 3 inches. The whole rake is about 37 inches long. It weighs about 2.6 pounds, and the center of mass of the rake is closer to the rake head. So it's basically top heavy. And it's metal. So the head of the rake is metal, the handle is wood. So it is essentially stiff, right? This rake, for me to understand, is a stiff implement relative to the human body. So if you're going to put the two together, it's the human body that's going to deform.
I want to show you as well Exhibit 938. Do you recognize what Exhibit 938 is, Dr. Nye?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a view from the top. So if I'm looking at the tines, and the tines like towards my face, I'm looking at the top of a tine, essentially.
Is the tine in that photograph for, I don't know the term you would use, but in a caliper or a measuring device of some
It is in a
kind?
caliper, yes.
And the tine is in the middle of that caliper?
Yes.
Does the Exhibit 938 truly and accurately depict a more close-up view of one of the tines of the rake at the time you observed it when you examined it?
Yes.
All right, and at this time, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 938 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
938 is admitted.
As to this, I'm sorry. Specifically as to the tines of the corn rake, was there anything about the properties of the tines that was important to your analysis?
Yes, looking at the tips. Again, the spacing we talked about, the length, the shape, that it's stiff. But again, the tips themselves were very, they're not sharp, they're not pointy.
And why is the fact that in your view these are not sharp or pointy, why is that important to your analysis here?
Because as we discussed, it has a different mechanism of injury. And you know, they're kind of flat in a sense, just the way Dr. Hammers described today. If I were to compare them to something that people are experienced with, they're essentially kind of like a flathead screwdriver, if you think about it. And if you compare the cross-sectional area of the tip, which is in this picture, for a 1/4 inch wide flathead screwdriver, the tips essentially have a bigger surface area than the tip of a flathead screwdriver.
Why does that matter?
Because in the biomechanical studies, flathead screwdrivers are considered blunt instruments.
Is it, in your assessment, this is blunter than a flathead screwdriver?
This is blunter than a flathead screwdriver based on the measurements, yes. And in addition, it's rusty, so it's not smooth, it's not new, so it's not perfectly machined, you know. So again, this is something that has wear and tear on it.
Why does that matter?
Again, wear and tear, just like knives, you know, you use them over time, they get more blunt.
Now, you said in your testimony that the mechanism of injury is different for this type of object. Different from what?
Well, different from sharp force, right? So if you talk about sharp force, tissues fail under compression. So this is basically a tensile loading. So you put something that's blunt against the skin or any kind of material, and you push through it, it basically generates a tensile loading, and it's the tensile loading that causes failure. And why that's important is because in literature, it provides information about the thresholds for human skin to fail under tensile loading.
You're using a lot of scientific terms there. So when you talk about the tensile loading that would cause human skin to fail, in layperson's terms, what does that concept mean?
Like ripping apart. You know, if you were to, you know, again, rip something apart rather than push it together, biological materials are anisotropic, and they have different characteristics and different failure mechanisms and different thresholds for failure depending on how you apply the force to it.
I want to talk more about how those concepts apply in this case, but I want to ask you first, about your evaluation of Miss Melissa's clothing. You had a chance to inspect yourself, Miss Melissa's clothing, is that right?
Yes.
Did you evaluate, did you evaluate the different layers of clothing that Miss Melissa was wearing at the time she was taken to the hospital in this case?
Yes.
And was there anything relevant to your analysis that you noted when you inspected her clothing?
I looking at the holes. Again, this is information and evidence that needs to be considered. So the undershirt and the sweatshirt had the same number of holes as Dr. Heimers described today, 5 of which were in the area of the 5 of the wounds. Remember, she has 6 wounds, and there was a cluster of holes in the sweatshirt and the undershirt that was consistent with being caused by a single tine. Additionally, the coat itself had the same area of the location of wounds except for wound D. So again, we have less holes in the clothing than there are in the body.
When you examined the jacket that Miss Mullis was wearing at the time she was taken to the hospital, how many holes did you see in that jacket?
In the location of the wounds, 5.
And when you examined the clothing, did you make any holes in it?
No.
Can you yourself account, well, let me ask you this. Did you hear testimony from Dr. Cruz that at autopsy, they identified 4 holes in a photograph?
Yes, I know that photograph.
All right, and can you personally account for why there is a difference in the number of holes that you saw and the number of holes that were photographed at Dr. Cruz's autopsy?
All I can say is that the photos from the autopsy, that additional hole wasn't as prominent as when I went. When I went, that hole was prominent, and it matched up with the holes on the underclothes.
In general, why were you inspecting the clothing that Ms. Mullis was taken to the hospital in?
Again, it's all information. It's important to consider the physical evidence when running an investigation and making conclusions.
You've talked a second ago about the tensile strength needed to break human skin. In a biomechanical analysis that involves someone wearing clothing, is it important to understand characteristics of the clothing?
Yes, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because different clothing have different properties. Again, it's material science, right? So different materials will have different failure thresholds. And how it applies here is that Ms. Mullis was, as we've heard, was wearing multiple layers of clothes, one being a very thick, I guess it was described as a Carhartt jacket with fleece inside based on my inspection.
I want to go back and show you demonstrative D. In total, with your understanding of the wound pattern that Ms. Mullis had on her back, the rake that we've been talking about in her clothing, did you draw any conclusions about the mechanism of Ms. Mullis's injuries based on all of that data?
Yes, that it was tensile overload due to penetration from a blunt object.
And in layperson's terms, Dr. Nye, what does that mean?
It means that the skin was pushed apart by something that was not sharp. And when you push it against it, it kind of pulls the skin apart and it fails under tension. Tension is pulling apart.
Did you hear Dr. Hammers' testimony about the pattern of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back with respect to the spacing of the wounds on Ms. Mullis's back?
Yes.
And did that give you an understanding of the mechanism by which Ms. Mullis experienced these injuries?
So again, the mechanism is the same. It's going to be tensile failure due to penetration by a blunt object. But biomechanically, when you look about the spacing between the wounds, and I understood that Dr. Hammers testified from a medical standpoint, I'm testifying from an engineering standpoint. Looking again at the materials, the geometry, the intrinsic properties of the rake, intrinsic properties of the rake being it's stiff, it's not malleable relative to the human body. It has essentially fixed spacing between the tines. I can then compare it to the wounds diagnosed on Miss Mullis's body.
And did you conduct that comparison in this case?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, did you draw from that comparison?
Again, similar to the medical side that Dr. Hammers testified to, when you hyperextend, your skin on your back compresses, basically it squeezes together. And when an implement that's stiff like this punctures the skin, you then lay the body flat and flatten out the body. The wounds then are spaced apart. So the wounds are going to be farther apart than the spacing between the tines, which is what we have here.
And so did this biomechanical analysis that you did, coupled with the medical information that you had from Dr. Cruz's autopsy and the spacing information that you had, did that give you an understanding of the position of Miss Mullis's back at the time that she experienced these injuries?
Yes, that she was slightly hyperextended.
Hyperextended how?
Arching or rotated.
And you're making a motion here. And when you say that she was she hyperextended on both sides?
No, I mean, the wounds are on the primarily middle. One is left, but the right side. So she's twisting essentially to her right.
Is it your testimony that, because you've made a motion, I want the, I guess, record to reflect what motion you made. Is the motion that you made a motion that hyperextends your right shoulder back, bringing your elbows closer to your body?
Well, it's basically a slight twist and pulling my shoulders back, kind of like sticking out my chest a little bit.
And pulling your shoulders back, does that decrease the space between, does that decrease some of the spaces in your back when a person does that?
It just compresses the skin. It makes the skin squish together.
And would that dynamic of Miss Mullis's back being hyperextended when she experienced these injuries, would that explain the spacing of the wounds on her back in the pictures that we've been looking at?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, the witness can answer if she's able.
Yes, I think I've already testified to that the wounds, the spacing on the wounds are bigger than the spaces between the tines. So that means she has to be hyperextended, which compresses her skin together. So when you lay the body flat, the wounds now are spread farther apart in distance.
You heard some testimony from Dr. Hammers about how she would order the way in which Miss Mullis received these injuries, the order in which they occurred.
Yes.
Do you, from a biomechanical perspective, do you reach the same result or a different result about the order in which these injuries occurred?
No, biomechanically, I agree that A, B, and C occur pretty much at the same time. I think that based on the analysis, D happens next, and then E and F.
And why is that from a biomechanical perspective?
Based on the clustering, again, if you look at the injury diagnosis, you have the spacing between A, B, and C, and they're in a linear pattern. Additionally, you have the same orientation on the skin, so 10 to 4 o'clock, and you have the same trajectory through the body being horizontal to the long axis of the body. Now you have D, which is much smaller, less deep because it's only 2 inches deep and has a different orientation on the skin. And then you have E and F, which again are clustered together because they have an orientation of 11 to 5 o'clock and the same upward trajectory. Sorry, can I finish?
Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. I had a pause there.
Sorry.
Additionally, considering the intrinsic properties of the rake being essentially fixed relative to the human body, it's not going to deform or be malleable. E and F are essentially in the middle of her, and E, C, and D are essentially in the middle of her back. Those tines cannot be inserted into the body one at a time. It's kind of like if you look at the palm of your hand and you take a fork, you can't enter one prong through your entire palm without having the other 3 prongs contact you. It's similar here. We have a fixed distance between the tines. So E and F, if you're impacting the body with the rake, that a third tine has to happen somewhere, and we don't have another upward trajectory. So those ones can't happen first. Similarly with D, D is essentially close to the middle of the back. You cannot insert one tine at a time. So D is not going to happen first either. So that leaves A, B, and C.
And did you hear testimony from Dr. Hammers about the theory that there could have been tines that were that were inside wounds A and B, and then have tines go into other wounds while the tines in A and B remained in A and B?
Yes.
From a biomechanical perspective, do you have an opinion on whether that's possible?
Yes, that is what happened based on the analysis that I conducted.
All right, so at this point I think your testimony has been that you identified what the injury pattern was, as you understood it. You looked at the rake, you looked at Miss Melissa's clothing. Did you also look at the shed on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And I want to just show you Exhibit 731.
It's up.
All right. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 731?
Yes.
What do you understand Exhibit 731 to depict?
It depicts a photo inside the shed where Dr. Hammers was describing one of the walking paths, one of the very few walking paths.
You said that you yourself visited the shed as well?
Yes.
Does Exhibit 731 look like the shed, the inside of the shed, or the area of the shed that's depicted in 731 when you saw it?
It looks like it.
Why did you go to the shed and look at the shed?
Again, it's information to gather, a data point that needs to be considered.
And why does it need to be considered?
Well, if I have all these essentially different hypotheses to test, I want to understand the space in which the people or claimed people involved, how they fit relative to the spacing. So now we have to consider anthropometrics, the people claimed to be involved, now we know what the implement looks like and how long it is, and I have different hypotheses to test. So I want to know what space I'm working in. You know, am I working in a giant field or am I working in a box?
Was it was it an assumption that you had at the time you tested your hypotheses in this case that the interior of the shed on the Mullis farm was where Miss Mullis experienced these injuries?
I don't assume.
I mean, did your opinions depend on the interior of the shed being where she experienced these injuries?
No, no. If I didn't have, now that I conducted my investigation, if I didn't have information about the shed, my opinions wouldn't change.
All right, so you talked about the scientific method. I think we've talked about your purpose. Have we talked about all of the case materials that you reviewed in this case and that you relied on to reach your opinions?
I believe so. The
All right.
physical evidence, yes.
Okay. And I think we skipped a step, which was developing hypotheses. And I want to use the right term that you use. I think you said that you considered different possible hypotheses. Is that right?
Well, I considered different hypotheses that were proffered in the material I reviewed.
All right. So you mentioned a moment ago that you had to take that when you conduct these kinds of biomechanical investigations, you take all of these case materials into account to conduct your assessments. And before we talk about any of the individual hypotheses that you considered in this case, how did you take all this information to test those hypotheses?
So part of the scientific process, after you've developed a purpose and your hypotheses, reviewed case materials, the next part, and we now talked about the mechanism necessary to cause these injuries. The next step is basically to apply engineering and scientific principles to determine whether or not that mechanism is generated in each hypothesis, if and how.
Just as an aside, the process that, well, not as an aside, I want to ask you this. The process that you're describing, is this the same thing as an accident investigation or an incident investigation?
Yes, incident investigation.
Okay. Is what you are doing when you determine whether different hypotheses are possible, is one of the things that you have to do to decide how much force would be necessary to cause whatever hypothesis or whatever hypothesized mechanism you're considering?
No, not all the time.
And why is that?
Because as I defined earlier, mechanism of injury is the type and direction of forces necessary to cause an injury. That excludes magnitude, right? So talked about it a little bit, but types of forces are compression, so pushing together, tensile loading, which is pulling apart, shear loading, which is essentially sliding or transverse to a plane, torsion. Along with those different types of loading, you can have combinations of all those loading. Now, direction is important because the human body and all objects in are three-dimensional. So knowing that each one of those types of forces, as well as any combination of those forces, can be applied to the body in every plane at any increment of that plane. That's what mechanism of injury means. And that's first and foremost. If the mechanism doesn't match, then I don't need to do magnitude. And I've testified before, the analogy is if I'm looking for a red dress in size 5 and I find a blue jumpsuit, I don't care how big it is or what size it is. It doesn't matter.
All right, so to test a particular hypothesis, you're first determining if the type and direction, if the mechanism is possible.
If the mechanism is generated first, yes.
Right, and if the mechanism is generated, do you then determine whether the magnitude of the force is possible?
Again, if it's necessary.
If you have to get there.
If I have to get there, it depends on the case.
Are there any other potential steps in your biomechanical analysis of trying to decide if a particular hypothesis can be proved or not?
Could you please repeat that?
Sure. So in testing a particular hypothesis, you determine if the mechanism fits?
If the mechanism is generated in the hypothesis provided, yes, that I've generated based on the materials.
Right, and you then determine if you need to, if the magnitude of the force could be generated.
If necessary. Again, I'm not going to say I always have to do that because case by case, I don't need to do that.
Understood. Is there a third potential step? Or are those the two steps?
I don't know what you mean by third potential step.
All right, let's start talking. Let me go on and we'll come back to this issue. To do what you're just describing, to determine the mechanism of the injury, meaning the type and the direction of the injury, what do you have to analyze?
So I already discussed the mechanism necessary for Ms. Mullis's injuries are blunt penetrating forces, which are generated by the rake. We have that she's hyperextended, and we have the orientation the rake has to be in because we know that the tines are flat. So it has to be somewhat entered when she's hyperextended and rotated. So that gives me a position and orientation of the rake on the surface relative to the injuries. Additionally, looking at the tines, how they are, again, fixed and almost perpendicular to the ground, just slightly downward, if you were to hold the rake up. If you match that up with her trajectories, I now have a position and orientation of how the rake fits into her wounds.
When you are conducting the type and direction analysis, are you considering the laws of physics?
Yes.
And are you considering biomechanical and engineering principles as well?
Absolutely.
All right. I want to talk about the possible hypotheses that you considered in this case. Did you consider as a possible hypothesis in this case Dr. Cruz's determination that it was possible that the corn rake was swung into Miss Mullis's body to cause these injuries?
Yes, and that was what was presented in the trial transcripts for the criminal trial, that it was swung multiple times into her body.
In your biomechanical investigation, were you able to prove or to disprove this hypothesis?
I was able to disprove that hypothesis.
And
how did you disprove that hypothesis?
So again, sorry, I keep saying that, but so in every analysis, the engineering fundamentals include Newton's laws of physics, conservation of energy, and I don't know if you want me to go through the laws. I don't need to go through 1, 2, and 3 unless you want me to. But based on Newton's laws of physics and understanding the mechanism of the injury and how the rake is positioned, yes, and in considering the anthropometrics of the people involved, there is about 10.5-inch height difference between Mr. Mullis and Ms. Mullis. So that takes that into consideration.
I want to stop you there. When you talk about their anthropometrics, was that considering the height and weight of each person that would have been involved in this hypothesis?
Yes, and later on I use it further for Ms. Mullis.
Where did you get the height and weight information that you used in your analysis?
The medical records for Ms. Mullis provide me a height and weight. And I actually don't remember where I got Mr.
Your Honor,
Mullis.
I am going to object to the line of questioning as beyond the scope of the report in violation of the rules of civil procedure, as it does not include the study nor the actual evaluation of Ms. Mullis's weight or any of the matters in question here. In fact, I believe that Dr. Nye's report specifically, her second report at page 2, footnote 5 says she doesn't include the actual data and principles, and to date, I don't believe we've received the specific data, principles, or force inert evaluations. I'm sorry, the force evaluations at issue for her testimony here. And so the state objects, says it's beyond the scope for purposes of the rules of civil procedure, and therefore falls outside the allowable scope of her expert testimony.
Do you wish to respond?
I thought that we conferred about this at the break, but we tendered Dr. Nye's biomechanical investigation materials to the state in discovery. I wasn't at the case at this point, so I'll let my colleague handle this, but these materials were disclosed.
They were disclosed last year, Your Honor, and supplemental discovery, I think it was May 27th or June 4th, 2024.
For clarification, Your Honor, is this what you're referencing?
Yes.
I don't know that this is actually, as we conferred in the hallway, I believe we conferred and confirmed that most of it was Dr. Valley's figures and express information, that most of this, I believe, was either copy and pasted for the portions at issue. And again, it was labeled a work in progress and never made a part of the actual expert reports at issue. So based upon the actual calculations, I do believe that we do not and have never received, as Dr. Nye's footnote 5 notes, we have never received the actual information underlying the specific findings.
If you want to respond, that's fine. Otherwise, we can take a quick break and go off the record so you can look further into what was actually exchanged back on that date.
The applicant and the state share a Dropbox link, and this was provided to them in the supplemental discovery, as I mentioned. There's actually 2 files, and it's not a copy and paste. It's actually Dr. Nye's work in progress of what she was doing and how she came to her analysis of, and I think it also includes like law enforcement and reports and basically her calculations and stuff.
Your Honor, I think this is this is actually, I don't think there's a dispute about what the state perceived. I think the dispute here seems to be about whether that's a sufficient disclosure. I think that's the issue. I don't think we dispute what was turned over.
Well, I guess I'm hearing a dispute about what was turned over. So,
And we do dispute what was turned over.
Sure.
Commissioner Vaughn, you're the witness.
Sure.
Thank you. Dr. Nye, you've previously been deposed and testified in other cases, including at least 24 prior times, correct?
Yes.
Including deposition timeframes recently in the Federal District Court for the Eastern District, I believe, of Texas on an estate case. Is that fair? I believe it's called Ramirez v.
Yes.
Escobedo.
I know that case. Yes.
And during that point in time, you also were questioned in your deposition about how you form the notes in question. Do you recall that? How do you take notes when evaluating the case record? Fair?
I don't recall that testimony specifically, and if you could just slow down a little bit, that would be very helpful.
Oh, no problem. I apologize. I believe how do you take notes and prepare the documentation?
So I typically start with a case summary file where I take basically screenshots from material I'm reviewing so I can keep track of where I got what information from. And then I generate an analysis file. And that's basically specific information from the materials I reviewed against, but more condensed. And then I go through an analysis.
And so for your case review file and the information here that would be provided, those photos, for instance, you didn't.
You have to slow down, please.
These photos specifically would be taken at different times, right?
Which photos do you mean?
For instance, what's labeled TRM demonstrating rake position.
So those are not photos. Those are screenshots from a video interview of TRM.
You also included Dr. Hammer's letter, I believe, regarding Miss Mullis and this case specifically, right?
Yes.
And
excerpts of it, yes, excerpts of it.
The analysis and information that goes forward from there, those aren't your pictures, or those your paragraphs, right?
So again, continuing on, I contain excerpts from Dr. Hammer's report. Those photos are from autopsy, I think, or from Dr. Thompson's photos. And then some inspection photos of the rake.
Including Dr. Valley's reports, figures, numbers 19, 20, and 21, I believe.
I don't know what Dr. Bully's figure 19, 20, and 21 are.
I believe they're included in the same section of the paragraph or supplemental discovery that we'd be discussing here. Would it be helpful to see? I believe it's in your binder as well.
Could you just reference the page? I just think.
They're not numbered, but
Yes, they are.
it's the
Oh, I see what you're saying.
fifth from
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
Those aren't your figures, correct?
Those are not my figures, but I didn't need them.
Because like you said, you screenshotted the information and included it so you could refer to it later, right?
I screenshotted information. Again, it's the information for me to look back on, so I don't have to go to multiple documents.
And so this document or your file for purposes of the analysis is mostly reflected in footnote 5. Fair?
Well,
where you didn't include your actual specific data, right?
So from my understanding, footnote 5 I put in there because I was going to be deposed. I had a deposition date for this case and it was canceled. So I was willing to have my deposition where I could provide my details over a year ago, which I think the state canceled.
So you haven't included those details specifically?
No,
here in your
because I thought I was going to testify to them.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state submits its objection again. The information is not provided for her own evaluation and by their own, Dr. Nye's own admission, was left out for purposes of the deposition at hand. And so the state objects in violation of the rules of civil procedure.
However,
Okay,
my
hold
report
on,
itself.
hold on. Right. I was told that the information was provided to you on May something through a Dropbox link. If you need a chance to check and see if you have it, I will provide you with that opportunity. But as of right now, the representation is being made that the materials were in fact provided. So that's where things stand. Whether or not they came directly from the doctor or not is irrelevant to me if you have them. So do you need a chance to check and see if you received them on that date?
We can certainly check and we can also confirm.
All right. Let's go off the record. Let me know, please, when you've had a chance to do that.
Thank you.
Recess. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Duden, were you able to identify if you had received the materials that were referenced in that footnote?
My belief, Your Honor, is that we have received the materials that have been disclosed and exchanged during discovery, so there's no dispute as to what we received. I think the dispute is to whether or not it's substantively enough for purposes of an expert evaluation or report, as they're required to include their data, impressions, and opinions. We're certainly willing to wait on our objection in order to talk about that evaluation, but what it sounded like when we left off, or at least my understanding, was that based upon a deposition that had never occurred, that information was going to be left out in order to be asked about. That information was going to be able to be requested at that deposition, but was not included within the report itself. So I think more so it's whether or not the data and impressions and opinions that would be included in the report are enough. And certainly, as our objections had been noted earlier, the answer was no. But we do not believe that there's any dispute as to what's been exchanged.
Okay.
So the state withdraws its objection for the purposes of continuing questioning and will raise the objection again should we go outside the scope of what was, believed to be included in the report itself.
Okay. We'll continue. Dr. Nye, I would just remind you that you remain under oath. Ms. Thompson.
Your Honor, I want to proceed. I just want to say that I'm not sure that reflects our position on this issue, but I agree we should move forward. But I'd rather take this up at another time.
Okay.
Understanding I don't accept that representation, I agree that we should proceed.
All right, we will. And I will just question you. I know we did go a little bit late yesterday in order to finish with the witness. I have no idea what Dr. Nye's obligations are as far as time. And we maybe can go a few minutes past 4:30 today, but that will be it. So
I want to be candid with the court that while, this is a witness who is moving expeditiously, I do not think I'm going to be done with this witness by 4:30. I just don't see that being the case, Your Honor.
Okay, in that,
right.
I didn't expect that you probably would be, and obviously we have cross-examination. I was just concerned about what the doctor's schedule was more than anything. So I wanted to let you know we weren't going to be able to go late today. So.
Understood.
Okay, you may continue.
I think the question that I posed that led to this break was whether, Dr. Nye, you had an understanding of the relative weights and heights of Ms. Mullis and Mr. Mullis. And I think you provided an answer, but just because that was a few minutes ago, what is your understanding of their relative heights and weights?
My understanding is Ms. Mullis was 163-ish pounds near the time of the incident, about 5'1.5", and Mr. Mullis is about 10.5 inches taller.
There was height and weight for Ms. Mullis. There was information in her medical records and in Dr. Cruz's autopsy report. Is that right?
Yes.
Were those numbers different in terms of her height or weight?
They were consistent.
All right. And the information in her medical records reflected her weight and her height when she was alive?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And I think you started to talk about this, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page since we took a break. It was your determination that it was not possible for the hypothesis that the corn rake in this case was swung into Ms. Mullis's body to be true. Is that right?
Yes, based on my investigation, that was the corn rake was not swung into her body.
And how did you reach that determination?
So again, applying the engineering fundamentals, looking at the wound pattern externally and internally, looking at the intrinsic properties and geometry and measurements of the rake, putting them together, understanding that we know that A, B, and C wounds happen first, and their wound trajectories are about horizontal with the long axis of the body. So you match.
Let me stop you right there. What does horizontal to the long axis of the body mean?
Like perpendicular. So perpendicular, near perpendicular to the long axis of the body. That's the wound paths for A, B, C, and D. So if you match up the tines, which have a very fixed position and geometry, now I have a relative position of the rake handle has to be essentially along the long axis of her body. The rake handle is along her body. Essentially, like her buttocks would be contacting the handle upon entry for A, B, and C to occur. So then, understanding that, you look at the swing options. Aside from the multiple swing option, let's look at the first swing option. And a swinging of the rake, overhead swinging of the rake, would generate much steeper angles of wound trajectory and did not match the physical evidence.
I want to show you I'm going to show you a demonstrative that we've identified as figure E. Let me just tell the state what this is. This is Would looking at some demonstrative exhibits assist you in your testimony in describing how you considered the hypothesis of whether Mr. Millis swung this rake into Ms. Millis's body?
Yes, how I can demonstrate how I analyzed it, yes.
Okay. You're looking at I think there should be a figure on the screen in front of you, which is we've identified as figure E. Would using figure E help you illustrate your testimony?
Yes.
All right, and can you explain how you determined that swinging an overhead swing would not have, is not a hypothesis that works in terms of how Ms. Millis received these injuries?
Yes, so what this entails is the figure that demonstrates the wound trajectories for all A to F wounds, and that A, B, C, and D are essentially, like we talked about, perpendicular to the long axis of the body. In an overhead swing, based on the properties of the rake, when you try to swing it into a person, you're creating much steeper angles. So therefore, the type and direction of forces that are necessary to cause Ms. Millis's diagnosed wound pattern isn't generated from the swing.
So there are different angles at which, depending on the distance of two people, in terms of where they're standing vis-a-vis each other, there's different angles that could be generated by an overhead swing depending on the distance between the two people. Is that right?
So if you want to generate the maximum speed, you mean, then you have to be farther apart?
Well, my question is just that if, for instance, if in this situation, in this scenario where you're assuming people of the relative heights of Ms. Millis and Mr. Millis, if you're considering a hypothesis of whether someone standing behind Ms. Millis and swinging the rake overhead, how that would contact Ms. Millis's back. Yes. Depending on the distance between the two people, that angle might be different. Is that right? The angle at which the rake hit Ms. Millis's back.
So you want the rake tines to hit. So that you're not talking about the other parts of the rake.
Let me ask you a better question.
Okay.
Would the distance between two people in a hypothetical where a person is standing and then a person is standing behind them swinging a rake overhead, would the distance between the two people impact the angle at which the rake tines hit their back?
Well, if you have them closer, the rake tines might not even hit their back at all.
And why is that?
Because of the, again, intrinsic properties of the rake. It has a specific length, has a specific entry point if you want the tines to be in there. So they have to be positioned and oriented in such a way that the rake tines enter her body while she's hyperextended.
And is there, but could you envision in testing this hypothesis any sort of position where a person could have been standing behind Miss Mullis and swinging the rake overhead, where the specific injuries with the specific pattern and trajectory that Miss Mullis's injuries had could have resulted?
No, we tested standing upright, various angles of bending over, lying flat on the ground. The way the rake tine is built and her nature of her injuries, and knowing that she has to be hyperextended at the time the tines enter to cause A, B, and C, the angles don't match. The position and orientation doesn't match. Therefore, the mechanisms, the type and direction of forces necessary to cause those specific diagnosed wounds don't match.
I'm going to show you figure F. Let me have you take the demonstrative away and let me ask you a different question. I mean, you've talked about the rake being the hypothetical that the rake was swung overhead. There's other ways that a rake could be swung into a person's back. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, another way would be through more of a baseball swing.
Yes, a lateral
sideways.
swing. Yes, a sideways swing.
A lateral swing. Did you consider that hypothesis as well?
Yes.
And could you prove or disprove that hypothesis?
Yes.
Which did you do?
Disproved it.
And why is that?
Again, based on the intrinsic properties of the rake and the injury pattern. If you're going to swing it sideways into the body, you would have a more vertical oriented wound pattern. That's in line. That's not what she has. Additionally, the wound paths through her body wouldn't match. So the mechanism of injury necessary to cause her diagnosed wound paths aren't generated with a lateral swing.
You talked earlier about your understanding in this case based on the medical diagnoses that Miss Mullis's back would have been hyperextended at the time that she experienced these wounds.
So biomechanically, that is true as well.
Right, and would the fact that her back was hyperextended, and to hyperextend her back, that her arm, at least her right arm, would have had to have been back, did that impact your analysis as to whether any kind of swinging could have caused these injuries?
I mean, the arm could get in the way again as well. So if you're talking about position and orientation, in order to get that A wound, which is on the side of the chest, with your arm, if you're trying to swing it, the arm is in the way, essentially.
What about a hypothetical where instead of, in a hypothetical, somebody of Mr. Mullis's size standing behind Miss Mullis, they're facing each other at the time in this hypothetical that the rake is swung. Did you consider that hypothetical?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion about the possibility of that hypothetical?
It was that hypothesis is disproven.
And why is that?
Because again, of the wound paths and the rake, if you swing overhead, you're going to have upward trajectories. And then we already know that E and F can't be generated first because it's essentially in the middle of their back. You can't have two tines entering in the middle of her back without a third tine contacting. And we only have two wounds that are upward trajectories.
If someone had swung the rake into Miss Mullis into wounds E and F, would there have to be other wounds in that same trajectory?
You'd have again, a third tine sometime would have to contact it because of the location of the wounds and the spacing between the tines.
So I think we've shown you well, I want to ask you this. I mean, is it possible for somebody to have swung the rake into any of these wounds, wounds A through F, and had one tine make contact with her body and all of the other tines missing her body?
So again, we talked about how the wounds are essentially in the middle of her back. The nature and diagnosis of her wounds and the intrinsic properties of the rake, you cannot insert one tine at a time.
Does the condition of Miss Mullis's coat that she was wearing at the time she came to the hospital, does that factor into your opinion that the rake could not have been swung into Miss Mullis?
It supports it.
How's that?
Well, again, she has 6 holes in her body and there's 4 tines in the rake, and there's less holes in the coat than there are in the body. So if you swing it, even though we've proven that the trajectory doesn't match with any kind of swinging that we've talked about, if you take that rake out and re-swing it, you still have less holes in the coat than you do in the body. So that doesn't matter. So that, again, further support that a swinging incident did not cause these injuries.
Given your training and expertise in biomechanical engineering and the investigation that you conducted in this case, Dr. Nye, can you think of any position that Ms. Mullis and a hypothetical assailant of Mr. Mullis's height could be in vis-a-vis each other? Any position that they could be in relative to each other where, from an engineering perspective, it would be possible for someone to cause this wound pattern in Ms. Mullis's back from swinging this corn rake into her?
So I analyzed the information that's available. There's no, information that there's a trapeze available. I can't analyze every single 1,000,010, possibilities. Those are all unlikely. I have to take into consideration the evidence in the case. And engineering analyses, like we talked about, don't take 2 seconds to do, right? So my analyses are based on the information that's provided and the scenarios that are provided. But from my analysis of the case, given what I have, there was not an alternative scenario that fit the physical evidence and the science.
Did you consider the hypothesis that someone pushed Ms. Mullis down on the rake?
Yes.
And did you determine whether or not that hypothesis was possible?
I considered it, but I considered it.
And could you prove or disprove that hypothesis in your consideration?
I disproved it.
And why is that?
So when you push someone, you are imparting horizontal velocity as well as rotational acceleration to their body. So when you push someone, they're going to essentially rotate, kind of flip. And if this rake we talked about is top heavy. So if you're falling on the rake with horizontal and rotational acceleration of your body with your upper body, and you hit the rake tips, you're going to flip this rake. And if you flip the rake, then you don't have the rake tines pointing up in the manner to cause the injuries.
And when you talk about it generating horizontal force, if someone is standing in front of me and shoves me, hypothetically, 2 hands into my 2 shoulders, that horizontal force, where is that going to send my body?
It's going to send you backwards and rotate, because a person standing upright, their center of mass is about 55% of their standing height. So about navel. So we're already slightly top heavy, generally speaking. So now if you push someone above their center of mass, now you're going to move them backwards and rotate them. So basically you're going to flip them with their feet coming up, in a sense.
Your Honor, I think I probably have maybe another 20, 25 minutes. I think this might be a good time to stop for the day, and we will endeavor tomorrow to finish promptly.
Sure. No, that's fine. Thank you for letting me know this is a good time for a break. We'll go ahead and recess for the night. Counsel, maybe if you just check in with me back in chambers before you take off. I'll plan on seeing everyone back tomorrow. Thank you.